looking for your fix of that Limp Bizkit mix. So where the fuck you at, punk? Shut the fuck up and back the fuck up while we fuck this track up. Throw your hands 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 up. I'm moving, now move fast. Hands up, now hands down. Back up, back up. Tell me what you gonna do now. Breathe in, now breathe out. Hands up, now hands down. Back up, back up. Tell me what you gonna do now. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. 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 You don't wanna mess with Limp Bizkit? Yeah, can't mess with Limp Bizkit. Why? Because we get it on every day and every night. Hear this platinum thing right here? But we're doing it all the time. So you better get some better beats and get some better rhymes. We got the game set, so don't complain yet. 24/7, never begging for a rain check. Old school soldiers blasting out the hot shit, that rock shit, putting bounce in the mosh pit. Throw your hands up. 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 I'm moving, now move fast. Hands up, now hands down. Back up, back up. Tell me what you gonna do now. Breathe in, now breathe out. Hands up, now hands down. Back up, back up. Tell me what you gonna do now. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. 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 Hey ladies, hey fellas, and the people that don't give a fuck. All the lovers, all the haters, and all the people that call themselves players. Hot mamas, pimp daddies, and the people rolling up in caddies. Hey rockers, hip hoppers, and everybody, 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 hands up, now hands down. Back up, back up. Tell me what you gonna do now. Breathe in, now breathe out. Hands up, now hands down. Back up, back up. Tell me what you gonna do now. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. 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 Move in, now move out. Hands up, now hands down. Back up, back up. Tell me what you gonna do now. Breathe in, now breathe out. Hands up, now hands down. Back up, back up. Tell me what you gonna do now. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. Keep rolling, 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 rolling.
Time to put the ear goggles on.
Born to multiply, born to gaze into night skies. All you want's one more Saturday. We're looking wrong to them. They're gonna buy your lifetime. So keep your wick in the air and your feet and the feathers till the day they come into a cartwheels. We all play out by ourselves. In the shape of a dance.
Okay, sorry. The music was so loud that I was like, is my mic working? Oh, what a time. What a time. I'm just messaging the pals because we might start early, but we'll see. We'll bloody see, shall we? We'll see. How are you? Good morning. Whee! Hello. Oh god, guys, what a night. Oh my god, Leah. It was honestly everything I thought it would be. If we can be honest, it was everything I thought it would be. But it was actually really nice. It was like just 2 hours of relaxing. It was nice. I didn't mind it. Bello! No, it was good. It was good. Obviously, I'm a little bit sleepy, but not too bad, really. And I'm not getting too excited because she ran under the bed, but I woke up to Mimi nibbling some biscuits this morning. And then I also caught her having some wet food. She didn't finish it. She stopped eating when I caught her, which is silly me. But like, so she's had something at least. Not a lot, but something, which is good. Good sign, good sign, good sign. Yay! I know, I had zoomies last night. Square Carlotte? Why? Oh yeah, because we might be doing stream together. So I was like, oh, I may as well just keep it on rectangle today. Screw it. Screw it. The sleigh top is back. My mysterious top that I found. I was crazy, Carl. I know. I was crazy. Oh my god.
Put your ass
Ah!
away, child.
Yes.
Emmanuel
Kiss
just
me.
subscribed. 58. Let me
Tell
take
the
you
story.
a date. Yum
Sorry, I'm
yum
repeating
lick
it again.
kiss kiss smooch smooch
Thank
Carl's
you for
court
58
Carl's court.
Honor. So nice. How are you?
Put your ass away,
Great
child.
Lobster. We're doing community right
Emma's
now if you want to
Zingrace
play,
just
guys.
subscribed.
But then we have
I
friend
miss
slot.
FaceTime. Carl's Loom.
I miss FaceTime. No, I feel you. I feel you. You don't have to, but I thought just for like the first, well, it's either going to be 30 minutes or an hour because Sammy suggested starting early, so we'll see. But I thought, you know, a couple of games, screw it. Oh no, we'll do bro and bro. Bros. Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
And Grace, let's bring back
Pierre just
FaceTime.
subscribed. How's it going all?
Thank you for 39. Oh my god, guys, thank you. Jaloon, Henry's in. Yeah. Purple, thank you for 19. Guys, I missed so many messages yesterday. I want you to know that my chat was this big. So I probably missed so many questions and hellos, and I'm so sorry for that. Fuck. Jaloon is next week, guys. I'll be planning for that because I'm having a I'm doing a smaller stream US Thursday. Because I'm seeing Mum. You'll still have Granny Day, of course. But then after I see Mum, I'm gonna do all the planning for Christmas in Jaloon. Oh my god, these girthy resubs. Meg 27,
Mega
Purple
only 7
19.
just resubbed for 27 months.
All right,
Carl's toss,
where are
Carl's
these subs
toss,
coming from?
Carl's toss.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Here we go again. No, I'm excited for today. So we're doing our casual friends lobby, which is Chris, Sammy, Crispy. So far it's Burglar Gnomes into DBD into Mecha.
Nero underscore
But I-
back
like,
just resubbed
that
for
could change.
36 months.
I don't.
3 years. Is that correct, Carl's toss?
Is it my lucky day? I don't. What the hell? Wanna be my lover? Yeah. Wanna be my lover? Thank you. I appreciate it. Wanna be my lover? No, I'm not gonna sing that.
Idon
Thank you.
2738 has gifted 10 subs.
Wait, hang on. Hang on, I gotta call Twitch. Hello? What the fuck is happening? What are they fucking doing? I don't understand. Sorry.
Purple
They're gonna
has
get back to
gifted
me.
5 subs.
I don't. What's
Naughty
with, what the
boy.
old red phone? It's a Moe's Tavern phone, but now it's just my prop phone. I love it. Purple, thank you so much. Idon, thank you so much. What the fuck? Enjoy, Idon. Have some garlic bread for me. No. Moe's Tavern phone. I know, it's so cool. I love it. You hit that. Thanks, babe. Yeah, I'm doing public lobs for a bit. So server is bros. Password is bro. What's up, Slosh? Love the shirt. Thank you. Looking for Amanda. Wait, Amanda Hug and Kiss? Who is she? Slay. Thank you for the resubs, the gifted subs. That's incredibly kind, guys. I really appreciate it. Let's see what people. Oh, I haven't responded yet. So we it might be either a few games or like one game. But we'll play more of this after Friend Slop. So regardless, we'll be playing more. Let's do basic. Let's do this for a laugh. Actually, let's do 200. Hi, Kay. I do feel better today, actually, which is nice. I'm hoping Mia continues to eat. Oh, wait, Ozpost. Other drugs are coming today. Can't miss that. How are you, Kate? Okay, let's do that to start off with. I'll just see if any more people want to come in, and then we'll start. I know, Leah, when I was on FaceTime yesterday, I was like, it's so crazy night and day difference how much you feel better after PMDD settles. Um, yeah, it's crazy the night and day. FaceTime, Hamilton, what a time. What a time we had. Hi, Cass. I know. Hopefully she continues to eat today. Exciting. The FaceTime was so fun. Hey, you know what? I tested it. So that means in the future, we could do more FaceTimes. How fun. The audio didn't seem too bad either. Like, not perfect, obviously, but not bad. FaceTime me, Pookie. I'm hoping I get the good postman today. The one that comes up to my door. That would be amazing. Another Carl stream, another day where you go live. As just I sit down at a park and kind of waiting for my gummy to kick in. Guys, the music was so funny. Lily, hello. I really want to I watched back the guitar bit, and that was I don't think I've ever heard myself laugh quite as manic. That was so funny. I can't tell you what that was, but so great. Probably seems that's all I'm doing. Babe, you can do whatever stuff you want. But the gut doctor was good. I love her. She had an X-ray on my stomach and is doing tests. Okay, beautiful. Okay, good. Test. Let's just start. I'll hunt. We'll do one for a laugh. You guys do your worst. Need it for my stream streak? Girl, I can't tell you what last night was, but you know what? I'm glad I did it because I wanted to test it. I wanted to test out how you found mobile streams. Because if that means I can give you an extra little stream, that makes me happy because obviously things have been kind of all over the place with Mimi and my brain and just, you know, everything going on. So that makes me feel nice that I gave you like a little, like I know it was only 2 hours, but that's still some fun we had, which was great. Yeah, that was nice. So yeah, more of those. What I'd like to do in the future is I want to do a stream where I start earlier and I do, I like reorganize my Pokemon collection and then we move to the bed. Now that sounds so crazy, but fuck it. So it can be like a full just like chill stream. And then I've told you that I wanted to do like a breakfast and chill stream. And then I also want to do, I feel like house streams should come back, you know? World Tour FaceTime? Oh my god, Striker, no. Daddy's enjoying some TV. Go back to bed. I always want to see Pokemon collections. If you're in the Discord, you can pop it in Pokemon or art. The Pokemon collection is so intimate. Let's make pancakes together. Yeah. I'm gonna have oh my god, Mickey, not Gigglebox, Gogglebox. I will have some incentives for Clutmas and Jaloon, and one includes a Gordon Ramsay stream, but I'm in character the whole time with a special guest. Daddy's just laughing at the funny lady with her balloons and packets. That's crazy. No one but me knows where it is. So old. What a flex. Love that. We do. It's Clumpmas in Jaloon. So for you, Mickey, it is next Monday. For Americans, it's next Sunday or Sunday coming up, really. Because I have a sponsorship in July and I just don't want to make myself exhausted for that. And I don't know, it's easier just to do it at the tail end of June. So that's why it's Clumpmas in Jaloon, because it's basically July. No, Henry, can you rejoin? We're only doing this for a little bit because I'm assuming the pals are going to start sooner than later. I feel like everything is so sus. Mickey, I'll be here. Noah, nice. They had new emotes, by the way, guys, but they had to revert it due to a bug. Is that somebody? Oh, Leah, nice. I thought I was going crazy. Your tootsies. Your tootsies. It's a tumbleweed. Oh, okay. So Charlie's done something crazy again. Charlie, how did this become a thing where you're just a menace in this game? Alright, so he has to be somewhere where I can't get him. Cool. Let's try and figure this out. I like breaking things. Okay, so where would you be? You're probably over there or something. I need that on friend slop later. Yeah. Yeah, so where did you go? How do you find these crazy spots? You crazy boy. I just really want to find you for the sake of finding you. I've gotten distracted now. Good night, Morena. Have a good sleep, doll. Where's Crash? It's obvious, isn't it? It's right in front of me, isn't it? What the hell? Oh, Charlie, you fuck. Where are you? You're in here somewhere. Charlie! How did you get there? Charlie. What the hell? Oh, we had a double hide? What the hell? Well, bro's in the walls. How are you coming up with this shit? Oh, I missed Jizz's spot, which is crazy comms, but I just saw it. I'm in your walls. Oh, wait. Abs. I'm so glad you got a diagnosis, though, because I know you've been waiting for that for so long. Oh, no. Ouchies. How do they treat that, Abs? Brave. Yeah, I'm glad you know now, because I know that's been driving you crazy. Oh. Dear residents, this morning's fire alarm was activated by probable vaping smoking in the disabled bathroom in the commercial toilet. Girl, I bet it was one of the, I don't know why though, but I reckon it was one of the business owners smoking in there. Or a contractor, yeah. What the hell? There's no whistle timer. Oh, apparently it's oh. My bad. Sorry. There was a bug before on the game, but I just didn't turn that on. Sorry. Yeah, why are the boys coming into my yard? It was me smoking my thick ass thighs. It'll take 6 to 9 months to heal. Okay. Nice. All right. I'm glad you can finally start that journey, doll. Like hams? When I worked at Ride at Disney, someone set off the fire alarm for the whole ride by sneaking to a stairwell to vape. What? Just to vape? Girl. Girl. Let's see who gets it. Jesus Christ. Hello? Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child!
Daniel.
Fandidly Annual just subscribed. 54 whole years, wow. Would like to show my love and appreciation for my favorite woman of all time. She's the light of my life, mi amigo. My good time boy. Thank you, Aunt Bessie's Yorkshire puddings.
Wait. Wait, Charlie is hunting. We need to win this one. We gotta get him back. Guys, we gotta get Charlie back. We need this. We need this. Lock in. What would Charlie do? Okay. All right, now we wait. Daniel, thank you for 54 though, doll. How are you? How you going? School I did placement at had vape detectors in the bathrooms because the kids were. That's crazy. What the hell? Core, I know. Doubles. We're doubling. Oh, real nice. I'm good, doll. I'm good. I didn't sleep as bad as I thought I would. Obviously, maybe an extra hour would have been good, but it's alright. Have some sleep tonight. But good. No, it was good just to be a bit of a dickhead and go live. Last night, you know? Like, I love shit like that. I used to do silly stuff like that all the time when I first started streaming, so... Daniel, but it was funny! I loved it. I had a great time, personally. Personally, I had a great time. I had a great time. I may be sleepy, but I'm pumped for today. I'm just waiting to see what the pals want to do. This is either our last game or we get to play more. Just depends when they want to start. Oh my god, I know. It was stupid. I loved it. Chaps! You guys are so trolly, I can't. How are you, Jabs? How are you, Nate? Daniel, look. We may be trash. But we are each other's trash. You know what I mean? Just existing. Yeah, I love that you exist, babe. And you love that Aunt Bessie's Yorkshire pudding exists too. No, it was really good. I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. I left Twitch tab up and was so confused for a second when I turned on my computer and stream was still live. Oh my god. Yes. Ridiculous. But at least I know now that it's fun and I can do that. It was just so cool. It was just fun to do it, you know? Why the hell not? I think I want to try and make it into a YouTube video, but I don't know if it'll work. Because it was just ridiculous. Daniel, but you're ow, cunt. Alright, let's see if Charlie gets every single person, something cool will happen. I will do something cool. Now, I don't know what that is, but it'll be cool. She's gonna flip us off. Listen. Oh my god, Spuds. I suck ass. I gotta get rid of that. I gotta get rid of that command, but you know what? It's funny. Guys, we might actually beat Charlie for the first time in my life. I'll hit that. Charlie's like, fuck this game. Charlie. Thanks, babe. Road to 40 likes. If I do, I would say it's a Coke Zero. And like if I'm at the pub or I go out to eat, I do like a cola or something. But I'm trying to have the rest of this bottle of water today, okay? This is my goal. This is my goal. I need to lock in. Oop. Goal. Not the goat at hunting. No, you are. You know what, guys? I'm gonna try and find you on sewer. I'm gonna try it. Need to find a source in Oz. Oh wait, how would you feel about Coke Zero Cherry? Oh, never heard. Yeah, never tried it. I will say Pepsi Max Vanilla is so good actually, and I'm not really a Pepsi gal, but the vanilla is nice. Oh, someone respond? Okay. Oh wait, do I need to hold? I just realized. I don't think, do I have Burglar Gnome's full game? Oh my god, I gotta get that. Whoopsies. Oop. No. Oop. Oop. I thought I already had it, but that was only, whoopsies. Oh, Ray. I hope you feel better. What the hell? No, honestly, gamer, like, that is that the Fiber Pepsi? What? I'm interested. All right, that's installing. My bad. What was I gonna say? I forget. But Mecha just I feel like Mecha gets better and better as you play. I don't know if that's a crazy take, but they had more, guys, I don't wonder if I can show you. They had more, emotes. Oh, wait, fixed a gap in map with allowed clipped out of bounds. But they reverted it. They reverted it, Charlie. Because there was a bug. So that's why you could do that. That's so funny. God damn it. Oh, Chilla, hello. Oh, I had no idea about the Fiber Gamer. I just know it's a vanilla, it's like vanilla Coke and yummy. Okay, lock in. I gotta keep my eyes peeled because this group is crazy. Everyone's just too locked in. Ooh. Oh my god. You guys are in this room. That's really good, Noah. Nice. Oh god, that took a second angle for me to see. Where are you? I hear things. Girl. Leah. Oh my god, you really just have to like, I feel like my eyes hurt after a round of this. Wait, Gamer, proud of you. I was gonna get back into the gym yesterday. But I was like, girl, you're cramping up. Go tomorrow. I just don't know why. I'm having one of those big bleeds where it's genuinely just like a big bleed, you know what I mean? I need a big steak. I feel like Charlie. Where are you? I know you're here. Oh, Henry, nice. Oh, wait. How do I get to Charlie? Nice. It's so slow. Oh, were you under there? Oh, I didn't even... I know that spot. Crash has done that before. I didn't even look over here. Oh, Charlie, you will rue the day. I know that spot. Damn it. God damn it. Oh my god, Gamer, you're making me feel a bit motivated. I gotta go. Have a little drink while cooking. Oh my god. I'm sorry you didn't have a good weekend. But it's good to hang. Let's do a double. Did you play this with us last night, Charlie? The double round? Have you played this one? Because it's really fun. Camilla, hello, doll. I reckon maybe 1 hour more it would have been perfect, but I'll take it. Oh, it's great. So basically, double is we all hide at the same time. And then we all hunt at the same time. Yeah, of course. The server is bros and the password is bro. So we all hide at the same time. You can't see each other hiding. And then we all load in and hunt together. And the first person to find everyone, including yourself, wins. So everyone stays in their spots, but like we all have to find. It's really cool. It's like a race to find everyone. It's really fun. Oh my god, Strike I have. It's kind of like, it's low-key not as good, but that's okay. It's fine. It's fine. I played it off stream and I was like, That's okay, Charlie. It's super fun. You'd be surprised. But you have to remember where you hide. Oh my god. Gamer, that is amazing. You should be so proud of yourself. Wow. Hell yeah. Chilla, sounds good, doll. I'll be playing with the pals as soon as they're ready, so we might have to dip soon. But I'll play more Mecha later. I'm just gonna do this. Actually. Back to basics, maybe? We'll see. We got time. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Hi, Sully. How are you, doll? Oh, what the hell? Alright. Wait, Kaz! I hope you feel good. Farewell! Alright, who's in the desks? Oh. Mimi. Memers. Socks, we're doing friend slop today. Very soon. We're just doing some community games first. Mimi. Good morning. Out from under the bed this morning. That's my goat. That's my goat, Mimi. Mimi, she's doing this thing where she's biting the Christmas tree and she never does that. Mimi? Mimi. Oh my goodness. Where did I... Mimi, come here. Where did I go again? I'm a mother. Mimi. 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 Come here. Oh, goodness. Mimi, don't bite the tree. You like the way it feels, that's fine. You have a goat? Yes. It's my famous goat cat. Mimi. Oh god. I gotta take that tree down. Now she's hungry. Where are they? Oh, nice. Charlie, amazing. What the hell? Oh, good spot. Nice. Oh my god, right in front of me. Okay, I gotta stop my cat. Mimi! We're not doing that. You can chill on my lap. We're not eating the tree. She'll get on my lap soon. See, did they respond? I can hop on. Oh, okay. I think Friend Slop is ready. Let me see. We'll definitely do more of this later. Let me just see if the pal... Oh, they're in there.
Me personally, I'm off the bar today.
What is up, YouTube?
There's my Shayla.
Hey, babe.
Hi, Carl. How's your
Aw,
day?
Good. How's your day?
Good.
And folks, that's gonna be the fourth 4K in a row with Jason. Here we go now.
Okay, he's different.
This morning. Fuck, I hate DVD. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. Starts winning.
It's been so
Guys,
toxic, though.
I can't believe, guys,
It's been so toxic.
I didn't know. I found out from Crispy that the servers in the States are far worse than OCE. Because I've been
Oh my
having
God,
great
they're
games.
horrible.
Yeah.
Like complete toxic. Like everyone with flashbang, everyone with blast mine, everyone with flashlights, killers like camping and tunneling. Like it's just every game is
Damn.
something.
Not today. I really
Not
want
today.
I really want you guys to be Jason. Because imagine the comms, you chasing each other.
Oh yeah.
So true.
God.
Oogs, 100%.
Are we doing Burglin first?
I don't know. That's what we were talking about before Chris grabbed a cold.
Like, I'm down just to go straight to Deebs and then Mecca after. But I'm also down to Burgle. It's up to you guys.
I really do not mind what we do.
Same.
I'm here for a good time.
And a long
Honestly,
time.
if we don't burgle, it saves me $10 because I didn't even buy it yet.
I just bought it,
Oh.
so fuck me, I guess. No, I'm kidding. I'm playing it on Friday. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking.
That's funny.
No, I'm joking. I'm still gonna play it, but whatever you guys want. I'm honestly so easy.
What'd you say?
Hey, Chris.
Hey, Carla, how's it going?
Yeah, I got man. Are you feeling gnomes, or do you just want to go straight into Deebs? We're just talking about that now.
My mouse is hovering over play on Dead by Daylight.
Really?
Wow.
I mean, I'm interested.
Who's this guy?
What?
Who's this guy?
I think,
That's all I could say.
I think
Wow.
we've got our decision then.
Do you want to do customs
Is
first?
everyone else on the same page?
I'm down. I just got my
I'm
4th
down.
4K in a row with Jason, so I'm chilling.
Guys, use that emote. He still has it.
I still have it.
He still has it. Also, guys, I think if you gift subs during DBD, you can get a cool emote badge thing.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Drops.
Guys, you want drops? I got drops for you. Check this out.
I can't see you.
Sorry.
Uh-oh.
Are we gonna
I have no
guest
idea
star,
what
by
you're
the way?
doing. We could do like the thing where it says we're all together, but I don't want to do video.
Wow. Okay.
It just
That's
it just
fair.
chunks my PC. Am I weird?
No,
You're not
DBD
weird,
is kind
you're
of like a
fair.
hefty game.
Bro, it's hefty.
Is it hefty?
She's a little
Yeah.
hefty.
Really?
Hefty.
Really? Hefty.
It's more like unoptimized, but we're not gonna go there.
Anyway, guys, welcome
no,
back to YouTube.
No, they're doing the new thing.
Wait, are we gonna
Well,
do customs
eventually.
first, just for a bit of a hee hee ha ha practice with him, and then we play
Oh,
normal
yeah.
lobs? Thoughts? Because it will be all
Depends.
Jason today.
I'm down for anything.
Let's do some. I want you to play
Anything.
Jason, Chris, and chase us. To be honest,
Just me.
all of you. I want Sammy to giggle gal me with the spear.
Crispy just played for 5 hours, so he's gonna be crazy good.
You guys are gonna be
Four
crazy.
man
good.
out.
I mean,
4 man out.
I'm definitely warmed up. Let me tell you.
I invited
Oh,
you
he's
guys, by the
warm.
way, into the thing.
386 hours in DBD, by the way.
Sammy, prove it.
Sammy, hey.
Guys, don't look at my hours. I crossed another milestone.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
But you
We
didn't
know.
invite me.
Yeah, I did.
No, you didn't.
Who the fuck did I invite? Oh, I invited
But then you
Sam.
did.
Did I invite Sandwich? No, I didn't. I invited you. Awaiting your response.
It's a I don't have any notification.
Wait,
Check
Crispy,
again.
what's your hours?
Uh,
What are my hours on this? 349.
Guys, we have a combined
Maybe-
hours of 9,000, I think.
2,300.
Holy.
Oh my god, okay.
2,300.
All right, so we have combined
Yeah,
of
bro, I used to
10k.
main this game.
Bro, I'm kind of good for only 300.
Guys, you know what's crazy? So we have combined hours of 10k. I have 7k of that.
7K is wild.
Isn't that actually
Damn,
fun?
7K is
Anytime you kill me now, I'm not gonna feel bad
something.
about it.
What do you mean?
I'm gonna go.
Wait,
That's 7K.
Kent has a code. DBD 10.
Yeah,
birthday.
that's
Is
10
that
milli,
right?
guys.
Yeah.
10 milli.
You get 10 million blood points. I got
it into
Jason
your
to level
Jason.
3, so I got he's
Yeah.
jacked.
Put him into
Wait, how do I
Jason.
input it? Store,
Redeem.
redeem,
If you
yeah,
buy
DVD
cells,
what?
guys, code Carla. Thank you for the sub.
DVD what?
No, that's right.
Put your ass away, child.
DBD 10 birthday.
Killer Konami
That hasn't
just
changed much.
subscribed.
7k is so stupid.
11 months
10
of toss
million.
and my
Wow.
non-existent
Ice 9
pussy.
kills is in this?
I'm
What the
tired,
fuck?
boss.
Real. Real. I'm
Damn.
trash at this game, and I'm 7k hours.
I'm in.
Thank you.
Let her in.
How are you, doll?
Jason's really fun to play.
Oh, he's actually like super fun to
so
play.
fun.
Yeah, it's their best work yet. And I'm not just
I
saying
mean,
that.
he just like combines
Do you
like a
want
lot
rectangle
of
or
fun stuff
or
from
circle
other good
today?
killers, so
It's
like,
honestly,
it's kind of a slim.
I told this to Chris, and it's the truth. He feels like a better huntress. Like his
He does.
his spears feel so good.
Dude, I had the most unreal spear throw. I'm pretty sure no one clipped it, but
Hey,
it was sick, and I'm telling you, it was sick.
I believe you.
Chad, did anyone clip that? Probably. Not.
Can you invite me, Chris?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just doing something real quick.
Triangle.
What
Hi,
do you got?
Glam. Put what into Jason?
Gemini,
you
Gemini,
know.
Gemini.
Cool. Okay, how do I do this? Play. Custom game.
Wait, are we doing
Wait,
custom
oh,
or
oh,
are we gonna do 4 men out first?
I want to level up my
Yeah,
my
do
guy first. Or is
do that. Yeah.
Is that cringe?
Put 10 mil into Jason.
Okay.
You can just do it instantly.
Carla, how do I
Big
do
shout
that?
out.
Do what, babe?
Put the points in him.
So did you redeem the points?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Go to play and then killer.
And then select him.
Yeah. And then blood web on the left.
Okay.
And then
It's all coming back to me.
yeah. And then you have automatic unlock, but you should have a button where you can put it's top right. I don't know if you have it yet, but top right should say spend blood points, and then you click
I
that,
do.
and then press the double arrows, and then you can put
Wait,
all
I can
of-
prestige 10 level 45 him.
yes, just put
already.
all your points into him.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm level 9 with him right now.
I'm
Oh my
level
god. Oh, I got a
11.
bloody mask.
Yep.
I'm spending 11 million points to take
Yeah.
him to
Points.
level 10 prestige.
I'm also going to give
Yeah,
away
Sammy.
2 codes, guys, for the chapter.
2 codes.
That's my
Yeah.
goat. That's my goat.
That's my goat.
2 codes in this economy.
Yep.
On the right.
I got 2 for you.
Put your ass away, child.
Hold on, before, dude, I feel like I'm a
Little Boogie just
50-year-old basketball
subscribed.
player about to play
There's
Rocket
been
League. I
so
need to go
much
put on
going
an
on in
icy
my
hot bath
life,
real
and
fast.
when I tell you that
No,
the
you're
laughs
good.
Hell
you've
yeah,
given
brother.
me when I catch a VOD have been lifesavers.
Oh,
Always happy to
that's
be a
so
clunt in the
nice.
clunt arena.
What
Carl's
perks
love
are good
Carl's
on him,
party.
Carlos?
Yeah, Carl, help us here.
Guys, naughty build for you. Okay, a
Yeah,
lot of
please.
people are
Naughty
running
build,
this,
I'm ready.
and it's so fun. Hex Ruin, Hex Thrill of the Hunt, Hex
Oh,
Pentimento,
Hex Ruin. Hex Ruin, Thrill of the Hunt.
Pentimento, and Undying.
I don't have Pentimento.
Okay, that's okay. You'll have it in customs
I
though.
have Pentamentor.
You'll have it in customs, which will be perfect. Mentor.
Mentor.
Now
What was the last one? Oh, Undying.
a really
I don't have that
cool.
either. I'm washed.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, I'm a
because
freak.
You'll have all of them in customs anyway.
No, you're right.
So now the
Roll the
add-ons,
hunt.
which is so good to use, is Coroner's Coffee, which increases the distance survivors are pushed by spears. So you'll laugh. You'll see us get speared so far. It's hilarious.
Great.
You
Okay,
can also
Coffee, and then what else?
and then also Deputy's Badge. So when you use your Omnipresent Evil, which is basically like Spirit, if you remember her, like phasing, you can go near gens and it will regress while you're in
Okay.
the little phase. It's really cool. And if
Oh, that's
the,
mean.
yeah, but if the survivors are repairing the gen while you're going across, they get a special skill check, which ultimately will make them blow up the gen. Which you can pair with other, like Ruin, for example. If that happens, then it starts regressing instantly with Ruin, plus it's just exploded, so it's just cool. You lose 5% progress.
Okay.
Okay.
And then another thing to note is when we do customs, if you bring a Mori or if you're one of the last people
A
survive,
Mori.
when you spear someone, you can actually aim and time it and spear them on like a wall and Mori them on the wall. So you want to try and like pin them to the wall. It's really funny.
Okay,
Hey,
bad.
about you
Pinning
guys.
is so sick.
He's so cool. I love all the skins. Ooh. But then also, Nia's perk is a great counter to him. Urban Evasion. Because he can see you when he's phasing. He can see you if you're standing still, walking, or running. So if you have Urban Evasion on, you can crouch and not be seen.
Christy,
Never thought
you,
in-
you idiot.
What? Oh, sorry.
What happened? Oh, you shaved your bush.
Sorry, I'll go back to like Mac.
No, stay.
No, I don't give a shit.
Pin me to the wall.
All right, and then I'm gonna add a
Maury.
bot for our 4th.
Fair, Spuds. This is custom. Oh, I thought we're doing. Oh, you want to go straight into it? I'm down.
Yeah, no?
Hell yeah. Do you want me to kill first?
Nah, I got it.
Okay.
Dang,
Okay.
Broseph.
Oh my god, I'm nervous.
Never thought-
Wait, I need my
I never thought-
survivor perks. Hold
Oh,
dog.
whoa. Oh god. It's
Oh,
Wait,
this
chat,
is
what were the
exciting.
things again?
What do you need?
What were the perks? Sorry.
Ruin,
Ruin. Okay, hold on. Ruin.
Pentimento,
Ruin.
Pentamentor.
Pentimento.
Tor, Undying,
Undying.
and Thrill of the Hunt.
Thrill. And then coffee mug, and what was the other one?
It's
Badge.
yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay, I'm gonna put on.
It's my first time playing him or even seeing
You are
footage of him
going
or
to
anything.
love him, Chris. I cannot stress this enough.
Hold on, I'm picking my perks.
I'll do it for free, guys. I'll do it for free.
Wait, should I make my
Try to
quality's
remember.
ultra? Should I make it lower for frame rate,
Oh wait.
or does it run fine? Ultra. Chris, what do you play as?
I think Ultra.
Really?
I don't think I've ever changed my graphics in this game if I can keep it a step.
Yeah, I play Ultra.
All right.
Yeah, it's fine. I just have my
Force stacks of
FPS
counter
capped.
force. No, I'm not doing 4 stacks of counter force, guys. You can't.
Carla, what's the perk where you can see the generators, or like 3 of them?
Deja vu.
Deja vu.
Deja vu, thank you.
That's alright.
Deja vu is just like a shoe-in at this point.
It's great.
I know.
I'm surprised they haven't
There's hella
changed
drops
it.
for DBD, guys. Come and get them.
Guys, drops,
Watch
drops,
everyone.
Guys, come
Open
and
up
get
20
those
streams.
drops, guys. Come and get
Yum,
those
yum, 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 yum.
drops.
Also, put Iron Will on
Yum, 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 yum,
Survivors.
yum.
Put on Iron Will.
Put on Iron Will.
Iron Will.
Did they change
Tell me.
Iron Will back?
Actually. Oh, they did. My bad. While injured and not exhausted. Oh. That could be good though when injured though against Jason. I might keep it on.
Oh, whoa, yeah. Well, though they changed it back to 100%
They
choir
did.
though.
Yes, they did do that.
What?
Yeah. But
That
only
is
while
so
injured and not
broken.
exhausted. So it's not like forever. Like they can
still.
still hear our breath. I know. A lot of people don't use it though
That's-
because of the exhausted thing.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like
Fair,
it.
babe.
It's
Fair.
too good. It was too good for so many years.
We don't lose our
Um,
stuff in customs, right? Like if I bring like a
No,
Yeah.
this is all
med kit,
free.
okay.
This is not your stuff.
Double check it.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
good
doing-
question.
I'm doing an old school.
Good question.
build.
Good question.
Good
Guess
question.
what,
good question.
guys?
What's up?
Mia had some biscuits this morning.
Oh yeah. It was. I didn't know the factory was open.
Yeah.
the biscuit.
The biscuit factory.
Factory.
Yeah. Thank you, Ghoul.
Brand new batch of biscuits.
How are you, doll? Oh, resilience
Alright,
too.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Get me in there.
All right, let's play. Finding a server, guys. We already have it. Okay.
Come get me, pussy. Sorry. I love shit
Jeez.
because you don't shit talk with DBD. You can't. So this is great, and it's
That's
safe too
true.
because you know
Yeah.
there's no idiots saying weird stuff.
Woo! I feel like there's an icicle on my back.
Icicle.
Hmm.
We're going to Shan's favorite map.
Chance.
Well, there is. Yeah,
Mhm.
true.
Shan hates this game.
Saw.
Oh wait, Saw map.
Oh
Hey,
no.
wake up.
Wait, that's perfect for us.
Wake,
The
wake
Saw
up,
map.
Saw just dropped.
Babe.
God, I haven't seen a
Saw.
pig. Oh, it didn't work. Dang.
I'm in.
I do love me some dead dog though. Oh, we have a bot.
how do you
Oh, this
play?
is so fun.
Chris, I'm gonna give you a little suggestion here.
No,
Um,
Okay.
help him.
Oh, okay.
Nah, I'm joking. I'm joking.
No,
Start
for
the
everyone.
game in your shift mode.
No, for everyone, this is handy. So around the map, okay, so he's phasing right now. If you're standing still on a gen, and running, he'll be able to see you. He can only jump scare you by a pallet or a window.
Ah, okay.
So you want to stay away
It's
from
really
those.
strong, but really limited.
Yeah. And then Chris, when you shoot a spear,
Mamma mia!
Mamma mia, it's so funny. When you shoot a spear and miss,
gotta remember
you
that.
can grab another one from the hooks or piles around the map.
Keep in mind if you grab him from the hook though.
Get
you
over
go
here.
Down
He's
that
laughing at me.
Yeah.
He's laughing at me.
Does she still have what it
Sometimes it just
takes?
doesn't
We'll
matter.
see.
I know, I haven't looped in a
We'll
minute.
see there, Captain. Will she has what it takes? Will she get away?
Oh, too
Next
bad.
time, 9 o'clock.
Too bad there. Thanks, girl.
I'm warming up. I'm warming up. Do you
Let her
already
warm
have
up.
a cosmetic for him?
Yeah, so
Bro.
what? I had money.
Bro.
Wow,
Well,
must
I
be
had
nice.
money.
Must be nice to have cells.
No, I had cells.
Did you use code Carla or what?
Cells?
No, I already had the cells.
Damn.
I used it when I bought them. Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Pentimento is so
got it.
toxic, by the way.
These dudes got it.
Neat dude's got it. Neat dude's got it. Ooh.
Footsteps.
I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared.
Did I get
So when you
ruined?
aim the
I didn't
spike, how
get
do you
it.
throw it?
Oh, it's Pentimento.
I think it's like Huntress from Memoir. Naughty boy. I could be wrong there.
Apparently, Leah has gifted a sub to Bret Hot's American Summer.
Oh, okay, cool.
Right there, right there.
Leah, my go. Thank you.
And then do I have to go get a
See
new
that
one
next to
from
me?
a?
So you get one automatically when you hook someone or down someone, I think.
Oh.
But you see that thing there, Chris? You can pick one up right now. Right here, behind you. That thing there. Yeah.
Let me see this right here.
Oh, take spike. Cool.
And then you can take it from the hook, but then you lose the hook for a little bit. Wait. Oh. Come and get me. Neat dude's got it. Neat dude's got it. Neat dude's got it.
Got it. Bro,
Come and get me.
how many hexes does this guy have? Oh god.
Well,
Ow.
I built
Hey.
it. I built it.
Hey,
So
you're
he
body
has
blocking.
a million. So when he relights with
this-
Penty, make sure you cleanse the Penty.
Sammy, I'm not targeting you, by the way. I swear.
Nah, this is crazy.
What do you
You're
mean?
body blocking the exit.
Hey, flashlight Bill behind
Hey,
me.
that toxic killer
Yeah?
instinct.
Yeah, come
just
on.
kicks
Hey, Carla.
back in.
Come on, loser.
All I gotta
Kicks back
say
in.
Yeah,
is inner strength.
real,
Against the Penty build, it's clutch.
real. Ooh, wrong way, Mr. Man.
Oh, you can right click to change your directions, Chris.
Yeah,
of
you can,
where you're
sorry.
facing. I do it all the time though. I
Oh.
accidentally go out the wrong way and like drop down. It's like ah.
Ooh.
Can't believe you
Here,
tunneled
Jake.
Sammy.
Didn't.
Didn't.
Thank
I'm
you,
telling
Leah.
you,
That's so
Crispy, the toxic
nice.
killer instinct just pops out.
Just comes right out of him, you know.
It's like watching
Ah.
arts. No, I'm not toxic. I'm so lovely, actually.
Wait, why is our
What
bot
does the
cooking?
fog mean? Does that mean
I-
that you're close?
He's using his
Let's see,
phasing.
using this.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm gonna be jump scared any second. I'm terrified. Oh, he's been.
See him, he's up top. Yeah.
Oh. He's coming! Come and get me, sexy! Ah!
Man, look at that guy. Look at him.
Look at him just strut around like he owns the saloon. Princess!
Oh, inside.
If you know that. Ooh.
Oh, bro's coming.
Yeah, nice. Good comms. Good comms. I
Where'd you
saw
pop
that.
out?
Yeah, nice.
Ooh.
Okay.
In the ass.
All right. All right. Yes, Glam. It's your steps. Yes. So we can definitely see that.
Oh, very sneaky, my friend. Very sneaky.
I love customs.
Actually, a
Customs are
solid
so
play.
fun. And the bot can actually be decent as well. Cool. Thank you, you naughty boy. Thank you for these
Los
subbies,
Gold
guys.
has gifted a sub to Sammy Mug.
That's really lovely. Thank you. I appreciate it. Hopefully you're getting your drops and stuff. Hell yeah. Thank you. That's really kind. Yeah, you can hide in lockers, true. Yeah. Also, you're probably already doing this. And I forget too as well. But during his phase, you can hide in a locker. But he will have a red glow. You will have a red glow in the locker. But you might...
Good to know, good to know.
Yeah, you might get avoided though because there's so many lockers, so probably like the best option.
A lot of lockers left.
Yep.
He unfortunately can see you
yes.
in the locker.
Put your ass away,
The bots
child.
love lockers, Tammy.
But only when he's in
Tammy,
the
use your
DRK's just
perk.
subscribed. Hello,
Treasure
Ms. Lava
Train?
Shirt.
This Jake
Work.
Park is
Good.
wild.
Happy Pride.
Two.
All that gay intro shit.
Nari.
Fortnite
Did
dabs.
that happen out of nowhere? What the
Naughty
fuck?
boy.
Instant level 2? What?
Like,
Sammy
this-
Mc has
Why do you have
gifted
a
a
treasure
sub to
train?
Anthony.
Unfamiliar with this
Sissy,
guy
thank
still.
you for 59.
You'll
oh
get
my
it quick.
God. And Sammy gifting Banff as well.
It's fun though.
And Mick. Thank you for the sub. Thank you.
Put your ass away, child.
This morning was a fever dream. You were right.
Only subscribe to Babes Just Subscribed. Happy
DVD
Nurses
with the whole
Week.
crew. Thank you
Jake,
for
you
the
can't just stop healing me,
resubs and the
bro.
gifted subs, guys. Cece, I hope you're well. It's good to see you. How did a treasure train get to
Freaking
instant
bot.
level
Bot
2?
is so
I'm
toxic.
confused.
Bro, the
Freaking
bot is
bot.
so toxic.
Freaking bot is so funny.
Oh my god,
Is
bro.
it just lucky? What
The
happened?
bot is so toxic, dude. That's so funny.
Cringy. Thank you.
Bro did not
Oh my
finish healing me and
God.
left
Put
me
your
on an
ass
island.
away, child.
Put your ass away, child.
Gay
That's a
Drink
treasure
just
train.
subscribed.
How did that happen?
Carl's Kitty Kiss. Carl's Kitty
Okay,
Kiss.
so if
Hi
you're
Gay
paying
Happy Pride
attention,
Month.
You can see the
Wanna be my lover?
Hey, I don't like that stuff.
Ricky Cruiser.
He moves
How are
everything
you
like
guys?
he's like walking.
What on earth? What?
We
Oh,
clear
sorry.
all
What
the
is
totems?
treasure
Cruiser
train?
13 has
When you
gifted 10
unlock
subs.
level 2, which we have somehow, subs
guys
are
at?
35% off. Gifted subbies. So I don't know
In the
how
big
we got
house.
it, but
Okay, Rich.
we did. I don't know. Thank you, Cruiser. How are you? Oh.
That's a spot.
Wow. Titty Kaka. Hakuna. Patatas.
Like,
Mrs. Cruiser 13 just resubbed for 39 months. Noodlehead, hi darling, I hope you are so freaking amazing. Sending you lots of love, doll.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm scared.
Oh! Holy fuck! Where are you?
God. Loop him, loop him.
Where is it?
Cass, Cruiser. Guys, where did this treasure train come from? Thank
As
you
always,
so
I
much.
appreciate when you're in streaming. I
Bro's
genuinely
got a fucking
appreciate
thing in
the
his
good
chest,
vibes you
man.
bring.
Oh,
It helps me
don't.
so much when my son is crying and I just
I
have
got
you in my ear.
I got you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hi, Dragon Daddy Bear. Hi, Jeffy Baby. Cass, thank you so much.
try.
Cruiser, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. That is very, very, very generous and kind. Thank you. I honestly don't know how this spawned in, but I appreciate it. Do you like him, Chris? Isn't he fun?
He's fun. I still feel like I'm barely scratching the surf.
No, exactly, but it's gonna be so great. Crash! Oh, you know, like painting.
and where is
Ooh.
everybody? Because I could use a heal.
Chris, that was good. I got a crazy
Wish
skill
I could
check.
tell you, Crispy. Wish I could.
Thank you.
More bed face times PLS.
Nah.
I'm
Ah!
danger.
I fear it's over for me.
No, Carl's.
Well, you don't even have a hook. What are you talking about?
No, I mean he's gonna get me.
Oh, true.
I believe. I believe in my
I
looping.
believe in a thing called love.
Just to deliver the heart. Nice, Chris.
Yeah!
Nice.
Whoa!
Die. Duh.
Stop it. Stop shaking it like jelly for
I'm
5
gonna put you right. Yeah.
We have to find the anomalies before we fucking die. I agree.
Sully Shadari has gifted 7 subs.
Thank you,
Same with
Sally.
cooking on it, yeah.
Get that discount.
Always has.
Always.
Thank you so much. That means so
Someone's
much to
gotta.
me. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Crash, as well. All the biddies, all the
Or just
gifted
pass by
subs,
me?
all the resubs, all the lurks, all the yaps.
That's so funny.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
I can
Oh my
tell because
goodness.
he's using the add-on while you get close and close the gen.
Thank you,
Who's the
Henry.
Jen?
I appreciate it, guys, so much. Heal me.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
Why was that in my ear?
Sorry.
Is that a Darkest Dungeon hood?
I think so. I don't know. But don't I look cute? In a weird, fuck-ass way?
You look like you went to the Ren
We're all
fair,
dying
but
and
then
bloody.
Hiya!
you have the
How are you,
Look
dog?
like you have the Ren Fair at 8 a.m. and Warp Tour at noon.
Wait, that's fun.
All right.
Who's this? Who's this?
That's
Freak?
the bot.
Hey, bot, get over
Chasing
here.
the
Bot.
Hmm,
Well,
aiming the
biggest
stick
group
is kind of
hug.
interesting.
No, but seriously, thank you guys.
It goes
Takes-
pretty straight,
That's really cool. Thank
but
you.
like the longer you have to throw it,
What are we talking
the
about here, people?
Hey guys, let's
Sammy,
relax.
good question.
Pretty straight or fully straight? Come on, man.
Happy Pride, guys.
Pride. Happy Pride.
He's near. Run.
Is that a present?
Boom!
No, that's his add-on.
Oh!
Nice.
Just give you a haircut.
I haircut it.
A haircut.
Where the fuck is he?
Come on,
I
come
haven't
and get
seen
me.
Sammy in a blue moon.
Come and get
Get
me.
over
I've
here.
been hard at work, bro. I've been working.
Sammy's been cooking.
I think I've gotten 3 gens on my own.
We call that a Gen jockey.
He's fearless.
Jen.
Of course.
Go. Lock be a lady
Hey,
tonight.
tonight. I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Thank you, Mickey. Pussy tossing. What the hell? Pussy tossing.
Mick Pixdust has gifted 5
Uh-oh.
subs. Naughty boy.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Mickey, thank you. That's really nice. Thank you so much. What the hell?
Oh, where's he chasing you?
Outskirts. Nice. You got this, guys. You got this. This kill is gonna be real toxic again. Thank you so much, Mickey. Oh my goodness. Okay, Chris. Not necessary, bro.
Is he hitting
Bro,
you on
slap
the
you on the
hook?
hook.
Bro. That's actually crazy. In a custom match, that's actually
Bro, I only did it because I knew
custom
you'd have
match
a
is
reaction about
wild.
it.
Watch circumcision. Don't want a lot for Christmas.
Hey, you teabagged me at a pallet, Loki.
Loki, that wasn't a teabag. That was just me laughing.
It was a team.
No, it wasn't a
And I was
team. It
laughing
was.
too.
It wasn't a team. It wasn't a team.
Teeb.
Tammy _ Raren
No,
has
watch the
gifted
clip,
30
Loki.
subs.
Oh wait, what is this?
Yeah, thanks, man.
Oh.
Ah. Ah.
This? You mean my good friend Carla?
Tabby, thank you so much.
Oh, because you have the hook in you, he got to kill you.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, you get an auto Mori on this
Why are you
third
camping
down.
gate? Get out of there.
What do you mean, why am I camping gates? You're the only way out, brother.
Thank you, Tabby.
There's 2 ways out.
Hey,
you
why
got
are you-
this.
There's
Why
2
you
ways
playing-
out, bro.
Why are you
There's 2
playing the
ways
game?
out.
My bad.
Bro, forgot
guys
there's
are
2 ways
crazy.
out.
the
Guys, if you-
toxicity coming out
If
already
you
is
were
so
gifted
wild.
a sub from Tammy Troy.
All it
Wait,
takes
so
is
you can-
me
you can just
in
run
one
past them.
round.
Just run
I'll
past.
take-
Let me quickly deafen. If you were gifted a sub from the wonderful Tammy, can you please say thank you? That means the absolute world to me. I don't know where this treasure train came from, but I really, really appreciate you. You're so lovely, so generous, so thoughtful. Enjoy ad-free viewing, and thank you for supporting the channel. I really appreciate it so much. So much. The gang trash talking poop in a loop while Chad is slamming through a treasure train. Yes. What a time. What a time. Thank you so much, Tammy. Thank you everyone so much. You're my treasure. Yeah, me, like, definitely caffeine. Definitely. Tammy, Sammy, are you playing the killer?
I think Christy is
Ooh,
gonna go for
I'm so excited.
it. Yeah.
What's a good loadout for this?
Urban, Iron Will, Resilience.
Urban,
So
Iron Will.
Iron Will's good when you're injured, and Resilience activates when you're injured, so you do everything 9% faster.
And then what else?
You can do Deja. So you have faster gens on top
Deja.
of that as well. Deja Vu.
Cool.
Honestly, anything. Whatever you want.
Yeah. Dude, that was fun. I feel like if I play him a few more times, I'll get the hang of it. But that
Oh,
was
he's
cool.
the more you play, just the more fun you have. He's really fun. I like Sammy's gonna love it. Sammy's gonna cackle. Or evil cackle.
Don't make me cackle.
Don't make me cackle.
Don't make me
You'll never take me to Bangladesh. Are you on that TikTok, Sammy?
I'm going down to the club. No. Damn. You and Sam singing it.
Yeah,
Okay.
you and Sam were going ham on it.
Wait, you not being on it, Sammy's actually.
Zel
free.
underscore
That's like you're on-
A
you're always
has
on.
gifted 5
sorry.
subs. Naughty
No, that's my bad.
I
boy.
missed
I'm
this one.
sorry.
I missed this one.
Sammy, I'm gonna send it to you, and trust me, you are going to love it.
Wait, Chris, can I tell you something?
Oh no.
Bro, what?
Someone came in here and goes, I just got permabanned by Chris. Cool. And then I said, oh, okay, bye. And then I
Oh no.
why would you come into my chat and say that you were banned by one of my friends and then expect to like hang? Like that's weird.
Yeah, that's odd.
Like, bro, you have to go. That's freak
Oh, not the
behavior.
Crash Loading
self-report.
has gifted 8
Oh, great.
habits
Where
to
are they going
views.
next?
Watch out! Watch out for a gore.
Oh no,
Yeah,
what did they
that's
do?
a strange move.
Great.
Add bot.
It kind of made me laugh though. I was kind of
Crash, thank you, and Sailor.
And
I've been a nasty girl, nasty. I've been a nasty girl, nasty.
We didn't
Sorry.
ban anyone today, so it doesn't. I don't even know who that is. It doesn't matter. All right,
Girl, I
we
don't
move
know.
on.
girl,
We move
I don't
on.
know.
Girl.
I thought you shaved it.
Thank you so much, Crash, Zayla, Tammy. Guys, I don't know where this treasure train came from. I'm very overwhelmed. I'm very grateful. Thank you, guys. Please make sure you're thanking the thankers. Please make sure you're thanking the subs if you got subs.
All right. It's time to survive.
I just saved 30
There's no business like killer business. There's some Oh, it's Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria.
I used to
Generational
know
crossing.
you so well, Tammy. Thank you. Thank yours.
Great.
Oh my god, the Five Nights at Freddy's.
God, that clip was so good.
Oh,
right.
Thank you,
There's
Tammy.
no business like show business. Sammy, you were looking the wrong way.
Who was that? Who were you chasing?
Carla,
Thank
but
you,
you were looking the wrong way.
Carl's babe. That's alright.
What happened? Was he chasing me? How do we
Yes.
get here? I think we spawned close together. Not ideal. Where I hear him.
There's no business like show business.
Chili.
Hey,
I'm so glad you understand. I'm so glad you understand me.
hey.
I know, Snail. I know.
Sick.
I heard that.
You'll never
heard that
take me
fastball.
to Bangladesh. You'll never cook me sausage on an open flame.
Pretty good.
Thank you.
Oh, oh, it hit the jet.
Bro went from SpongeBob to getting killed in a horror movie. What the hell was that?
I'm
That's so funny.
versatile. I'm versatile. Sorry.
That was literally
That was
SpongeBob
wild.
and then like horror movies, Final Girl shit.
Sorry.
Holy. Like who is that? Like who is that?
Who is that one?
That's SpongeBob.
It's SpongeBob.
Sorry.
Gary at 3 a.m.
Get you to this hook.
Oh, it's funny. Oh, my tummy. Oh. Guys, don't
God, the
don't hate
bot
me 'cause
is-
I have
he
range.
sucks.
No, it was Dead Man's Switch. It was Dead Man's Switch paired with Scourge.
Bob without the sponge.
Yeah, blame it on the bot. Blame it on the bot.
Okay, Diva. Oh, hi, bot. Bot? No, bot, turn around. What is he doing? Bro, come and get me.
Oh god.
He literally went around, vaulted to get me when he could have just gone straight to me. Get his ass,
When you walk
Crispy.
up to a
him.
gen,
Thank
that's
you.
already been done. And click on it.
I like how I'm against my own bot teammate. And Crispy goes, I'll take care of him. Thanks, man. Kill him.
Bro, it's so easy to confuse the bot to go over what do you call it, vaults like multiple times.
True.
Carla, do you want
Oh, that
to?
was
What do we want to do? This, or do you want to get healing?
Yeah, heal
Oh.
me, heal me, heal me.
Okay, okay.
Thank you. Guys, thank you for that spectacular, random, generous treasure train. I really appreciate
I'll go over
that.
there if you want to keep doing that thing.
Okay, pal. Thank you, guys.
Jason, if you had a
Wait.
little bit of aura.
Did I not at Discord?
It's like, okay, yeah, kill me. I don't care. All right, Sammy, you got it?
Not too much now. Not too much now over the Discord.
Sorry. Oh, my bad. Sammy, you're going for the
Oh,
bot on the hook
shit.
currently? Nice.
Yes!
Oh, good.
That's so funny. See, Tammy reminds me about my going live
Help.
Discord, and I remind Tammy about selecting her perks in Overwatch. It's the same thing. We just have each other's back. Caffeine, I probably technically get a little bit less, but because I share the discount with with Twitch.
Oh.
However, because I'm AUD and that's in USD, I get more from it anyway. And if people get a discount and, you know,
Ouch.
want to gift subs, I'm not going to say no to that. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I get the same amount because of the conversion. So for me personally, I'm not like sad about it. But that's me as an Australian saying that. Ghoul, you are not crazy at all. No, fair, Caffeine, fair. Honestly, different creators would say different things. For me, yeah. For me,
That's
I'm,
so scary.
you know.
People aren't muted. We're locked in because we don't want to give away our comms because Crispy's the killer. So a lot of us are just vibing.
Yeah, we can't say too much. I can't be like, hey, Carla's on the gen with me. You know what I mean? Like, that'd be crazy.
Hey, I'm gonna flashlight him, okay?
Oh, Crispy's hitting every shot he has.
Every shot.
I had quite a lot of practice today, not gonna lie.
Bro had 8 4Ks before playing with us.
You know what? Let's
Locked
just do this.
Help.
Sammy, sorry, that same person that went into Sammy's went into mine.
Oh god. Guess I'm up next. Everybody get ready.
No, he came into mine before and did the same thing,
Oh.
and I ignored it because I was like busy and then thinking maybe he'll like get the hint. Because here's a tip for you guys: if you're banned in my best friend's stream, maybe think something, right? It's for a reason, because we just don't ban willy-nilly. So use your brain cells and go, okay, I got banned from this person's stream for being a god. I'm going to go into one of their best friend streams, Sammy, and I'm going to say I got banned from them. Oh, I got banned from Sammy's. Okay, I'm going to go into Carla's. Like, what? What are we thinking?
No, Crispy, I'm good for it.
Just stick it in a wall.
Use your brain. Use your brain. And I ignored it. I gave them a chance.
Downtown Charlie Brown. Oh.
I gave them a
Oh
chance
boy.
Where am I going? I
to
don't
just
even
be
know this
normal.
map.
I don't even know where you went.
And they didn't wanna
Crispy,
be.
I genuinely
So,
couldn't even recount.
I was trying to
you
give them a
the way
second
I
chance
went.
here.
I'm
They
following
were
your
just
scratch
saying
marks,
some
so I'll be
stuff
with
and
you
going
soon.
against Mod's
Thanks,
wishes
wife.
and Chris's chat.
No, thank you.
It's fine.
4 gems still.
Like-
Guys.
Like, just here's a tip, because I once banned someone for this. This is another person, this is not the same, but someone once kept coming into my Discord and they would complain and trash talk my friends and saying they got banned from their stream. Here's a tip. If you get banned from a stream because you're calling yourself out, you couldn't waterboard information out of me. If I got banned from a cool stream, you couldn't waterboard that information out of me. I would be taking that to my grave. How embarrassing. You know what I mean? So... like, come on. Come on.
Scatter.
Yeah, just weird. It's not a flex. If you want to enjoy the content, enjoy it, be normal. If you want to double down, triple down, then... okay. You know what I mean? Oh my god, Leah. Yeah, that's funny. Like, that's funny. But if you were a Gort and you got banned and now you're parading around being like, I got banned in Chris's, why would I, someone who adores Chris so much, go, oh man, what a loser. Fuck Chris. Join my stream, man. And while I'm at it, what a wristy. You deserve it. You've been through so much. Like, why would I what do you mean? Why would I be on your side?
Crispy, I literally just said out loud, why do I hear him?
Oh no, caffeine.
Oh man.
Tammy, I used to have
I came out of
ban
my
requests
stock mode,
open.
like,
I
right
turned
next
it
to
off.
you. Oh, okay.
I was like, you know what?
Okay,
Alright.
okay with the flashlight.
I was like, nah.
Okay, that didn't work, but I had a good try.
You had a good
It was
try.
respectable.
Thanks.
Had a bad day on a boda, da 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 da, when you turn it around. Chris, can you get the bot?
Yep.
Thank you. Good comms, good comms. Sammy role playing is so cute.
It's kind of fun.
Real.
I get why he does that all the time.
Yeah, he slays.
Does he do it, or is it just what plays?
I'd like to imagine that he's the one doing it, you know what I mean?
Real.
True. Good comms.
But in reality, no, he's not actually doing that.
He might be though. You know when you
He
hum
could
yourself.
be.
Yeah.
He could be.
I'm scared. It makes its own
Ah!
sound effects.
Don't be scared. Don't be scared.
Found you.
Crispy, that's creepy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Found you.
Found you.
Here I am.
Here I am.
Which I
Were
found
you looking for
before.
this? It's me. It's the sound you make when you burn your finger on a cookie sheet.
Oh, okay.
True.
Girl.
Hello.
Hello, dear.
I could say you're sitting.
Yeah, I
You're
just
having a
thought.
lovely sit.
I thought I'd just stay there, you know. You can get me over here. Nope.
The duck was wild. The duck goose was wild.
Duck, duck, chorus.
Wait, that's kind of a funny way to imagine him. Anytime Jason walks, it's just his weapon kind of cutting him a little bit. So he's always like, just the
Wait,
whole
that's
time.
funny.
Like, it's sharp.
Youch.
I'm scared. No, I'm not. Yes, I am. Nice. Hell yeah. Get out, guys. You got this.
No, you're not dead.
so-
Oh, man.
Keep going.
It's alright. I can go pee. It works. That's so funny. This is Jason.
When you play custom games, do you get any like achievements to your
No.
account or no?
I don't think so.
No, but it's okay. We can do both.
No, I was just curious. I don't give a fuck.
Oh yeah, why am I worried that you're gonna give a fuck?
I don't give a crap.
He reinstalls this 5 times a year.
No, literally. Like this will be uninstalled probably tomorrow.
Yeah, that's fine.
Nah, I'm joking.
No, you're right. All right, go loop him, guys. I'm gonna go pee. They're watching you. I'll drain someone's vein. Ooh, without me?
Damn, I was trying to pin you against the thing.
Move!
Move!
Guys, go without me. I'm dead.
No,
He's not gonna let me.
Chris.
He's not gonna let me live that one down.
Chris,
Just kill
no.
me. Just kill me. I did get a nice little pallet on him, but now I'm dead for good. Oh man. Bro, we can get whiskey on DVD easily. I guarantee it. All it would take is me pleading and begging, I think, but we can get him on there.
The old plead and beg.
You're in.
Oh man, I went the wrong way. I was following Dwight.
Move!
That was too funny. Oh my god. Y'all ready for this? Da-na-na. Let's go.
That was an absolutely grotesque Mori,
Yeah.
by the way.
Pulls your guts out and then lights you on fire.
I was having like a serious combo kind of, and then while it's happening, bro's fucking intestines are getting spilled out and bloody.
Oh, gee.
Just
Yeah.
who's next?
Sammy or Carl is next.
Oh,
Who's next?
no.
Let's go, Sammy. Click the little switch button and you're good. Well, Carl's still in a match.
She took a quick BRB. Oh, I'm back. After she got hooked.
Guys, can I share something exciting?
Yeah,
Sure.
babe.
Excited.
So I just checked on Mimi's plate of food after I went to the toilet, and she finished the whole thing. And
That's
What's up?
they also
What's up,
had
Mimi?
and it also had some antibiotic in there that I crushed up. So she also took some meds, which
Hey,
is
Mimi.
that's like
Got her.
that's actually huge because she hasn't been doing that for like 3 days. Like that's
Baby. Baby.
That's big.
That's
baby,
huge.
baby.
Did you ask them about the
She's
the
locking in.
the thing around the ear medicine?
no, because she was already like because she was getting steroids and they increase her appetite.
Mm-hmm.
So, and plus he was like giving me all this stuff and I was like, I'm so scared to like ask for another thing. But I
No,
have
no,
that in
that's
mind
fair.
as like a worst case because that sounded interesting.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact she doesn't need it, it seems like that's a good thing that she's eating.
She had 3 injections, the queen.
Let's go.
Oh, Sammy's killing me.
I'm bringing something a little devious, Carla.
Oh, what are you bringing?
You're bringing something devious.
What the fuck?
It involves
When
a spider
I'm
coming down from the ceiling.
What the hell?
It's time to play Dodie.
Hi, Mikey.
Nah, it's just fun. Just
I
fun
can't
and
believe
good
she
games,
cleared
you
her
know?
plate. That makes me so happy. And that means she
All is
took her
fair
drugs too,
In
which
love and war.
is huge. Oh, thank you,
I'm
Megan.
putting some random
That's really
perks
nice.
onto you. You don't know what I'm playing.
Yeah, no, that's really nice. Cause she's
Keep them guessing.
she's the type of person,
Sammy's
or
getting
cat.
some
Sorry,
some
not person.
advice,
She's the type of
perhaps?
cat
No,
that
I just picked up my
eats,
own.
You know what
Bro,
I mean?
she has 500.
Oh. She's
I'm
got
just
500.
goad. I'm just low-key
So the fact that
goaded,
she
my bad.
wasn't, and then that
Okay,
means
go
she
to
wasn't
that
taking
soup.
meds. I was just like, because she's too healthy to not get better. Apart from this flu, she is the healthiest 14-year-old cat ever. So, yeah. Yeah, she's our person, that's true. Yeah, so, it gets a bit like, but yeah, no, thank you for checking in. I'm so happy she, I woke up to her crunching biscuits and it was honestly a dream to hear. Also, if you're here and you can hear me, we'll do some community mecha after Friend Swap. So if that's something you're interested in, then that will be later on. Oh
Chris,
no,
I think we're waiting on
Faithy,
you,
I hope everything's
but you said
okay,
you-
doll.
And that's my bad.
Serious
Sorry
combo?
to hear that.
Oh, okay.
No, I was
also,
talking about the little guys.
Oh, true.
They get the big snip tomorrow.
Oh
start
boy!
walking
Time to give
on,
them the
Yeah.
home
Still
of their
lots of
dreams.
employee.
Dude, yeah, we're hoping that they go together.
Aww.
Has everyone else been
Nice.
adopted yet, or no?
Yep, all 4 are gone and adopted and
Wow.
living their
Hi,
life.
Foxy. How
Dude.
are you?
And they're forever home.
It would just be so good not to
Foreman.
have to lug her to the vet as much. You know what I mean? Like, it stresses her out too. And it
Hormones.
stresses me out, So I'm
Hormones.
excited. I'm
When's
gonna
the
give
last
her
time you
more
guys ate a
food.
kiwi?
You're eating kiwis
God,
now?
So long.
Never.
No, you've
Never?
never eaten a kiwi?
I'm just making a bad joke. I
I'm
had
sorry.
one a few years ago.
Wow.
Yeah, I haven't eaten one in like literally forever.
They're
Guys,
tasty,
how did-
actually.
How did we get Raccoon City?
That's a good
I
question.
really
That's actually
wanna-
really rough for Sammy.
Stinks.
Yeah, that blows ass for Sammy.
Yeah,
Wait, we
that's
can
actually
leave. We can
horrible.
leave. It's
He said he
custom.
brought a diabolical perk
Let's
too.
leave.
All good, guys.
Let's
no
reset. Let's
worries.
reset because we
No,
can't.
let's
It's
reset
custom.
because
We
it's
can
not
play it out.
It's
actually.
custom. No,
is
it actually
rough.
blows, Sammy. Let's go.
Oh, okay, we can.
No, it actually does. It blows.
How do I leave? How do I leave?
We just quit. We just quit. Yeah.
Holy shit! That's 437 bits.
Beer.
Oh
Rack
snap,
City- we can
twice
just, you
in
can
one
just
day.
choose the map.
My luck
Yeah, we
is
can.
turning around.
Oh, wait, Sammy, pick a map. Any map.
Didn't know.
How do I do
Um,
that, Crispy?
The cogwheel.
Settings, wherever the settings are.
Cogwheel at the bottom. Select a map.
At the bottom.
At the bottom.
It's the bottom.
At the bottom.
Cogwheel at the bottom.
It'll be the cogwheel.
There should be like a match settings.
Little
kind of
options.
situation.
Am I dumb?
Little options.
You're not dumb. I just wish I could see it.
I don't
Match
see
Match
it on my
management.
screen.
Oh, that's not a cogwheel. That is
Oh,
a
sorry,
hammer
bad.
and a hot dog. Okay.
Hammer and a hot dog. Sounds like my
Hammer
Friday
and, you
night.
sounded so New York just then. Hammer and a hot
It's
dog.
a hammer and a hot dog. Yeah.
All
Oh
right.
my god.
Hey Jimmy, get over here with a
Yes.
hammer and a
So
hot
I-
dog, huh?
I eased her into food this morning. I gave her her favorite
Sure.
her
on
favorite
fire.
treat. It's like puree. It's like a little. So I gave her that just to be like, you like that? Because I've gone through
Oh, bring it over.
Let me get a large coffee.
so
Black.
much
I got
food
work to do.
that she
Give me
hasn't
a
touched.
coffee.
So
And a hammer and a hot dog.
I wanted to see if she ate that, which she did, and then I reckon in a couple hours I'm
That's gonna be
gonna
my drag name.
give her more.
Bro,
yeah, like
no, it's not.
Go-Gurts, yeah.
Could be.
Tammy, she did.
Dude, wait, what was the one that we were? Oh, what, we had a good one. The
Hooray.
Bordeaux, if you're lurking. What was
Thank
the one we
you,
came up with the other
Foxy.
night?
I'm hoping this is like
You know when you're,
the
you know when you're
start
like all
of her
riffing
getting
and then like
better.
in the flow state,
You
but
enter
you're drunk.
the flow state, yes.
But
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
like, this is the best fucking drag name I've ever heard.
What was
like,
it?
it probably sucks now, but it was in the moment it was so sick. I'm trying to remember what it was.
Oh, who's eating?
You all are.
Carla.
True.
Dang, thanks, man.
I have some chocolate.
Oh, yum.
Mm.
Chocolate.
Yeah.
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 I'm gonna text
If
the
she
group chat
eats
real
more
quick.
today, I'm gonna be so fucking happy. Like, This is huge.
What was the drag name we came up with at karaoke? That was really good.
Karaoke.
That's one word I'll never spell correctly without spell check.
Wait, so how do I enter the fog state?
Control.
There she is.
Where'd I
There's
go,
my
Sammy?
girl.
Guys, do you like the word gibbous?
That's
No.
interesting.
I love it. I've been saying it a lot today. Waning,
gibbous
waxing,
moon?
gibbous. Yeah,
Like
gibbous.
gibbous? Yeah.
Give it a shot. Try saying it.
You know what I
Yeah,
noticed
this
I
might
do?
be
Maybe
the
I'll-
time trying the killer. It is.
Master
Sammy, say
Gibeon.
gibbous.
Gibbous.
Right? It's just nice. Gibbous.
Love a good gibbous.
That's a good word.
Gib.
Phallic member.
Gib.
Well, that's different. That's a different thing.
Well,
Did you
that's
say
a
phallic
completely different
member?
word.
She did.
I said it yesterday,
That's
and Chris
two
was
different
like,
words for the same
Chris
thing.
is like, girl, that's so bad. I'm like, you said something. Oh,
Oh, wow!
wow, bam,
It's
Oh,
not that
they
bad,
did a
it's just
thing.
random and a lot.
Nice.
Women are waxing who is wild.
Oh, and she's
It's a
got
wild
the
thing.
flashlight. Okay.
It's actually so
And
funny.
she's got the flashlight.
It's
right
so
What about
funny
Gibby's Mom
having
Carly, man? What about him?
having fucking Jason go ah.
She got flashlighted.
That's so funny.
Sorry, babe. I hate to do it to my Shayla.
No, I love the commentary.
Yeah, I hate this.
Sammy's commentary on Jason's so funny.
She
Oh.
found. Oh, good, Obi-Wan. Oh, poopy, poopy.
All right, Carl. Now you
Okay.
gotta commentate the match like you're a
right.
soccer announcer at the FIFA World Cup.
All right, Jason's
Jack,
going
Jack, go-
in.
go do
Oh,
it.
and they're phasing. Oh, looks like Carla is being saved. Will they get a heal? They get a heal. They're healing under the hook. Will they come back and get them? Let's have a look. Oh, no, Jake Park
actually
is
pretty
being
good.
chased right now. He is a bot, so fuck that man. And the heal
Well,
is
where
successful.
even is our bot?
The heal is successful. They're going in the main building. Australia should have won against America.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Carla.
That's
They
like,
really
I knew
did
it was
try
gonna
their
happen.
best, and that's all that matters.
I knew it was gonna happen,
did
but
try
I
their
had like a
best.
glimmer of hope.
It's not like Australia's bad.
No, you're just better
No,
in some ways,
no.
not all the ways.
We had a pretty good chant the other day because all of our
Hi,
chant stuff. We had a good
Lexi.
one.
Not bad actually. Jason's really
Making
fun.
fun of like
How are
kangaroos
you?
or something.
Inevitable.
And all the people in the comments were like,
Ooh.
"Hey, you're getting there."
Wait, do you know what a good word is?
Who?
Inevitable.
I am inevitable.
That is a good one.
It just it
Even
just,
Thanos'
Hey
favorite
girl.
Hey, girl.
Hey.
I feel like that's a word that some people might have a problem saying. Chat, try it. Inevitable.
Carla,
See?
I'm casting a
Nah,
spell.
I'm joking.
Inevitable.
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 Inevitable. I am inevitable.
Real.
You said it easily? Yeah, right. Try singing with a girly pop voice.
Sorry.
It's funny how this game still terrifies you as if it's day one.
It's
I like
honestly
that about
certain killers.
Mm.
Like 3 killers
I mean, the
maybe did
jump
it.
scare is
If I
kinda
could show you
freaking
what the
out
bot
left
just
field.
did, I would.
Super
you. Say inevitable.
Flaus?
I am.
Superfluous. Wait, how do I say that? Hi, May.
I am inevitable.
I am.
good,
I am.
Inevitable.
Youth of
I'm like
nation.
inevitable.
Say it real fast.
I'm like inevitable.
Inevitable.
Inevitable, 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 inevitable.
He's coming out of the field. He's inevitable. He goes. He scores. CR7. Cristiano Ronaldo
Oh,
does it again.
good. That's good. Jake Park,
Probably watching so
hailing
much
me,
World Cup.
hailing me.
Crispy had a
She's
sports
going
radio arc,
down
you
the
can
stairs
tell.
having that. Dude, I used to have a radio show.
I know. I
Wait,
can
how
tell.
do I get my
Superfluous.
spike back if I don't have it anymore?
Superfluous.
Bro, you always have your
So
spike. Come on.
when you hook someone, you'll get it
Thanks,
automatically, or you'll have these
Oh,
little
okay.
you'll get these hunks of crap in the
Hunk.
in the
Crap.
ground you can pick up, and you
Crap.
can also grab some from the hook, but then you lose that
Hunk of
hook.
crap.
So wait, Sammy,
me.
come here.
Jake Paul, save me.
This here,
Oh,
these, yeah.
Jake Paul. Oh,
Jake
great.
Paul, Jake Park.
Nah, who cares? Same thing.
Definitely not Jake Paul.
Superfluous.
Carl, I did a little weaving of spiders, by the way.
Superfluorotaurus.
Really, you cheeky little
Yeah.
slut.
You cheeky fuck.
Yeah, you know.
Yep.
Someone heal me.
Nah.
Chris, I'm on the gym behind you. You just walked away.
I'm joking.
That's okay.
Sammy's so
Carla, I'm over
chasing me
here.
right now.
Carla,
Where? Oh, hey.
right here.
That sounds like Jetpack Cat from
Sammy.
Overwatch.
Jetpack cat.
Yeah, it's a cat that flies.
Oh,
Hence the
A cat
jetpack.
that
is
does
it
what?
hero?
It's a support, yeah.
There's
You
a
knew about
cat that
Jetpack
flies now?
Yeah.
Yeah, you knew about this. Yeah, you did.
The last time
Who
I
we-
played was when Kiriko launched.
I
Whoa.
think we talked about it or watched the trailer about it.
Supercalifragilistic espialidocious.
Is the ball guy?
What?
I thought that was a hamster.
No. This is a new and hamster's
Drop my
tank.
phone.
This is a cat. It's
I haven't
really
played
cute.
Overwatch in 3 years.
I'm back on my shit. I won't lie to you.
Iron Man. I'm Spider-Man.
I'm Spider-Man. These Spider-Man movies fun.
I'm the Hulk.
Okay.
I'm the Hulk.
The Hulk needs a lozenge.
I'm the Hulk.
Let me heal ya.
Wait,
Oh,
I
I
have a
can't
question
remember.
about the killer.
Weezy.
Carlos, I have a question.
Yeah, babe.
Why can you only jump out of the form every once in a while? Like, it doesn't always tell me that I can exit.
You
It
have
has to
to
be
be
at certain
near.
highlighted things.
Yes, you have to be near a pallet or a window, right, Kristen?
Yep, palette window.
Pallet
Gem.
window.
Yeah.
Jen, I think.
And even if the pallet is broken, you
am
can
the
still
Hulk.
use it.
I'm the Hulk.
Okay, good to know.
I drink raw milk.
Sure.
No one loves milk more than Homelander.
Konami, fair. I wasn't really big on Overwatch either, but I'm having a good time.
I put beef tallow in my toothpaste.
Girl.
Bro, how do you
what's
like
this?
croak your voice like that so easily?
Bogo's
I don't.
Logo's minted.
Bogo's Benton. Bogo's Benton.
Bogo's minted.
Bogo's Benton. Mom, can you pick me up?
Bogo's
I'm
Benton.
scared. Reverse the tide.
Buntle's Boplin.
Bogo's
Waning Gibbous. Gibbard Pintle.
Bogo's Benton.
Wait, the bot's actually smart in this game.
Some of the bots are good. That's why, like,
Yeah.
it pays to save them because sometimes they just sit on gens.
All right, Sammy said AI is good, guys. Get her.
Girl.
I mean, AI in video games have been around for.
No, I'm literally kidding.
No, yeah, laugh it up, Melbs.
Not you being like, actually, before everyone crucifies me, it's been a thing in games since before the time.
Where'd I go, Sammy?
There are a bunch of ones and zeros.
Look up, Sammy.
You sound like a weird villain.
You know, from the balcony.
Look up.
Look up, Sammy.
Look up, Sammy. Look
I'm up
Sammy.
here.
I'm
Look
up
above you.
here. Come.
Also, the turning on him is kind of weird. Like, he faces a weird direction.
You can, I think it's right or left click. Oh!
That was crazy.
Sammy,
Paula.
that's crazy.
Right or left what? All here was click.
Right. Sorry. There should be a button that lets you change the direction in which you face.
Oh.
But I never do it because I'm lazy.
I don't have a fucking flashlight since when? Oh my god. I have nothing in my hands. I'm just gonna punch you in the ass, I guess. The heck?
You're gonna do what?
What? You're
Bro,
married, man.
I was behind Jason that whole time, thinking I had a flashlight, and I just have nothing in my hands.
Nothing. Oh,
Nothing.
Bogo's Benton coming.
Alright, nothing.
Not Jake leaving already.
Jake.
Okay,
He just
weirdo.
left. Bro just
What
left.
a loser.
Oh, you had Franklin's.
Tammy
oh,
called
you
it.
made me drop my flashlight.
Franklin's
Oh, that's
demise,
funny.
you cheeky little bugger.
Ew,
Yeah,
cheeky.
she was a ghost face, man.
You cheeky little bugger.
Yeah, cheeky. All right.
Christopher, where are you?
I'm getting chased by Jason.
Where are you?
Jason Statham. Actually, he's not Scottish, sorry.
I saw this video of this dude in an Irish jersey, and he was like, all the people in Ireland watching all the Scots having fun in Boston. It's just like, kind of sad. It's so funny.
Wait. Sammy,
we're
I want to
getting
show you
replaced.
something.
Where are you?
Come to the gate. Do you have a spear? Grab a spear up there. And then spear
Wait,
me.
wait, where?
Up
Where do
the
you
top
see
of that little shack. Yeah. And then spear me. And then I will.
Sammy could run as a Republican and you'd still vote for her. Sure.
Yep. And now Mori me.
Whoa!
But I haven't seen this more yet.
Wait, I don't even think I can.
What?
Oh,
Oh, wait,
I have
leave.
to leave.
Oh.
I can't leave. Yeah.
Okay, wait.
My bad.
That's alright.
But you can still Mori me though, just not the cool one.
Jason Derulo.
Are you on the ground?
Yeah, I'm
I don't
still
even
there.
see you.
Wait, why? Oh wait, come out of your thingamabob.
Oh, I didn't even realize I was in it.
Same, I just realized too.
Get me out of here. There we go.
Okay, you can still Mori me.
Oh, dude, here's the name. Here's the name for the drag name that I forgot about. Country Roads.
Then. Ooh.
Oh, that's nice.
But
That's
see
really
you
good,
T,
right?
right?
Yeah,
Country
dude.
Roads
Nice.
take me home.
Roads.
Oh my god!
Country
Whoa!
roads.
Grandma's guts are out.
No.
I'm dousing her in gasoline.
No.
That's crazy. Oh
Bro,
my
like
god.
you didn't just take the guts out. You had to also turn her into a barbecue.
That was
BBQ and
wild.
chili, you know?
Wait, that's a good test,
That
Heather.
was fun.
BBQ
That's
I swear
really
I've used-
difficult to get used to.
I swear I've
but
used other
I'm down.
the other
If I
hooks.
only could.
We can test that, but Crispy hadn't have left.
West Virginia.
Well, I'll try that.
Sorry.
We'll test it out.
Mama.
Thanks, your mama.
All right, Carl, let's see what you got.
All right, it's been a while. A
Yeah,
week.
okay. What map do you want? We'll give you a good one.
Let's try. You know what I haven't tried with Jason? Let's try Hawkins
Map
for a laugh.
Hawkins?
Yeah, I haven't done Hawkins yet.
Where the
I'm trying to remember some like super meme builds.
Can you add a bot? for me?
meme? Yeah, I can.
Thank you. All right, guys, let's see. I want to do something different.
Me getting my haircut recently?
Cute.
Thanks.
It's okay.
I'm not seeing Hawkins. Unless I'm a weird dude.
Maybe it's changed. Hawkins Laboratory.
It's the underground complex. It has a weird name. That's my bad.
Oh, okay. Nice. Okay, let's see. I kind of want to do something fun here. Can I see footprints through the floor? Oh, good idea. I don't know. Let me mute. Should I do Merciless? Merciless, I think, would be funny. Haste with him would be crazy. Should I just do like stop chasing the obsession?
Is that Nicolas Cage?
Should I just do something random? Should I just do like a random ass? Should I do thrilling maybe? I don't know. Maybe not barbecue, maybe pop. Well, nowhere to hide would be good, actually. So I can pop. I can kick
Was
the
plot
gen,
twist always
see them.
once per trial?
Yes. You can use it once per trial and then once after the gens are done. So twice.
Interesting.
Do you reckon that's good? Just something casual, you know? Play with your food, though. I have to remember to use it, because you know I don't. I'll definitely use these. I just gotta stop chasing the obsession and be faster. Why not? Let's go. I would like to be Insidious. That would be funny. But I don't know. It'd be funny to do Insidious and make them go Carla, but it might not work out. So maybe I don't. I'm nervous. I haven't played Jason in a bit. I'm excited though. I love playing him. He's really cool. He's real cool.
Anybody trying to ready up, or am I a weird guy?
Sorry, I was just trying to formulate the most toxic build of all time.
No, you're good. You're good.
Why is nobody ready? All right, I did something chill. I didn't really go crazy, Crispy. So wow, weird guy. I'm kidding. I'm joking.
I may
Brandy,
have gone a
hello.
little nuts.
How are you, my love?
He's alting.
I don't know what did he do?
I
What
might
did
have
you?
altered.
Oh, did you do some weird like Okay, I think I know what you're doing.
You probably do. That's the
No.
funny thing.
Yeah, I haven't
I
played him on
combined
this
two
map.
of my favorite concepts.
Okay, I think I know.
The underground complex.
Hawkins.
Hawkins,
I
I
haven't
remember
played
Hawkins.
him on this map, so he could be Dudu Kaka. But we're gonna try.
Guess we're
Bro,
gonna
don't say
find
Dudu
out.
Kaka.
I
There's
just
people here.
did.
Fine.
Kaká was one of my
Kaká.
favorite Brazilian players.
So true.
Who was?
Kaká.
Oh. I was spamming space, not realizing, and I just threw a pallet down.
Oh,
Is
perfect.
that cool?
Oh,
Forgot.
I want to show
that
you
just
guys my
means you're ready to
shovel.
game.
Nah. Guys, use code Carla if you're buying any of the cosmetics in this new game.
True.
DBDBDBDBD.
Whoa!
It was a distraction pallet. Exactly.
Whoa!
Whoa, whoa.
Sammy!
Where you going? Woo!
Woo!
We got a couple of woo girls here tonight, guys.
It'd be so funny if you never had an asshole, but DBD had comms like
What?
this. No, oh wait,
Whoa,
sorry.
what?
Sorry.
I'm sorry,
Sorry,
what?
sorry,
No,
sorry,
start from
Sorry,
scratch.
sorry,
Please,
okay.
please,
It'd be
please.
funny if DBD had comms, and you never had a weirdo in chat ruining it for everyone.
Oh.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about like
Ah, she got
it'd be
me.
so interesting if you never had an asshole and you played DBD. Like,
Well,
okay,
no.
well, so like, what's like? I guess I don't see the correlation with those two, but like, you could have maybe like you could have one or you don't need one, or I don't know.
My
You could
bad.
have two. That's absolutely fine. I became super aware of mine when you said that, and I was confused.
Sorry, me
Super
too.
aware of mine is
What
wild.
is happening?
Sammy, you
Super
tell me.
aware of mine.
Listen, that was
Did you
one
just like
time.
do a quick
It's
inner pucker there? Or
Tuesday.
Where are we? What are we doing?
quick
It's
puff?
What's going on?
Tuesday.
I actually lost Sammy.
Well, get her back.
I lost. I
Go get her.
I got so aware of holes.
Ah!
Ah.
Ah. Hee ha ha hee hee.
You'll never see her again. She's not gonna cry for you. Never see her again. No matter what you do.
Really good, guys.
Sounds actually goated.
September.
September.
Wake me up when
GBD
September ends.
Starts.
No, Sammy, you gotta work during September, man.
You're
Oh,
right.
true. Oh, wait, I gotta use my
Wake me
power.
up when September begins.
That's a cook.
That's a cook.
Oh,
Me at the
man,
restaurant.
Who was there? That's so funny.
That was me.
Did you see me just fall?
Yeah. I didn't even know you could do that.
Wake me up.
Oh! Why's that blocked off?
Gotcha, girl.
I haven't seen you once.
I know. What are you
Right.
doing?
Yeah, I'm just getting gens like it's no one's biz.
Brag about it.
I got confused by my
Little bit
own
of
whole
Monica
comment.
in my life, a little bit of Jen on my
Confused
side.
by my own hole is a wild sentence.
Okay,
Hey guys, we don't have to say everything ever.
I did.
Everything
Chris,
everywhere
I
all
don't
at
think
once.
you can. I don't think you can say that right.
Sam, you're right. I started it. That's my bad.
Couldn't
Yeah.
cut it as a blind man.
To be fair though,
Couldn't
Sam, you
cut
giggled.
it
That's
as a
okay.
blind man, blind man.
Can't even
And
hear
it
you,
went
Chris.
out of my
You laughed.
man.
You laughed when I said it.
Okay.
This is how you
Oh.
remind me that
Whoa,
I
well,
love Taylor Ham.
Ham.
This is how you remind me that I love Taylor Ham with some salt, pepper, ketchup.
Ow, hold on,
a
Carl, I wasn't
bagel.
ready yet.
Sorry.
Christy's not. I can't hear anything. Bro's thinking about a fucking breakfast sandwich.
Yeah, nice one, Crispy.
Yeah, and I'm just kidding. It's my fault. I played that like shit. Sorry. This game is giving you insane quarantine flashbacks. Dude, I played this game only.
That's a weird era to think about.
It was. You could walk over and be like, what up?
I could.
Not like you to say sorry. Was waiting on a different story.
You know what's funny? How we're all just singing for no reason.
I know.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it because.
Oh!
Whoops. Hold on, let me touch you better.
I didn't take my meds today.
Ooh.
Oh, I can tell.
What do you mean you could tell?
Because you're less focused.
Don't even act like that's a wild take.
Yeah.
Ooh, this
Guys,
spot's
come on.
crazy.
It's like the least wild take of all time.
Said sorry.
Yeah, but you got a
making
cold brew, didn't you?
Sorry.
This
Yeah, like
spot's
4.
crazy with it.
4? You didn't have
Bought.
4.
Yeah, I had 2.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I
If
did.
you had 4 cold brews, say I'm a monkey zone.
No, I had 2.
You said 4!
But I then I rounded it back down to 2.
The gaslight is crazy.
Nice.
It's not a gaslight. I only lied once. I feel like a gaslight has to be like 5 lies in a row about the same thing.
I don't think so.
5 truths
Fine, how
and a
about
lie.
2?
5 truths and a
Truths.
lie.
Yeah, these bots
One's,
are crazy.
one's a fib, and then one's like too much. Where are we
Dude,
going?
Carla, they're kind of fire,
No, they're
right?
like killing it.
Dude, when I was killer, the bot went under the pallet to try and get me to like hit the pallet and not him, like when they were knocked.
Real.
Ooh, ouchies. Oh, cheater.
Ouchie. What?
Cheater, pumpkin eater.
How's that cheating?
Because you walk on the ledge instead of going up the pallet.
Yeah, because you can. It's a part of the map.
What? Since when?
Crispy, you're killing me,
Guys,
bro.
help me. Help me. Crispy, body blocker. Yeah! You let me go, didn't you?
No, you did that all by yourself.
You're being
Wait.
vague about it.
I want to show you something.
Nope.
Well, I want to.
I'm outta here.
I gotta get a what's it called? Let me show you something.
Chris, are you good or no?
Got it.
I scared the killer, dude. Hey, put my friend down.
Can't do it, sorry.
Hey!
It's not like I miss you. Cheryl, what are you doing, girl?
Oh!
Oh, she's
Oh.
stuck to the wall.
Oh, help me. Oh,
Cheryl's the one that laughed.
oh. Hey!
Sammy.
Pick me up before I fucking die.
I'm leaving.
Christy, can I unhook you when I'm hooked? When I'm on the ground crawling?
No.
No.
Okay. Wait, I'm kind of slaying on my outfit. Oh. Oh.
Bro, that's so that you can't just body block.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
I
Simply
can.
I can't believe you have a
can.
SpongeBob laugh.
Thank you.
Simply cannot.
Bro, Sammy, I saw this post the other day that made me laugh. That it reminded me of you, but not in a weird way. It was like I grew up in a not SpongeBob household, and I feel like there's been severe consequences because of it, or something like.
Oh, that's
Move!
funny.
Thanks.
Ugh.
Chris just goes.
What do you mean I just go? Everyone goes.
I didn't. I opened the gate and returned for both of you.
Oh.
I'm saving
Oh,
something
wait,
special for
wait,
Crispy.
Bro, wait, that's actually crazy.
No, to be fair, I thought I don't even know what's going on.
So fair.
Not fair.
Wait, let Sammy
I'll
leave
just
at least.
lie.
No, let Sammy
no,
leave.
no, I'm on the hook, bro.
No, that's
Wait,
my bad.
wait. Crispy has thingy. I know he does. Where is he?
I wasn't paying attention.
I know he's unbreakable. Where are you?
Crispy.
Crispy, I know you do.
No, I don't.
Yeah, I don't even know how I thought Carla got me off the hook somehow. That's how clueless I am right now.
You naughty boy.
Crispy.
Apparently,
Crispy,
you
got
has
this,
gifted
bro.
a sub to Staley13.
Nah.
I got something special for you, Crispy.
No,
I
not
have
Nicolas
unbreakable.
Cage.
I just wanted to spam flashbangs. You didn't touch any gens though.
Oh,
flashbang
sorry.
as well.
Yeah, that's my
I
toxic
was gonna
trait.
just continually.
I forget to. My build had Pop Goes the Weasel, and I didn't kick any gens.
You didn't. I was like, you didn't kick a gen once. I don't think.
I get so
Little much.
distracted. I'm sorry.
No.
Not
Hi,
very much
Morg.
fun.
Sorry, guys. I was
just
locked in.
memeing.
Leah, thank you for gifting Staley. Mikey, thank
Shall
you for
we
the biddies as
survive
well.
with friends, or what's the story here?
We can Swift.
Papa meat? I feel you.
You want to Swift?
We can Swift.
Bobby, hello,
How do
doll.
I
Have
do
a
that?
good night. Sorry, I missed heaps of messages.
Start fresh.
I think so,
Sarah,
probably.
good. Thank you so much for singing it.
I'm not a knower,
Um,
though. I'm just guessing.
Bro,
I'm
you're
just-
a knower.
I'm trying to scroll up. I missed so many messages.
Not when it comes to DBD. Not anymore.
I didn't want to, like...
Who the hell is
Rendering-
Charlie Perk on my friends list?
What the
Uh,
fuck? Imagine it was Sammy. I know it wouldn't be, but imagine.
Just like out of left field for
Yeah.
no reason.
Charlie Perk is wild.
Yes, I agree. Thank you for the sub, Leah. I appreciate you.
He carried the flashlight. All right. Oh, I have a really good. Wait, yo, what is this build, Carl? Can you
Ooh.
explain it to me? Unbreakable botany knowledge or
Mhm.
botany, life, and bond.
Okay.
It's like a
So
healing build.
no, it's cool. So Unbreakable, you can get yourself up, which is nice. Once Botany, I run constantly. You just get extra speed on healing, which is great. All game round without incentive. Like you don't need to unhook anybody. Bond is cool. You can see where pals are, which is good for like setting up plays, like flashlights and stuff, or just knowing where people are. And what was the other one?
Okay, that's good to know. I'm going
What was
to.
the other one?
What?
What was the fourth one?
Bond,
No, there was another one.
Unbreakable, life.
Life, that's one. Life is cool because when
I
you...
love life.
Yeah, Life is so cool. That's good for Chase too. I might bring
Should
Boone...
I bring a cake?
Yeah, bring a cake. I'm gonna Boone Exponential, and while that's up, everyone can recover. So if you're down, crawl
I'm
to the
bringing a cake
Boone.
too. Boring.
Boring.
Benson born.
Benson boing.
Boring.
Boing.
Wait, why did it error out, Mikey? Luth.
Benson born.
Customization.
I love how I was like to Chris. What was the other one? Okay, thanks. That was great information. What?
Bro said, thank you, next.
That's enough.
Thank you. Next.
Wait, you guys all look punk, all cool.
We look
and
sexy
and
as
I'm
hell.
fantasy.
No, you look great, babe.
Thank you.
Dude, you rock.
Luth. Swifty, how are you?
Guys,
doll?
come
I
on,
should
not
get some
all at
food soon.
Okay. Not bad.
Need to get some food. Maybe make a sandwich. I'm gonna make a sandwich
No, guys,
after this
seriously,
game.
stop. You're in your sandwich arc.
Yeah, it's good for a little stream snack.
I do like.
I like it.
I'd like that.
Yeah,
I rock with it.
thanks. Oh,
What
Mikey,
kind of- what do you
that's
put on a
funny.
sandwich? Like cold cuts, cheese.
Yeah, if I have some lettuce, some crunchy lettuce. I also like seeded
I
mustard.
love lettuce.
Do you like seeded mustard?
What's a seeded mustard, if you don't mind? Like gold on or gray poupon?
Oh, maybe it's grape.
Grey
Yeah.
poupon.
Grey
Or I think
poupon.
it's brown mustard over here. You call it seeded?
What is the ones with the seeds?
Seeded mustard.
I like that.
Ground mustard, like stone ground mustard.
God,
Is it
I
kind of
love the
spicy and
world.
like hits your nose a certain way?
I wouldn't say.
Yeah, it's like real mustard.
I feel
Oh,
like
I thought you
it's.
were talking about-
Yeah, no, you can talk. I think
Oh, it's
so.
the shit with the mad seeds. It's a nightmare to look at. Oh, is it?
Oh, I love it though.
Nightmare to look at is wild.
As long as it tastes good, though, that's all that matters.
No, it tastes really good.
Oh wait,
That
so
ain't that-
are we?
But there's also the
forelocked?
spotted D as well, but that's in the UK, I think. You have that over there in Australia?
Spotted D.
What the fuck is that?
That's English.
Okay. All right, guys,
Spotted
4 men
D.
out. I need comms.
I need you guys comment all over the place.
Okay.
Boo. Boo. Boo.
What?
Oh, it's pig. It's pig.
What'd I
It's pig.
say? Oh,
What the hell? I don't
I can't
verse
see. This game's
pigs.
too dark.
she's
You
coming
can
towards us. She's coming towards us.
You can
the
turn
left of the
your
killer
gamma
shack.
up. You can turn your gamma up. Yeah,
Left
she's on me.
to Killer Shack.
Yep.
She's
Yep.
Gammer.
She's calming. She's calming.
Crispy, I appreciate the location comms, but I have no idea where anything is. So.
Oh, true.
I made my game brighter.
Don't dead open inside.
Is this a Walking Dead?
Look, Sammy. Look. Don't dead open inside.
Oh, wait, fun Easter egg. I love it.
She's on me.
When they did the Walking Dead chapter, this is all they added to the map. It said, "Hey, all right, good enough."
They said they know what this is.
Ooh, nice. Ooh. You got me, girl.
Oh, I went to scratch my face, Sammy. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
It's always when you go for a quick scratch, you know.
Oh, no. Where's this killer? Are they
She's on me.
okay? Or
She's
is-
on me.
Oh, okay. Carla's just different.
Diff. I forgot we're playing together.
Follow me, Sammy.
No, in your sandwich, guys, on the side. What's your guys' go-to chip on a sandwich if you put one on your
Well, it really depends on
Jalapeno.
what kind of sandwich. TBH.
jalapeno kettle
Probably
cooked crispy?
plain.
Yeah, jalapeno kettle. It goes really good on many sandwiches.
I like a baked
Kettle,
lay.
Baked
I just like really
lay.
flavorful chips on sandwiches.
It really depends. Sometimes I'm like a Dorito gal with
Oh.
a sandwich that has
I
to
see
be
the
like
pig,
a
see the
certain
pig, I see the pig.
type.
They're creeping to you. They're creeping to you over there. I can't know which one you are.
I wasn't dead.
Give you
man.
Hank's
Slow
girl.
I
down.
haven't had a pig in so long. In
My
so
bad, I was
long.
sharing my chip opinion.
I'm gonna
No,
put
you're
this
good. You're
back
good.
on, I
Sun
think.
chips. Sorry, keep going.
Nah, I'm distracted. I'm trying to.
Can I say something controversial?
Yes.
Yeah, please.
Sun chips are so forgettable.
You know what it was? They're good, but they were loud as fuck for a while, and I think they honestly kind of threw me for a loop.
Loud.
Yeah.
No, dude, because when you eat them, it's like, hey guys, I'm eating chips. By the way, if anyone wants to know.
They forgot
Yeah,
to cage.
forever and always.
Oh, true. They did forget
I
to
like
cage.
a sun chip, but like I don't go out of my way to
Oh,
eat it.
Axel, that
Garden
sounds
sauce is the
nice.
best, easily.
I agree with you.
They're not loud at all, bro. Have you ever opened a
They're
bag of
little-
sun
Oh, they
chips?
did
they're
it
a little
to
loud. I
Sammy.
wouldn't say they're the
Interesting.
loudest chips, but
Maybe they
they're a
remembered.
little-
They had to get rid of they had to get rid of their bag because they were so loud. They had to like change the whole fucking recipe up
Change the whole.
because I think the bags were loud because you could also like bury them and they would decompose or whatever.
Oh, I'm gonna make a
No, the-
good
no, the
sandwich. I'm
bag.
so excited.
The bake.
The bag. I think kettle chips are the loudest chip. Those things pop in your ear.
Chip.
do.
true. They've got a really.
Oh,
big
they put a
one.
thing on my head.
Is that
You're a head
spicy
guy.
crawfish? Damn. God, I'm so excited for a sandwich. Sandwich and
Dude,
a
I
Red Bull.
randomly got recognized in a sandwich shop in Chicago this weekend.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Okay, stop.
Random
I'm
and
pretty
strange,
sure I
right?
heard someone open a bag of Sun Chips in the audience when I saw Backrooms. It's such a classic sound.
That's
That's,
really
so funny. Like,
I wish I knew what that sounded like, because that does sound funny.
yeah, Sun Chips you could like put in your mouth and they'll melt because they're like not like that crunchy loud.
Oh.
with the bags.
Pig's really annoying.
Excuse me.
I don't like these masks.
Me either.
That's fair.
I don't think she
Is it-
has a ton.
Sammy, it feels like we're playing like 2 games. It's like, hey, what's this new game I'm playing?
No, you're right. It's like, how do I do it? I'm just gonna die.
Oh,
'cause,
cool,
like,
yeah,
the
man,
past
really
3
sick.
that I tried didn't work. So I'm just low-key gonna die.
No, you got
No,
this,
you're good.
babe.
The
Your
fourth one always
the fourth one
works.
will always work. Yeah.
Not fair. I almost got my helmet off and then she attacked me.
Not fair.
What a
I'm in the. I'm
loser.
in the.
Ooh. Now I want
How do
to
you
be
feel with
Ship
pretzels
Sandwich.
and cream
long-
cheese?
She's got a long.
Have you guys ever done that?
Roar.
Oh, what?
Couldn't hear you.
Pretzels with cream cheese.
Never
This is
tried.
the 4th machine I tried. I'm gonna crash out.
I'm gonna go do my thing.
Okay.
Fuck it.
I'm just gonna die. I
No, you're not.
literally tried 4 machines and it didn't work. What's the joke?
Fourth machine
Try one
should
more.
work.
Try one more. Where are you?
Sammy's gonna uninstall again. I know.
No,
it.
no, no, no. One more.
They're creeping behind you.
I think they're on me.
Fuck it.
Whoa. That hit is crazy.
I'm in a locker in the whatchamacallit, in the shack.
Do you have head on?
Finally.
Yes, I do.
She's standing
front of you.
still. Okay, she's back. Oh fuck, she got me.
Oh, you went right into it.
That's crazy. Nice though.
That's wild.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Come on.
All right.
Work.
If she tries to bring you down, I might be able to hit her depending on the angle.
Ooh, go right, go
Game
right.
sucks.
Yeah. Oh no.
Where is she?
Nah, she's not.
Surviving with friends, more like yelling with friends. Am I right, guys?
Oh guys, no, we can't do a mecha cap. Surely not.
Mecha chameleon.
Go to move by the pig,
Space.
yeah. They popped up. My parcel's been delivered. Where do they leave it? Where's her
Bro.
meds?
Oh,
Nerf the pig.
Real.
I'm dead already. See you guys. Tunneled. Reporting.
No.
What? You can't report?
They won't get action because
can't
they didn't do
report these
anything wrong,
days.
technically.
Cheating. Check their taskbar.
Bro, what is this pig's deal?
To be fair, I haven't versed a pig in literal, like, maybe this year. On my service.
Oh! We have to get
Hi,
4-man out. What's the
Joseph.
joke?
How are you, doll? Tunneling
my
is
4-man
going after the same survivor purposely
It's the
and not
first
hooking
game,
anyone
guys.
else.
No, I know, but we have to.
Oh,
No, we got it. We just
No,
got to
'cause
do
see,
comms.
I actually saw red when I tried all those machines. I couldn't get the stupid mask.
She's coming.
off.
She's coming.
yeah. It's an annoying mechanic. for
She's
sure.
coming.
And when
She's
Sammy
coming.
gets, when
Sammy.
Sammy
I see
sees
her,
red, you don't even
Okay.
want to be in the same room.
No, you definitely don't.
Okay, she's leaving. Interesting.
Yeah, she leaves first.
Okay, I'm
She
gonna
goes,
go
"I'm
get
outta here."
crispy.
Probably working on an old challenge for
Okay.
successful dash attacks. Yeah, it seems like it. She's running a dash build, which is very strange.
Yeah, she keeps dashing on me.
Wow.
Well, she's running the 2 add-ons that extend the dash, which is very odd.
Of course.
I don't think that's even really something many people know.
I think she was running Tiny Soldier, which was why she kept seeing me.
Yeah, I think she had Florby Dinkle on, which is like annoying.
I was just about to ask if that was real.
Yeah,
Florby Dinkle or Tiny Soldier's real. I don't know what Florby Dinkle is.
they're both real.
Tiny soldier, yeah, tiny buffalo. So
I think the next one I'm bringing in Dad's baseball glove.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna bring chip sandwich in.
Good idea.
Thank you.
Sammy, what are you gonna bring in?
4-man out, probably.
Nice.
Nice. Crispy, what about you?
Jingleheimer, but also Schmidt because it makes a good combo.
That's not bad. I'm gonna bring a basket of apples in too.
Oh,
Just to throw at the killer. Yeah.
Nice.
That's fair.
I might bring New Jersey Bagel in and eat it, and then get some haste.
You're not getting haste from a bagel. You're getting
You're
the
not getting
opposite.
haste from that.
We'll talk to the
I'm gonna
devs,
bring Wayne and
guys.
Gibbous in.
Ah, she got me.
Oh,
She got it.
Sammy got glorped. That's so shit.
Sammy got glort.
Don't bring in a fried boob. The hell is
Hi,
the hell is a fried
Jorbies.
Right,
Georgie,
boo.
you are alive and well. We're just being.
Put me in the basement, guys. I'm
Cheers.
uninstalling this game.
Sounds like a dessert.
No.
No,
Guys,
Sammy, it's okay. It's
Sammy,
fine.
stay with
Sammy,
me.
Be
it's
on the
okay.
back hook too. Get a clue.
Hey, Sammy, that's the special hook for special people.
Sammy.
I love you guys yelling at this game.
Far hook is crazy. Like she did not need to do all that. What's the joke?
That's the best hook ever.
It's giving like go outside for a little bit.
It's giving. I haven't loaded up this game in a year, and
You know
she put me
what?
on the back hook.
You know
Get a
what's so
clue.
funny?
And you-
I think DBD is the most aggressive Sammy we could get. Like I think that's
No,
what
this
if
is-
we
this is-
want
this
if
is
we
really
want some
fun.
aggresh, we just play some DBD.
This
No,
and the
it's just
battle
like,
golf,
what's
and
the
then I just keep
joke?
hitting her. She would actually say the fuck, I think.
Banco's genuinely been here 5 minutes, and I haven't seen you like this since Pico Bar.
No, real.
Wow, Banth calling it as he sees
True.
it.
So
Anthony's so
funny.
real with that take.
I'm so funny.
Nigga's such a creep.
Bro.
Just boop their snoot.
As soon as you
No,
go,
this ain't
I'm gonna
that, this ain't
abandon
that
you.
kind.
I'm gonna abandon as soon as she hits you.
Oh, something worked. That worked. It
They
looked
let
like.
me out.
All right,
They're letting
nice.
me- They're letting me leave.
They looked at your stream and went, "Fuck, I gotta be nice."
They're like, we made Sammy Sweetheart angry. We're in trouble.
Yeah, send me sweetheart. I'm the sweetest bitch you'll ever meet.
She said get a clue. Oh, she's serious.
Yeah, get a
Got a
clue. So
Wait, did
funny.
you say Anthony or Banthony before?
I said Anthony as a joke.
Anthony.
Callback from this morning.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Anthony.
Anthony.
Bogo's been dead.
can't
I
leave
would
that
do some
way,
Bogos
Sammy.
too. I would
I'm
just
looking for
put it
hatch.
out there. I would Vorp it up.
Your head will
It's been a while
explode
since
if
you
you go
vorped.
through the hatch.
I'd Vorp and Mecha. I mean,
Wait,
so
really?
what?
Nah, I'm joking.
Oh.
Julia said after the water temple she'd be keen to join us for
No,
Mecca.
just run. No,
Hell
she
yeah.
knows. Just run.
They're nodding for you. They're nodding for you. I
Wait,
think she
Chris,
wants points for chasing you. Yeah, what's up?
Have you
Nottingham
played the
Palace. I think
double-
the thing was right there.
the double mode
Wait,
because
right
it's
where?
really
You
good.
saw it?
Yeah, double
That
mode's
was
fun
the
with less
lefty.
people.
Yeah.
She might know where it is too.
To the left of me?
Go
Oh,
to
no,
Jersey
you're
Shore,
completely turned around.
bitch.
She wants you to boop the snoot.
I don't know. I don't remember how to do it.
You press one. Press one.
One.
There you go. Now she's happy.
There,
she's a happy
she's
pig.
happy.
Sammy's like stressed as fuck, and we're like, boop the fucking snoot.
The snoot, Sammy.
I'm like looking for the hatch. I'm like, I don't even know where it is. Like, Crispy's like,
Poke-
it's to the left. Like,
Poke,
I
poke
don't
this
think
fucking
so,
pig's
man.
nose now. The snout.
I don't see it anywhere.
We listen.
Did I find
She's
it?
trying to guide you.
Oh, there
Yeah,
it is.
There it is.
Wait. Okay, go.
I got
Boop
disconnected.
her one more time.
Yay!
DVD's back.
Yeah.
Booping the snoot work.
I love
The sarcastic
DVD.
yay from Sammy is so good.
Yeah. Woo.
Woo.
Yeah. Woohoo.
I said GG.
I got
I'm a good
disconnected.
guy.
I'm trying to load
Yay.
back in.
Wait, are you gonna go make your sandwich?
I
The killer
will.
said GG too.
It's Steam update day, so I might be kicked out for a little bit, it seems.
It's
I already had my update.
Tuesday.
Better than Wednesday.
I
No
will make
network
my
connection.
sandwich.
Oh wow, yeah, I'm kicked.
Yeah. Oh my god, the game said, all right, Sammy, pack it up. Boot up, Becca.
Well,
Pack it up. Back
I just got kicked.
Yeah, I'm trying
mega,
to.
mega,
load
mega,
wait.
mega, mega chameleon.
Let's wait a
I don't
second.
think we could load
Amazing.
anything if the Steam cloud is down.
Oh,
That's true.
why am I in a?
Usually DVD is just
Random
more
lobby.
affected because it's ass.
Yeah.
Good love.
The Steam cloud seems to be down.
Wait, why do you guys have connection loss and I don't?
Mine's fine. Yeah, I'm still here, Crispy.
Ours was earlier today.
Um,
We
Unable to
already had it.
sync your Steam cloud? What does this mean?
I would wait
Means
like
that-
5 minutes.
Go to the main page of Twitch. I'll show you, Kat.
I'm gonna go do a lap.
Take a lap, man. You know what?
So go to your main page like this, and
Maybe I will.
then touch this,
Stretch
Guys,
your
I'm gonna read the
legs.
Overwatch tier list for season
and then
3,
drop some
okay?
rewards.
Who's yours? Your personal tier list?
No, just some random website.
Random tier list.
Yeah. So guys, just so you know, for the tanks in S tier, we got Sigma, we got Zarya, we got Sumatra.
It's
Wow.
Rainbow underscore
Hey,
warrior
Ray, we
underscore
got
was
Vine-
just
Reinhardt,
subbed for
Wrecking
57
Ball,
months.
Diva, Domina,
3 months off 5
Hazard.
years.
Who are half
How?
these heroes? How many heroes have they
Mikey.
brought in the game the last like 3 years? Roadhog and Winston. All right, we're gonna skip down to the damage tier list. We got Sojourn in tier S, Ash, Bastion, Symmetra, Cassidy, and Emre.
Trying to get
We're gonna
in.
skip down to supports, and S is gonna be Kiriko.
I had no
Lucio,
idea.
Wuyang,
Isn't it Tim
Juno,
Robinson?
Anna, and
Demo,
Zuko.
how
Thank
are
you
you,
for
doll?
listening to
Thank
TED Talk.
you.
Those are the best heroes you can play in Overwatch currently in season 3.
Okay,
Uh,
I'll
it's-
go make a quick sandwich.
What is it called now? It's not Overwatch 2 anymore. It's just Overwatch.
It's just Overwatch.
Oh man. Good.
That Brian's hat. Okay. That was quick. I'm goaded. Okay, reconnecting. I want to see if Mecha got the update back now. Okay. I'm invested now. Dollar sign emoji. Installed Internet Explorer just now. Oh, amazing. Love some lunch. Look at me having lunch. Who is she? I don't know who this person is. I gotta rewatch some Tim Robinson. It's kind of foul but kind of good. Pastrami, seeded mustard, and cheese.
Is your game working for you guys or goofy?
No, but I can restart it.
I never had an issue, to be honest. So.
I'll restart.
Yeah, unable to sync for me. Yeah, it's probably Tuesday downtime, but it's kind of late. It's normally like 6, I thought.
You're right.
I had downtime earlier today.
Oh,
Way earlier.
unable to sync too. I'll try again. Oh, weird. All right, let's warp.
This might be the only time you got us on DVD, man.
I don't know. Actually, a really good sandwich.
Oh, there's a
Good
DDoS. There's a DDoS attack. I was trying to explain it. It's fine.
Oh, sure.
Actually,
Steam's down.
Sure.
Why can't these people do something like that matters? You know?
Well, that kind of blows because
Put
then
your
we can't
ass
play
away,
anything else.
child.
I'm gonna
Lullaby
open Mecha
Books
and
just
try.
subscribed. We did
Mecha.
it, gang.
Steam. How do I do this? Down detector.
I'm opening Mecha.
I mean,
and try-
I'm
oh,
still
wait.
in DVD, but maybe if I tried loading into a game, it like wouldn't let me.
Yeah, Dead by Daylight is specifically one of the top things down on Down Detector.
Wait, guys.
Counter Strike, League of Legends. What are people to do? Overwatch is down right now.
Guys, boot up Roblox and let's go on the Titanic. There's a simulator.
I don't even have.
I
don't
would
even have
genuinely
Roblox anymore.
end stream versus going on Roblox.
The Titanic is a great experience.
Rivals is down. Fortnite's down.
What?
There's nothing.
Games are over, guys.
All right,
Or
boot
is
up
that
Club
it?
Penguin.
Games are done.
Games are done, guys. Pack
League
it
is the
up.
number one down.
Lullaby.
You're on Rivals? It said it was down.
Even
Overwatch is alive and well.
33
Maybe
dollars?
through
I'm gonna
Steam.
try and get into a DVD game. Because I'm
Alright.
still in the game.
Thank you. How are you?
Hmm.
My tootsies are wet.
Let's try
My
Bogo's
bad.
I'm in a
Fidget.
game right now. It just loaded me in.
Bro, what?
I'm having no issues. I'm genuinely in a game.
It's not letting me get on.
Sammy DDoS Steam.
They hate to see us win. They hate to see us win.
Sammy did it.
Yeah, everyone else is out.
Guys, don't worry. The Midwest is okay. I've got us.
Wait, let's get on. Ban said Elden's fine if you guys want to all get on Elden Ring.
Okay, yeah, can't wait.
All right, now we're talking.
Guys, get Cure Hospital Simulator. Let's run this hospital together.
I would do Bogos before Mecha, but I don't know if you guys are in a Bogos mood.
I would.
I
I don't even know if that'll work.
It is. It's opening. Fine.
I would low-key rather play Mecha just because I haven't played in like a week, but if you guys are like super into it, then we could.
I want to play Mecha too, but it was coming up with the same error thing as DBD. We can try.
I'm actually,
Oh, yeah.
I'm genuinely playing this game out. I'm
Mecha's
loaded
not
into a
opening for me
game
either.
just to see.
Mecha opened for me.
You know what? Cheese rolling is good.
Why is
Wait,
your
Chris,
guys'
just
stuff-
keep trying to open games because maybe you and
Greg.
Carla are locked out of like your
So
whole
true.
Steam.
Roblox
No,
Titanic?
cheese rolling and Bogos worked, but Mecha and DB didn't. Sick.
I would rather eat my foot than play cheese rolling, I think.
Wait, let's try to
Come
open
on.
Mecha.
I would rather like bash my own skull in with a hammer,
Bro,
I think, than
it's
That's
unable
crazy.
to sync.
Let's see if we can make a lobby though, Chris. Oh wait, you can't.
No, it's unable to
The
sync.
login.
Can't.
The login can't. We can play Bogos. Bogos working.
How about this? Bogos for 2 rounds, Sammy, then Mecha the rest of the night.
You
Scouts
can
on
play
it.
right now while I'm in my DVD game.
What?
Sammy goes, I'll catch you after.
Bro. It's like, what do we do?
I don't want to leave my random teammates.
They'll get a
Bro, they
bot.
don't
It's
give a
okay.
Fuck.
Oh, he got me.
I deadass thought you were spooky loops. Lameo, yo, Steam is down. Thanks, Planet7 Life 469.
Who is that?
Use code Carla if you ever buy anything for cosmetics.
Thanks, guys.
Use code Carla.
Mimi.
Wait, I'm about to have 50,000 DVD viewers because I'm the only person who can get into the
No, you're
game.
gonna get all the comments are gonna be, wait, it's working for you? What the fuck? How?
It's working for you. Tell me how you did that.
I'm joking.
I need to
Burgling Gnomes
play
isn't
my-
even opening up. We can't even play Burgling Gnomes.
Bogo's the only thing we can play, which is so funny.
Don't own it.
Yeah, but Sammy would rather eat her shoe than play Bogos.
Hi, sweetie.
No, I mean if that's the only game we can play, then that's the only game we can play.
I could hear her.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
I
she's
thought it was
so
a-
cute.
like a fart noise.
It's me.
I'm so sorry.
Wait, my teammates are really nice.
She's going. "Rah."
The skate pass has 108 tiers.
Who?
Yeah, that's right.
Never mind.
Bro, I just clicked on Liar's Bar because I was like, oh, how's Liar's Bar doing? And look at this fucking crazy picture. It's the first one in the Steam library for Liar's Bar.
Oh.
You're gonna be like, eh.
Oh. Wait, Liar's
see this?
Bar is
Oh.
opening. Let's play
Oh.
Liar's Bar for a couple rounds.
Oh. That's an angle.
Hey.
Sammy,
We've all been
thoughts?
there.
A Liar's Bar
Been there.
before Mecha works?
I don't remember if I have it still installed, but if I do, I'm down.
Ooh,
I do
group
not
tier
have
list
Liar's
ranking
Bar,
of the
so-
2012 NFL Draft first round picks.
Burglar Gnomes is opening.
Dude. Jeremy Giltrans on the
Wait.
first round pick. That was
Chris,
such a
Crispy.
good pick
Liars
by
before
the Devils.
Mecca?
I don't know
Sorry.
if I'm in the mood for Liars. Is that crazy?
Ow. Yeah, okay.
I'm not in
I
the
don't
mood
have
for
it downloaded, unfortunately. I
It's too
undownload
big of
things
a
that we
file.
don't play for a
All
while.
right, so we
It
doing-
is randomly big.
Are we doing Bogos or what?
Yeah. She's still in a
I've got-
game.
Okay.
I've got Super
You've
Battle
been
Golf,
voted up
Mecha
without me.
Chameleon,
I said that.
and
Sammy, we're not
Logo's
gonna
been
play
too
without
bad.
you. It's Friend Swap Tuesday.
Yeah, it's not without Sammy Tuesdays. It's Friends Slot
Well, you can get
Tuesday.
the lobby set up at least.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm
Nah,
not
I'd rather
stopping
just
you
wait.
from that.
Wait.
Because then I'll hear the weird music and look at my weird guy in a diaper.
Wait, you don't love me like I love you.
This is such a weird downtime.
Yeah, it's never this. No, it's not a downtime. It's DDoS attack.
Oh, Mimi.
Hey.
Oh.
But why would it affect like the East Coast and Australia?
I just hear.
You know what I mean? Like that's so like strange.
Dude, her sound is so funny and cute.
What? She sounds like a little goblin.
Lunar Peter. Nah, people don't even know about Lunar Peter anymore.
Damn, you remember Lunar Peter, man?
Crispy, you ever make a mixed drink with Suns Out, Buns Out, or am I crazy?
Yeah, actually,
Huh?
real good. Chris Blaine might beat Ocarina. Oh wait, he did beat
I think Ford
Ocarina.
is down too. Ping
No.
away, my love.
W Blaine,
That's my
W Blaine.
go,
Mikey.
dude.
Majora's
Good
Mask
night,
next.
Trace. Sorry.
Bro, get the
Wait,
what do you call it?
Sammy and Carl, you guys doing Zelda Summer or no?
I don't know. Is it a thing?
Dude, I want to play
Yeah, it
Twilight
is.
Princess so bad right now.
Who
Ugh.
is this?
It is a
They have
thing.
to
It's
launch
game
it.
time. So we're all
Fine,
just playing
I'll
Zelda
finish
games.
Tears of the Kingdom.
Wait, Sammy, should we finish at the same time and just do like what I do with bands? And just talk about it while we
Maybe.
play?
I'd have to start over though, to be honest, because I don't remember anything.
Start over, bro.
Bro, you remember that game? I barely do.
Bro, I had
what
150
game?
hours. I have to remember it. I'm not going
But do
back.
you,
I can't. Yeah, I do.
Wait, Tears of the Kingdom?
That's awesome for you.
Let's play Monopoly. Nah. All right,
game are we
Lockdown
talking
Protocol.
Brain's broken. Jurassic Park World Evolution 3?
Ooh. Bro, Mecha Chameleon's down.
Damn, wait, let's play a multiplayer lobby for Total War Warhammer 3. That would be wild.
All right, boot up only up.
Guys, this is so annoying.
Fallout 76, anybody? Or-
So sorry, I'm reading an important email. So, my late stepdad's super, which is his 401k, that was meant to go all to mum, and it is gonna go all to mum. Gonna be positive. And all the like daughters were emailed because in his will it's just all to her. It's not that much either, and we had to all respond and sign it off and be like, yep, it's all going to her for some reason, even though the will is airtight. And I just got an email back that someone disputed against it. So if it's not me, it's not my sister Laura, it's probably someone like an estranged daughter that we don't talk to because they're nasty, obviously. So someone's disputed it, and it's so like I actually feel for mum because it's been over a year now.
He's right by.
And people are just not letting it go. And these are people that have double income.
What is
Heaps of
this? Wait, no way you
assets.
don't know what this is.
Like, mum can't work right now.
You sweet summer child.
She's 65.
All right, I'm dead.
Like,
On me, West.
sign it off.
Well, too late. I booted up only up.
It's just so petty.
Bro, I hope you get to the top.
It's so petty.
Nah,
Good
come on.
luck.
Mum is 65 in September. Yeah.
Best of luck.
Wait, I'm down to Bogos it if we can.
Yeah. So afterwards, I think I'm gonna email this case manager and
This
be
game
like,
actually has kind of good graphics.
"Thanks, Axel."
What? Bogo Bint?
So it's not even a
No,
lot of money either.
only
Like,
up.
you have jobs. You don't need this. You already
You ever,
got.
Chris, you ever beat this game?
You already got
What game?
something
Only up?
because we were like, all right, just take it. So
Maybe?
stupid.
I don't know.
I
remember.
blocked them
I think so.
when they started giving Mum grief.
It was either I rage quit or I beat it.
Are
and
we
it wasn't like I
Bogoing?
didn't even care.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. It's just so,
So fucking
selfish.
New sound?
I know, Striker. It's so
Alright,
stupid.
New song plays.
I'm gonna email
Alright,
this
let's
case
Bogos it
manager
up.
and like write a full thing because this is ridiculous. It's been over a year, and I'm waiting for Mum to message. She's gonna message me
30
soon and be
Right.
like, "Guess what happened?" And I'm gonna go, "I know." So nasty.
Uno.
Draw for no winner.
All right. Create lobby. Streamer mode on.
It looks so beautiful.
Friends only. Create lobby. Here's the code. It's in squad eyes.
It's a weird code.
I know. No, that's a strange code actually. I don't... Failed to create lobby. It's probably also fucked.
Yeah, I think if I can be honest with you, Chris, I think you're gonna have problems getting into an online game.
Well, I think
It
you will
says
now
it's-
that you're got out
I
of
tried
one.
to join your game and it's opening DVD. What the hell's going
Can
on?
you just invite
Uh,
us?
What?
What the hell is going on? It says you're in DVD, Chris, and I tried to join your game.
No, I
It
invited you on
opened
DVD like an
DVD.
hour ago. You probably just missed that invite.
No. I clicked on your name in my friends list. It says you're in
Funny.
DVD now. What the?
No. Oh yeah, everything's down.
Okay, I have a game we can play while we wait, and it's just a browser game.
Bobo, Ski, Watton, Cotton.
What is it?
You know that the color match game, but we all verse each other and we all get the same colors.
Could be cute, but that's rough for Crispy.
Oh fuck! I'm so awful. I'm sorry.
But Chris, you're not even online for me
Crispy, I'm so sorry.
on Steam. I can't even.
Hey,
Yeah,
man,
join
it's just
the
goof.
No, no, it's not. I'm really sorry. It's like you
It's
saying to
fine.
me, "Oh, you're Canadian." Like, I'm not. Sorry, man.
It says
Oh, it's
message or it says session
keep me up at night.
invalid. What the
We could
code?
play Fall Guys. You guys all have that installed for sure.
No, I don't.
No, I
No,
don't.
I
I
don't.
don't
No.
have that.
Wait, do you guys want to play the game like a game together? Where we all just
We
talk
can
about
enjoy
stuff?
our presence.
I mean, we can
Do
hang.
that.
Yeah.
We're funny together.
We don't play Codenames anymore
It's true.
because
We are.
they did a collab
Overwatch,
Alright,
there's
guys.
no shot.
with
Loading up Uma.
Uma.
with JK rolling.
I Spy
and
still banger.
I'm like,
What's that game? Guys, most
no.
games we can't play because they're all Steam based. Overwatch won't happen because half of them don't
personally,
have
I
it.
just don't want to support
Fortnite,
that
same
lady.
thing.
Yeah, unfortunately I didn't update it because I didn't know this was gonna happen. So
I haven't played Overwatch in like 3 years.
We could do
I just
Gartic
wa-
with 4 people.
I just went through the Overwatch hero list of my community, and there's like 20 heroes I haven't seen.
I don't judge people for
Oh, yeah,
like.
it's so many.
I just don't want to play it on stream.
Wait, Mario Party?
Wait, West Hunt.
No, bro,
it
it's
hasn't
Steam.
worked the past like 10
Steam.
times we've tried to play.
Nothing will work on Steam.
No, I'm gonna try
Also,
it.
fuck West Hunt. No, it's not gonna work.
love West Hunt.
Well, let's find the meaning of life in Infinite Craft.
We could do that. We
Let's
could.
just geoguess it. Let's verse each other and geoguess it.
I can just go to bed.
No,
No,
Crispy,
it's
stay.
friend
No,
I'm
swap.
just kidding.
Crispy, upload
I'm
it back on
kidding. I'm
DVD, bro.
kidding. I'm
Lock in.
kidding. I'm joking.
No, but you're
I wish
not
there was
the
more
only
NA streamer in
007.
DVD.
Wait, let's play a game. I have an idea. I saw this on a TikTok or a reel or whatever. So, 2 people each say a letter, and then they have to figure out a word. So the one person's the beginning of the word, and the other person's the end. They have to figure out a word that it correlates. So Crispy, me and you first. You're the beginning, I'm the end. Okay? Say a random letter. On the count of 3.
Yes.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. S.
R.
Rinse. No, rise. No, fuck. Ross.
Guys,
Ross.
boot up DTI.
Sugar. Wait. S and R. So, DTI. No.
I don't know what's happening.
Oh my
What?
god.
I'm so confused.
Red.
Bro was
Really?
just
I haven't
saying
been on it
stuff.
in years.
I thought it was.
Fortnite's not gonna happen,
Yeah,
guys. Half of
probably.
them don't have it downloaded.
I don't fuck with
There's no
Fortnite.
games.
Great.
There's no games.
Rhombus. World
We're
of
done.
Warcraft. Ooh.
Guys, boot up West Hunt will work.
No, it
I
won't. It's
undownloaded
not going
all
to.
my Blizzard games. Like recently.
Carla is
too.
the if there's one, if Weston has no fans left, then Carla's dead.
Carla is Carla.
No, there'll be 2 because Leah wants it too. Leah's excited.
Oh my god.
And Georgie,
We
that's
could play,
3.
like, it worst comes to worst, we could play different games and then just keep talking in Discord and keep having a good time. You know what I
That
mean?
is true.
Like Chris, if you and Carla have Fortnite updated, like you guys could play Fortnite if you wanted. I just definitely don't have it updated.
Of course. Prop Hunt Pokopia? Nah, that's silly. Nah, we couldn't.
Yeah, we couldn't. I don't want to.
Tic Tac Tory.
I want to do Mecha. Is Bogo? Okay, Bogo's fine.
Who was that? It sounded like
Wait.
Sandwich.
Even
it's open.
even if it was a Steam thing, it should be fixed by now.
Well, I think it's fixed. It's updating Steam.
No, it's a DDoS, I thought.
No, he's not here anymore.
Who's not here?
DDoS
Who's
left.
DDoS?
Oh, Mech is opening.
Yeah, we're
Nos
fine. We're
isn't
fine. We're
here
fine. He's
anymore.
back. He's back.
Mecha.
Mecha.
We could
Yeah,
do Mecha.
You guys make sure it works for you, like in a multiplayer lob.
Mecha Chameleon.
All the updates here. Yes, the new emotes. Woo!
With the
see.
new poses.
Bogo.
Yeah, because they removed it
Fin
because it had bugs, but I think it's back.
Okay, try that for password.
Yes.
Getting that viewer count up.
Mr. Dawn.
Only one. No, we played 5 games of DBD, dude.
I would have played more.
Yeah, we can
TBD.
still
Me
boot
too.
that up.
We
To
do
be
have
honest.
that issue.
I was having a good time.
We can boot it
That's
up.
what was I, but it's too late now.
Okay.
Okay.
It's not that easy. It's not.
No, there's only.
easy.
I'm not seeing the new ones unless I'm weird.
Oh, okay. It must not be rolled back.
Christy, you seen the new ones?
No new poses. Nope.
No new friends.
No new
Let's see.
poses. Unless it's a different button, maybe?
Button.
Okay.
Oh, now it's frozen for some reason? Oh, okay. Not typed for me?
This is not that easy by Lime Cordial.
Oh, good.
Oh, good. Okay.
Oh, it broke.
Yeah, it's borked.
Oh.
Hold on, let me try that again.
I
Sorry.
love show business.
Mr. Doss.
There's
Guys, I have a
no
backup game.
business
Don't worry.
show.
Papa's Pizzeria Deluxe.
Can't.
Yeah, it's
Alrighty.
a
Bro,
lot.
now I want pizza.
Real.
Now that you mention
Wait,
it.
how do you get
For-
thumbs ups?
Because I'm goaded like that.
Wait, how do you have 11
Sorry, I'm
thumbs
on
up?
anyway.
Check this out. Oh, I can't find
Well, I
it.
don't have any. Wait, did no one give me a thumbs up? Do I suck?
That didn't work, Chris.
I'm
Okay.
I'm trying now.
Can I change my
Join.
name? Oh, I can change my
I'm-
name
I'm
back,
going
which is
in.
good.
I'm in.
Okay,
Oh,
I'm
why do
trying
I
to-
have no likes too? I'm washed.
Wait, no, you're not washed, Sammy. I have
I'm
11.
cringe.
No, you're not cringe, bro.
Bro,
You're literally
look,
not
I have
cringe.
0 likes. Like I'm actually cringe.
How do I?
Guys, is Sammy cringe? She's not.
No.
Thank you.
How do I get in? It's not working.
You're good for it.
Do you have
I sent the thing in.
Yeah, it's not working.
Password in game.
Is it
Can
North America?
you join off me, Carl's, or no?
Let me have a look.
I'm inviting you.
Thank you. Get me in, I want it so bad.
Meow. Meow.
Okay, I'll boot back up.
Oh, pink cat, cute.
Meow. Meow.
Wait, hold on.
Girl,
What is that?
Meow.
you sound more sick than Mia does.
That's
Carla.
What?
Carla,
What's
that's
funny?
wild.
Meow! Does it sound sick to you?
I'm back in my natural state. The flopped and flying
Oh.
around.
Girl, I can't join.
Crispy. Meow.
Meow.
Meow. Meow. Meow.
Meow.
Bro,
Oh,
if I saw my
meow.
cat doing that in the middle of the night, I'm freaking out.
Yeah, I'll leave it,
Oh,
dude.
Carla,
I'm
you
out.
can't join? Yo, Carla can't join because apparently 2 minutes ago there was an update, so she has the new one. We have to re-download it.
No, I updated. I just opened the game and I updated.
I'm a monkey.
Well,
Let me try again.
let's restart.
All right, all right.
Might as well.
Someone else host. I'm weird. I
I
think.
genuinely.
Can I
I
host?
actually found
I'll
out.
host.
I found out I can't host this because it chunks my computer.
Can I
too
host?
much.
Yeah, please. Actually, no, because aren't we gonna get weird
No, I'm gonna put it
ping
on your ping.
with everyone? We'll see.
You don't have bad
Yeah,
ping on
mine
this game.
was
okay?
already updated.
All right, let's try.
Here, wait, let me make the lob.
Oh, mecha stands for it means very or extremely in Japanese. Very chameleon or extremely chameleon.
W.
Oh, is that? That's interesting.
Let me know if that works.
Why do they hate us today? The universe.
New name.
I just changed it slightly.
I just want a game.
What is it? Did you put it in the thing?
Squad eyes, yeah.
Okay. Find server.
Don't.
No,
see
stay.
it.
You're so sexy.
It's there.
Find private server. Oceania?
I did North America.
I
did
am not
North
seeing
America.
The server.
Try
Don't
North
see
America.
the server either.
Yeah, no, tagged North America. I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, it's not.
All right, someone else make it again. God damn.
I'll make it again.
Okay.
I'll make it again.
I'll make it again.
All right, same as Carlos. You can't actually because you made it. Same as my old one.
Okay.
Oh, I'm not getting any of the new shit still,
I
man.
had to back out.
I might have to verify
feel-
files.
The Steam page says they rolled back the update because it was
Oh.
buggy.
Oh, maybe. So maybe Carl, you have to roll it back.
Yeah, but
No,
they
like, when
they
I-
don't. I don't need to do that. They do it.
When I opened Steam,
Hmm.
there was already an update that was reverting the other.
I'm gonna
update, if
verify
that
my
makes sense.
files.
Verify on that. Chat, hope everyone's having a good day.
So
You guys like? Do you guys like how I said that?
That was really nice.
Dang.
Becca.
Crispy, look at us.
Oh,
We're
weird.
holding hands.
Wow.
Holding.
Steam,
We're holding
wow,
each
guys.
other. Steam.
Still 0 likes. What's the point?
I'll like you, babe.
I'm making fun of my chatters? No. You would know if you were. If you were getting made fun of.
True.
Who's my chatters?
Yes, Sammy.
Yes.
Bro, Carla texted me at 8 a.m. saying, love you.
That's nice.
I texted saying, "Love you." So what?
And then I responded with, thanks, you too.
Yeah, you know why though?
Didn't
Because I
message me
get.
that.
No, wait. I can explain. I had this like slideshow. Sammy, babe. Although to be fair, I woke up. There's a slideshow on my main screen, and it cycles through random photos. And this morning, it was you mogging in Japan.
That's
Me or
funny.
Sammy?
Sammy. She was mogging by the brick wall.
She always
Somebody's
mocks
got a
me.
mog out here.
So true.
No, I still think that's one of like the most all-time picks ever taken. of
No,
me.
you're real and true.
W
Most
Shan.
all-time. Yeah, Shan's a class act.
Yeah.
Don't we know it?
I can't hear for a second.
Crispy, you're a good dude, and everyone loves you.
Crispy.
Let's all say something nice about him so he can't hear it, and then when he comes back, we'll let me know.
It was very wonderful to hang out with Crispy, Ira. And
Yeah, I missed.
I can't believe the gay neighborhood didn't have Malort. I must have
Yeah,
Walmart.
guys, Boys Town doesn't have any Malort, or at least
Yeah.
the bars that we went to.
Wait. I forgot
Boys
to tell
Town was
you.
like, yeah, no, we don't do that.
What?
You forgot to tell us what.
Oh, okay.
What?
I found my old laptop, which I haven't opened since I was in New Jersey for Collecticon, and I opened it and charged it.
Snap.
And the vlog I made was playing when I opened it, and I ended up just standing in the middle of my lounge room watching it, being like, "This is nice.
Aw,
I miss
that's
them."
cute.
Aw,
miss
that's
him.
why you texted. Ah, okay.
Shut
Come
up.
come
That's
back
really
sometime.
No, but it was really
nice.
nice. I was like, "Oh, this was a good trip."
Joyzy.
Oh, Bella, it's gross. It's
Girl,
terrible.
I can't connect to you. That's so weird.
We're done. We're done, guys.
Wait, if you make your
Well-
own lobby, do you have all the things, or did it roll back for you as well?
Let's have a look.
Oh yeah, go into a lobby and hold R and just see if
Or hold on, even.
and hold it down.
Kill me. Kill me.
Kill me.
Only only have one new one. Do you have one new one? I just have one.
What's the new one?
It's
Wait,
hand
what
on
does it
hip.
look like? I don't
No,
have
we don't
that.
have that. You have it. Yeah, you're on a different version. That's why.
Can you update yours?
Different
Because
version.
there was an update when we booted up Steam.
Just try.
No, they rolled it back.
I opened Steam and updated, so I have the most recent.
Do you have
one, and it's
version
not
1.80,
there.
Sammy?
How can I tell?
Go to
I have
title.
1.81 was the most recent one. Then they rolled it back.
I have
Wait,
one.
how do you know?
Go to title page, and up top right it should say version 1.8,
page.
like the main screen.
Like
sorry.
in the game?
Yeah, main screen. You have to leave the lobby. I have version 1.8.0.
Let me look.
Oh,
I have
Nope, I have
1.7.0.
I have
1.7.
1.7. Yeah, we
I
have
got
1.7.
1.7. And
That is
so I updated right when I got to Steam. Carla, when you open the Steam page, does it
Oh, there's an
say...
update now. There's an update now.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Update
talking
right
about.
now.
Oh, okay, cool.
It just showed up. It just showed up, guys.
There you go.
Maybe
there you
it
go.
rolled out late for the
Yeah, no,
US.
it wasn't
There you
showing up when we
go.
exited.
All right, I'm gonna create server then.
Australia got it early.
Thanks, guys.
Wait, they did. They really did, Sam. Speak on that.
Bro, what's with today, man?
Yeah, today was like it was
What's going
going
on?
so well too.
What's going on?
Guys, I hate to tell you this, but I still have 1.7.
Crispy.
Wait, when you
I have 1.8.
updated and then you opened? Or no?
There is no update. for
There
me.
should be. Just wait.
Force close your Steam and then reopen it.
That's risky, but you might have.
That is risky.
Because as soon as I closed my game, it popped up for me.
Pop.
Pop. Pop.
They're all here. There's so many.
No.
There's so many.
No.
Oh
no, don't
my
get Crispy
god.
excited. It's not working for him yet.
No, it will.
Don't get Crispy excited.
Oh, guys. Oh,
Oh, what the
god.
fuck?
Oh, look at this. Chris, look.
Are you in Carla's or Chris's server?
Oh, he's in
I'm in
Carla's,
Carla's.
all right.
Oh.
Oh, guys, you're not ready for this. My bitch pole's nasty.
Wait, is it tagged North America?
Yes.
Beautiful.
And one, and two, and one.
Oh, I'm
and
in.
two.
Sammy, check out this. Sammy, look at this. Sammy, look. Hello,
Hey, Sammy.
lovely.
Hello.
Hello,
Wait,
lovely,
you're not doing
lovely.
anything for me. You just look normal.
What?
Oh God.
Wait, try this. Do you see this?
Wee.
Wait, how are you getting the extra ones? I don't see
R and then
Click.
left click.
them. Oh, duh.
Whoa.
Just Sammy, me, all of us after stream. Ready?
Oh.
Wait, where are my Love Islanders? Kenzie. Kenzie at any moment.
And that's why my name is Country Roads.
What the hell? This goes crazy. Crispy, check this out.
Ugh. This is me. This is me after emo night. Crispy's in. Let's go.
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
All right, so
Crispy, you're muted.
can we
No,
get
no.
community members in, or what do you want to do?
Oh, my bad. Let's play just us for now and do like the one where it's all double.
Oh, double.
And see
Okay.
who can get the fastest.
Okay.
Okay, bet. Ooh,
Maybe we'll do
whoa.
let's do like Backrooms or Japan, and then we'll do the duos one where we both hide and we all hide and hunt
All right,
and
let's
see
do...
who can win.
All right, let's go.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this
All
is
right, you
so
guys ready?
cool. Yeah, let's
41.
go.
Yeah, I'm
Oh my
ready.
God, people are just feeding you up votes.
I'm just goaded. What?
Wait, how do you get up votes?
It's new.
You
You'll-
asked your chat to give them to you. That's why she wants people to play. I guess.
That's
Wait,
actually
is this
so
new or
cool.
is this modded?
This is new.
No, this is new. This is real.
Oh, this is nice.
What is this?
I like it.
This is Japan.
This.
Wait,
is
60
Rocket
seconds.
League.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Wait,
what?
Oh no!
No, this wasn't part of my
Oh, no.
plan.
Oh Nori.
Oh great.
All right, it's okay.
Oh,
no,
great.
it's okay. This is a good practice. I'll do it properly next time. Fuck.
She did it on purpose, guys.
No, I didn't. I didn't.
You didn't realize?
This actually works, I think.
Fuck.
All right. Actually, I kind of like the fastness because we're gonna be hunting as well, so you have to just get quick with it. You know what I mean? All right. Good luck.
All right.
Oh,
Whew.
wait, what just happened?
So now we're all looking. Now we're all looking for each other.
So the
Oh.
person who finds everyone
Okay.
Oh,
first
you're
wins.
whoever this is flashing. Crispy.
Oh, Crispy.
Oh, babe.
What?
What the heck?
Huh?
Boo.
Oh my
that
god!
was too
How do you
fast.
find everybody so fast?
Honestly, just luck. It's okay
What
though.
the hell?
Answer check.
didn't have time to
Oh,
think.
look, I did it back to front. Look at answer check. How long that is? How did I do that?
Oh, answer check 100.
Oh, we have to leave. We have to leave. I'm leaving.
Ah,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
we got-
leave.
well, I'm leaving.
All right, see you
That's
soon.
too long.
My bad.
I will start that again.
Here, I'll join your
Oh my
server. You do
God.
it.
Okay.
I'll find your server.
Radio.
I'm not good for this
Oh, Bear,
hosting
no way.
thing.
Okay, same shit as before. The fact that we had 40 seconds to paint and then 4 minutes to look at each other's spots is so funny.
That is
Wild.
funny.
I don't see it yet. Have you done it?
I just.
I made it. It might be your old one.
Oh, okay.
Sammy's in.
I'm
Gotcha.
in.
That's so
I'm in.
funny. Oh, my bad.
I'm in.
My bad, guys.
No, you're good for it, dude. Come on.
That's
seriously.
really funny. Let's do that again. I love I can't believe they've added the new poses so quick. Goaded.
This one is cracking me up.
Okay, MJ reverse.
180.
This pose is crazy.
My
Okay.
bitch pose go nasty.
Force taunt. We're gonna go 30.
My Shayla and
Or
I in
25.
Shibuya.
I'm gonna do 130 for paint time. Is that enough? Do you think, or do you want to do like?
That's
one...
perfect.
I think 130. That's good.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Is everyone in?
Yeah, wait.
Okay.
Hold on. Oh.
What's this?
You gotta download the map.
What's this map?
Don't worry about it.
Pretty.
It's fun.
Mimi's on my lap.
Oh yeah.
My mic doesn't pick up whistling.
Oh god.
No, I heard you.
Wait, you heard all
Oh
that?
yeah.
I don't know.
Oh yeah.
If that was you.
Oh my
then
god,
yes.
all the new poses,
Oh.
but this is gonna be crazy.
I wasn't looking at Discord when you did it. What is this? Whoa!
Dude.
Whoa! We got Benson Boone over here. What's happening?
Okay, I'm gonna do something.
Why is bro
Do
flipping?
you guys not
What's
see
going
that in the
on?
middle of the map?
Yeah. Whoa.
That's Benson Boone.
Whoa,
That's actually
whoa.
cracking me up. Whoa, whoa.
What's her name? Girly Pop.
I want to do something ridiculous. Oh, I'm nasty with it. I'm nasty.
Has Julia seen this? Yes, and that she wants to get in on it next.
Only thing that's with custom games is they don't match the color, right? Sometimes,
Yep.
but I personally think that that's so funny. New sleep paralysis demon. No, I like that. Guys, when you get into our lobby, give me like so it pisses Chris off. This angle's actually crazy. You can't see me.
I think that actually works straight up.
And I'm spread eagle too. Guys, this is crazy.
All right, here we go.
You're scaring me.
No, my own spot just fried me. Oh my god. Ooh.
Wait, how did I find you immediately? That's so funny.
Crispy, you're just goaded like
Ha,
that.
Sammy.
Wait, where's Sammy?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Wait, I want to see Sammy.
Oh, I'm so cracking up. Oh man. Alright. Where's everybody at?
Wait,
Crispy, how'd you find him so fast?
Sammy.
I can't find anybody.
Sammy. That's me, girl.
Oh. I hear someone over here, but I don't see you.
Hmm. Oh, someone fucking whistle.
Where's Chris? Oh, nice. That's nice. That's really good, Chris. That's
Oh, you guys
really
are
good.
cracked. I can't
Thanks,
find
man.
anybody.
That's really
Sammy,
good.
you got this, dude. Come on, believe in yourself.
I'm washed. I have no likes. What's the point?
I think I say life. I was like,
Everyone
dude, give it
found
life.
Sammy. I can't find Sammy though.
I can't find Crispy.
Crispy, you'll laugh when you find me.
Sammy, don't give it away.
What? I just said you'd laugh.
Yeah, but oh,
I need that crispy whistle.
oh, Al, you know you're not a chode. That is happening.
Okay.
Someone goes, am I a chode or is there a new Paranormal Detour video coming out? There is on Thursday. Chode.
You're not all that. Come on.
Okay, so I can't hear Crispy, so she has to be over here, which is...
But I hear someone whistling is driving me insane, but I have no idea where they are.
I can't hear the whistle.
Somebody cooked.
I hear a whistle, but it's so far, I think.
Somebody cooked.
Oh, nice. Whoever this is. Crispy. Fuck. Carla, where are you?
I'm here.
No, where's your fucking person at?
Oh, I'm on the edge of map. You can see me. I'm a green wall. Oh, nice, Crispy.
Crap. No, nice GG's.
Kyla, nice. Where
Sammy-
are y'all at?
Where are you again? I'm gonna give you a like.
Oh, I'm I'm in the pond.
Oh, you're over here. Carl, I'll give you a like as
you.
well.
Thanks,
Wait,
man.
Crispy. Crispy. I'm
Oh
over
my
in
god,
the-
dude, that's such a
the
good
river.
spot. Can we do that map again?
Onion, hello, doll. I actually
Or
slept
you guys-
pretty
Carla,
decent.
oh my god.
How are you?
Let's do it again.
Yeah, I'm excited for all of you to join.
Wait, I don't see.
Again,
I
and
didn't find Sammy.
after Friends
I'm over
Love-
She was a
here, I'm
fish.
standing by
After
it. I
Friends
was a
Love, I'll
fish,
host
yeah.
for our
okay.
community anyway, so we'll definitely do it today.
All right, let's go again.
That was fun. I love doubles so much.
Yeah, doubles is good
Doubles
with
is
a low
fun.
amount. So yeah, our paranormal detour that Sammy and I did in New York is finally getting like a massive edit, which is exciting. And that was like the one where you were most scared, Sammy.
Yeah, that one was mad scary.
Dang.
Scared.
Scared.
What is that? What is that giggle?
What's that noise?
Oh, I just
It was
love my
Carla.
spot.
It's hard to figure out what emote I want to use now because there's so many.
I'm trying. Gonna- Okay, that. Yeah.
I like this too because it's like you once you paint, you're done. Like that's it.
It's kind of fast though.
Oh, it is. That's my bad.
It's okay.
Oh, I like this.
If I get found, I'm a monkey's uncle.
You're not all that, man.
I might be.
All right,
All right. Good luck. Have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
have fun.
Have.
Have fun.
Hey, don't follow me. You can see where people go with their guns.
Hi, Nick. No, you are. How are you, doll? I just know someone has a really goated spot. Crispy thoughts?
I wasn't sure what you were at first. I was like, what is that up there?
Hang on.
Up there. Okay.
So he thinks.
Carl, what do you think of that one?
I like that.
Thanks.
You guys are too good. I can't find anybody.
It makes me feel weird.
Why is that? That doesn't look right. I'm gonna be honest with you. That does not look right.
Oh. What a snipe.
Crispy, gorgeous.
Beautiful.
Nice, Carlos.
Thanks, babe. Dude, that Sammy whistle. If you were a fish again, I would have lost my mind.
I just go for a fish strat every single time. You just have to figure out which one I am.
Exactly.
If you're the fish.
Okay, Snipe. Oh, so she is over here, but where?
Oh, nice, Sammy.
Thank you, thank
Oh,
you.
Sammy.
Thank you.
Stunning.
Carla
Carlos
found
is
her-
on a tear.
Her game.
Oh, Chris, that's a W spot.
Did
You
you
like
find
that
me,
one?
Chris?
I would not have found you.
Did you find me?
No,
Go
I,
look
no,
at me.
I
Go look at
sniped
me.
you from far away.
Where's
Oh, okay, sick.
Crispies?
I don't see Chris.
I'm in this thing over here. Crispy behind you.
Wait, Crispy, where's yours? I don't see yours.
Oh.
You like that?
On the wall over here.
Wall.
Wall.
Bro, I looked over there.
Nice.
Different map?
Yeah.
And more paint time?
Yeah.
What kind of map we thinking?
Oh, I love this game so much. Do you want to do Backrooms? Just no, okay. Oh yeah.
Simpsons? Nah, come on.
Ooh, Simpsons is fun.
That's
think
one of
Simpsons
my
is
favorite
good.
modded maps is the Simpsons
It's
one.
so colorful.
would
I know
agree.
exactly where I'm gonna hide, guys.
If you're the bird, been up and buff me over, and I'm the one.
The worm.
hiding. Homie, try to find me.
Oh,
So-
mate. Because that's still fair, you know? Then again, what if I did... Wait. If I did like... Just like... Because hear me out. Sometimes you are never found by like blending in, like that could be, I don't know what that could be, but like it's a new pose, so they're not thinking about that pose. Homie! I'll crump with you, sweetie pie! Oh, 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 oh. Thank you,
You know I had
Sully.
to.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Guys, the support today's been unreal. I really appreciate it. And Mimi says, meow meow. Thank you. No, I'm trying, because the new poses, not everyone's going to remember all the poses. So I think people might walk past this one. Even if they don't, they still have to find everyone else. But I think this will be a good one. From this angle here, it's like a pot, I think. If you go up here, you'll definitely see me. Yeah, Wheezy, exactly. Alright, I think I got this. I'm gonna try and find them. Although I feel bad. I don't want to be too sweaty, but I really do like trying. I like hunting a lot. I never used to, but now I'm kind of obsessed with it.
Yo,
Ready or
good
not,
luck,
here
guys,
we
and that's
go.
on God.
Real.
Okay.
The crazy thing is we have new poses now, so it's gonna be...
Yep.
True.
I was just thinking that like there's gonna be some crazy like angles and shit.
No, you guys wouldn't do that, right?
Oh,
You're right.
Sammy.
Oh, Sammy. 100 monks.
Hi, Virgil. How are you, doll? I think
hear
they're upstairs.
somebody.
Sammy, clever.
Thank you.
Liked it. I shoot Krusty in his dick every time I go in the room just because. Anyone else?
Okay,
The
that's
clown?
yeah. Thanks for clarifying.
Just shoot him.
Just shoot him.
Just shoot him's crazy.
Just, don't even ask questions. Just shoot him.
There's somebody here.
Is there?
Yeah, I hear them whistling.
It is
Whistling.
whistling. Yeah, right. Where the hell?
The hell? Nice, Chris.
Carla,
Now,
where you at?
I need crispy.
Bro, Carl's muted.
Oh, sorry. I need crispy. Where's crispy?
Oh, you'll never find
I
me.
haven't found one of you. I'm actually buns today.
No,
You're not
Sammy.
buns, Sammy.
Wait, was my character like this? On my screen, I was different.
I need a
That's
whistle.
crazy.
Oh, that was good, Carla.
Thank you.
It was a vent.
Christy, where you at?
Don't worry about it.
Fuck.
I can't find anyone, man. I'm washed.
I'm so obvious. It's okay.
Crispy, I only found myself. I haven't found a single person.
We're getting
Hey,
into
finding yourself's
grooves.
important, though.
We're getting into grooves. Don't worry. Where are you?
Yes.
You guys
Oh, crispy. Nice. Wow.
Let me
Bro,
find
Crispy,
Crispy's.
I would not have found you. That's goaded.
I tried to
Let me
make
see it.
myself look like a piece of the kitchen.
Nice. Yeah, I did.
Dude, that was really good. Holy shit, I'm giving you a thumbs up.
I did a bowl thing. Nice.
Oh, Chris, you're in the trash can.
He's in the trash.
I'm in the trash. Let me in the trash.
Virgil, hope you're well
Oh,
as
Sammy,
well.
nice. I don't know where Carla is.
I was different on my screen though.
I
or
was the
at
dish
least-
rack.
I don't know.
Crispy. I was a little bowl.
Like I was more hidden. Was I kind of obvious for you, Chris, or no?
Wait, where were you again, Sammy?
What were you?
You're on the shelf,
the
right?
folded towel.
No. You were a good spot. Genuinely, that was good.
No, because when I saw it, it was different than what I hit as.
Let's run that shit back.
It doesn't matter.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Let's run that shit back. It's so funny because you sounded so serious.
Oh, someone farted. I'm joking. Okay, let's do this. I'm gonna be Maggie. Mimi had some food, which was good. I don't want to like get too excited, but I'm stoked about the food. I'm gonna try some more food today. But hey, that's a win. We take that. I love it. Oh, that's not what I need. That's crazy. It's not what I want. Maybe she takes more meds today. That would be the best. This is cursed. Oh my god, that's so cute. That's so cute. Oh, blue bow. Yes, 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 you're right. Right.
I'm pretty confident on mine. How about you guys?
Really confident on mine.
Super confident.
Really? Oh my
Yeah.
god, guys, the confidence is awesome.
Yeah.
Oh.
Carla Wild.
What?
That was a funny one, not gonna lie.
Thank you.
Wait, where's Carla? Oh,
You'll see her right away.
that was cute. That was cute.
Maggie.
Pretty confident, as I said.
Oh wait, Sammy cute.
Thank you. Thank you.
I like
Kristen,
that
where you at?
spot.
Bud.
A place you'll never ever know.
Happiness.
Oh.
I'm just kidding.
I heard somebody.
Talk after
Where are
stream.
they?
Nah, come on.
I feel like they should take the whistling out of the game because it's pointless. It never directs you to where they actually are. It's like, what's the point?
I
Then?
actually think it's too strong, Loki.
I think it's too strong
Really?
too.
I
Yeah, I
can
think it's too
never
strong.
pinpoint anybody off of a whistle. Maybe you guys just have elite hearing.
I think it
like,
just gives you a
I
general
hear a
area.
whistle, you're probably
like,
two rooms over. Like, you're probably not even in here.
Need that whistle again.
Yeah.
Bless you.
That's you?
Flash.
Thank you.
Where are you?
Where's this whistler at?
Did you clip out? I feel like you're right in front of me. Did you clip out, Crispy?
Me? No.
Okay. Oh, he's right in front of me. This hurts. Where is he?
Where is he?
Where is this son of a gun at?
I can't find Chris.
Where are you at?
Where is he?
He has to be downstairs, if not up here. I can't find him. This is right in front of me.
I can't find Chris.
Crispy, that was clever.
You only
That
you
was
only got it
clever.
because I went over there.
No. I was down there
I was trying to
already.
wait.
Oh,
whistle-
my god, Chris. Nice spot.
The whistle was showing. Oh, that's real nice.
Yeah,
It was
I
in the same room, just below.
I literally was 4 rooms over hearing the whistle clear as
Where
day.
was
Like, that's what I'm
Chris's?
talking about. This whistle's busted.
That's
Oh, you're
cute.
behind the hair. What the
Yeah,
heck?
I was a ponytail.
Eh, this guy.
Bro is tape.
I was just like a thing on the wall. All right, guys, I'm sorry. I have to back out because I'm in really bad pain.
Oh,
My shoulder.
No, you're good,
bro,
dude.
Go
Sorry,
rest.
dude.
Feel better, man.
Yeah, I've been trying to like push through it. But it's just
Oh.
getting to
Dude,
be too
No,
much.
please.
No,
No,
go
look after
rest, brother.
yourself.
Appreciate you,
sorry,
dude.
guys.
No, feel
Yeah,
better.
I
You're
appreciate you
good.
guys. This is super fun.
That was a great slot.
Yeah.
GG's
guys.
only, Crispy.
GG's, guys.
Bye, pal.
Have a
GGs.
wonderful evening, man.
Good
Bye,
vibes.
guys.
Go relax.
Let me
Do
see.
we
We
open
can
up?
share it with. Yeah, we can
the
open
log?
it up. Let me.
So what is
Yeah,
it?
let's
Is
do
it
it.
my one?
I
Is
don't,
it?
I don't remember.
I think it's game. I think the server is bros, guys, and the password is dude1.
Bros, password dude1, guys. If you want to get in,
Um,
and just don't
Feel
be weird.
free to join, y'all.
I'm gonna go piss.
can we
Leah's
do
already
more
in. Oh my
double?
God,
Can we do
Laura.
more double?
No, I think we do. I think we do the other thing now with this many people.
Oh,
Like
true.
I think we do
okay.
where we can see each other hiding. In my
Okay.
opinion.
All right.
Is that okay?
Sure.
All right then.
All right.
All right, chat. If you want to get in, feel free. There's 10 open slots.
Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Worth it for the whimsy. I can't believe the new the devs are honestly putting everything into this game. The updates are quick. Hope Crispy feels better. Poor thing. Should I try and give Mimi some. Should I go down and get her meds maybe, and try and give it in food? Because they changed the Well, maybe I'll let her chill for a bit. She's on my lap. She's on my lap. Oh, my parents' 15-year-old cat sometimes has trouble eating, but she loves cat soup. Like, she'll lick the whole bowl. Cat soup? Where do you get that? That sounds amazing. Thank you for reposting, Key. Sorry. I get so locked in with Friend Slot. I think her nose is getting less blocked. Like, she's still loud, of course, but it's not... I think she has it. She's actually getting better. It will help with her appetite coming back if I can get some drugs into her, which sounds crazy. But she did have the first bit of drugs today, which is great. So I'll try for dinner. Fingers crossed. Oh, okay. I'll have a look, doll. I'm gonna be... I ordered liquid compound. It was so expensive. Oh my god. Guys, I'm only saying this because people with pets understand me. So I had this drug that the vets wanted me to give her. It's like a human sized one, and you cut it in half and give it to them in this, like, you open their mouth, but it's so big still. So they were like, you could get a liquid compound, we'll give you a script, and then they do it and they add a beef flavor to it, so it tastes like beef. Some people said it worked, some people said it didn't, but guys, to compound this stupid ass drug, 140 AUD. Just to
Alright,
liquefy that pill for her. Not even including
Who's in here?
the pill.
Gay and sad. Hi,
the
chat.
pills that I had to buy.
What? And Homo Huddle said same. 3G?
Girl.
Oh my god, this lobby is gay as hell.
She is worth every penny, but
The Prad.
no one tells you that.
Kaylee's in here.
Ooh, Dine, really?
If you can't get in, guys, it means that the lobby is filled. We could probably open up to more people in a little bit, but right now I think it's capped at 10.
Happy Pride. Axel, I think we're gonna
Oh
open
my
it
god,
up
are
soon.
you Lightning McQueen? That hits.
And then once we open it up, get in,
That
doll.
goes crazy.
Server is
They're nodding.
bros and password is dude1.
They're like, yeah, that's me. Yeah,
Life
that's me.
is a highway.
Eric
I'll
Real.
Oh,
ride
ride
it
it.
all night long.
I can't believe she ate some
Bam,
pills
That
today.
song is actually goated. I think it's one of the greats. I'll keep it a stack.
And she's not under
You
the
think
bed
so?
this morning, which is huge.
I think so. I think it's like top 20 songs of all time.
Life is a highway? Yeah, I think you might be right.
It's just like, it's so good.
I'm so ready. Life is a hype train. I
You have a
wanna
hype train? Congrats,
hype
dude.
it all night. I don't, but I used to sing it all the
No.
time when I did. And then it got annoying.
That's it.
Hide and seek on the mansion? Yup.
Yep.
Mansion.
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 Life really is a highway. Start Phoebe on it because her brother would eat her food. Oh no. Phoebes. Our Phoebus. Alright guys, lock in. Who's hunting?
You are.
Damn it. I'm really flexible, Jeffy. You know this, babe. Yo, how are you feeling? Might do Old Faithful up here, actually. You know what? No one ever goes up here. For a laugh, I'm just gonna do that. No one ever looks up on this one. So I'm gonna try that. Ooh, nice. Ooh, good. Ooh, nice. Sammy.
It's too quick. I can't find a spot. I'm over it.
Girl.
Sammy, no.
Girl, do you know what to do?
You know what to do.
You know what to do. Ooh, Chris, I love.
Thanks, man.
Oh. Oh, doll. Hey, man. The poses are so good. Ah, swing on a chandelier, doll. No Connie's, Axel. No Connie's. Oh, I see. Sammy, that's actually goated.
Really?
Yeah.
Hold on, wait. I forgot that I can see everybody else.
Chris. I went Old Faithful this run. Not an ounce of
No,
creativity.
nice.
Where are you?
Bro, everyone's new stances are cracking me up. Okay, Sammy.
Wait, Chris, I like
Yo,
yours.
Sammy, me after stream.
No, genuinely. Okay, Noah. Wait, yeah, everybody's testing out the new poses. I like it.
Leah has X-ray fucking vision. She's deaf.
Yep.
The hand on the hip is so funny. It's like, yeah, you found me, but I don't care.
But what?
No,
what of
the
it?
hand on the hip pose cracks me up.
Wait, Sammy, we're friends.
We're
I
friends,
just realized
yeah.
we're friends,
We're
dude.
friends.
Look at that.
I just realized.
No one knows.
All right, 1 minute. I think this is a good time amount too.
Yeah, even
Or maybe
the
Leah's
vet
just
was
cracked
like,
as fuck.
yeah, if you ever need to get this like after selling me this though, he was like, you can get it's under this name at a chemist. It's the exact same thing. I'm like, so why didn't you tell me that
Who cares?
before? Because her eye cream
Who
alone
cares?
was
It's
$50.
so funny.
And then the injections were like anywhere between 20 and 50.
I don't think I've seen a
Ridiculous.
better hunter than Leah my whole fucking life.
Now hang on,
They're
Chris.
so efficient. It's actually no, they're so efficient. It's crazy.
No, I'm kidding. Yeah.
Like, holy, they know all the spots. They know every spot to look. Oh my god. We won. Let's go. Noah coming through. Sheesh.
Wait, actually, Axel, I'm on my way.
Kaylee.
I'm interested.
Oh, Xander, that's funny.
Yeah. Okay,
Xander,
cool.
the funny thing about this one is it sucks from like a good amount of angles, but it's so good. And some also.
Not me jumping into
Bro,
Shannon
Carla
Chazelle
just
to
on the
Chris
ceiling is
saying,
crying.
who cares? That's so
Oh,
funny.
that's so funny.
I
No,
was
Leah,
like,
you're
I
literally
wasn't feeling
insane
creative.
at the game.
I wasn't either. Carla, I was still running around with like 40 seconds left. I couldn't find anything I liked.
Did you even paint yourself?
No.
Because we didn't. I
No,
didn't.
I
either.
didn't. I just hit the pose.
How are you, burrito?
I was saying you knew every freaking hiding spot. Like you were peeking
That's
corners like you were playing
crazy,
Valorant.
The price difference.
That was wild.
Peaky Blinders.
Old
All right,
Faithful.
no, let's do this thing.
All right, I gotta think outside the box. Yeah, I'm gonna do something.
G's.
Wait. Hmm. I want this to work so bad. Oh, nice, yeah. Guys, hear me out. I want to make a cowboy. Yeehaw! Why is it so dull? Oh. It's meant to be flannel. Why are all the colors weird?
All right, good luck. Where you guys at, buddy?
Good luck finding me.
Carla, Sammy, where are you?
Noah,
Oh.
leave me. I was a prop. I was a cowboy.
Aw. Not the cowboy.
Oh, that's nice. Ooh, yeah. This is good. Okay, I gotta stop having full whimsy and I need to try a bit more.
Oh, that's fun.
Okay, Queso. Queso got a new neon green hoodie.
Oh, that's clever, Xander. That was clever. Who's next? This looks fun. It's very fun.
Oh my god, Noah's Pizza Friday.
Yeah, dude.
Oh my god, he's Pizza Friday from Tamagotchi. That's so cute.
At first, I thought he was like a weird Iron Man. And then I saw
That's
Pizza
so
Friday.
cute. Wait, you nailed his hair.
I feel seen. Lake Titty Kaka. Hakuna. Hi tatas. Hi tatas. One of my favorite usernames on Twitch.
Trapezoid Labia
Thank
just
you
resubbed for 4
following.
months.
Titty Kaka.
I didn't even know y'all were clunts here. I feel seen.
Hakuna. How are you, doll? Thank you so
Aw.
much.
You got me.
That's really lovely. Thank you. Itchy.
It's one of my worst maps, I think.
I like everybody's spots.
He shot me,
Chris,
but it
I
was
was telling
bugged.
chat, like, I find this one
Oh.
difficult because we've played it so much, so I'm like, I've hid there before, like, I
Yeah.
don't know. I was kind of having a hard time finding a new spot.
Clun's been my Steam name for years. What? Wait, without knowing about the
Nice
community?
try.
Well, without knowing about our community's
Of course,
name?
3G, of course.
Meant
Need
to
one
be.
more.
What the hell? I love that. That's
One
so
more.
funny. What? Yeah. Mimi.
Nice, W. Double Hugh.
Double Hugh.
Ew.
Who was that?
Hey, Mia. Homo huddle.
Wait, why can I not like some people?
And you get one like.
Oh, you get one around, of course, of course.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Mia. So so cute, bro. Alright, Penguin Hotel.
Okay.
No, 3G, I liked your spot.
Road to 50 likes, guys.
Road to 50.
Well, I'm on
Guys,
3,
toss
so
likes
I'll be
to
there
me and
anytime
Sammy.
now.
I'm gonna toss it into Sammy.
Guys, Carly has enough. Carly has
Carly,
enough.
who's Carly? Guys, Road.
Wait, Carly
Carly.
is Sammy and Carla combined, actually. I just
Sure.
realized.
Oh, true.
Carly. Or
Guys, Road
Samla.
to 50.
Wait, this one's fun. I've only played this one once.
True.
I want to try one of the new things.
Samla.
Samla.
Samla's cute. Samla.
I want to be funny, but I want to use the new stuff. Getting caught up. Ooh, that's real nice.
Hey, girl.
Hey, babe. Hmm. That's crazy that that's allowed, but that isn't. I do? Hmm. Okay. Oh no.
You got this. You got this.
Okay, what is it? Ooh, nice. Ooh, that's good. Lovely. Oh yeah, that's good. Chris, nice.
Oh, Chris, I really like yours. Nice, Noah.
Oh, they're all whimsical. I love this.
Wait, I really like Xander's.
Okay, so
Wait, okay, Carl's. Okay, Carl's.
Look, listen. I fumbled.
No, you did not fumble.
Thanks, Queen.
You're good for it.
Where did you end up going? I missed you.
Come and find me.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Yeah, that's solid. Noah, cute as hell. I too support gays' rights and wrongs. Exactly. Also, if I've missed anyone, hello.
Noah's is funny as fuck. Carla, nice. Sammy,
We were-
very
we were
nice.
hyping yours up.
I responded, but I was muted like a weirdo.
Oh,
That's okay.
I didn't know if
Thanks.
you BRB'd.
Nah, you're good. I think mine could go the distance, maybe. We'll
I
see, though.
agree. I agree.
That might be an all-time, man.
Mm-hmm. I hope they let Noah
We'll see.
live
Chad,
for
do you
the
think
hell of it.
we have what it takes?
Oh, nice. Oop.
I could go the distance.
Loaf for bread.
Let me be clear.
Steal the loaf.
On bread.
Okay, singing.
Listen, you gotta belt sometimes, you know what I mean?
Bell.
Yes.
Yup. W. Honestly, Chris, you're getting my like.
Thanks, dude.
Guys, I'll take any
really
spares.
Enjoyed that. This is a banger. I'll take any spares.
Road to 50,
Yeah.
guys. Any spares? Thank you, Henry.
Homo Huddle, I got you with a like.
Leah, I know you nearly got me. Oh, for bread.
That was a fun one.
I want to hunt.
I'll hunt with my Shayla.
Let her hunt.
Wait,
Giggle
Shayla
girls.
Hunt?
Yeah.
Shayla Hunt on the on
Girls.
Sugarland. How about that?
Ooh.
Land. I'm down.
Yep. Wait, let me get my little.
Okay. When she hit that,
Yeah.
let me get this.
That's great. That's us in karaoke. The karaoke room in Japan. If you know, you
Actual footage. Actual footage. You had to be there, bro.
know. Guys, what was it? 3 hours of karaoke?
Like 3.5, and we could have gone all night too. We could have gone
We
longer.
did. We
Did
should.
we get home at like 3?
I don't even remember. We had the time of our lives, though.
Just take me to a Sev.
I was actually thinking about how much I miss 7-Eleven the
I
other
know.
day. Specifically in Japan.
Yeah, because no one's saying that about America's.
There's this
7-Eleven.
restaurant that I have to check out that does Japanese sandwiches,
Ooh.
but like times it by a million, and I really
The
want to try.
Sandos.
Sandos.
Sorry, chat. I had to sneeze. Oh, sorry, I wasn't muted in here.
Okay, sneezing.
I always mute like my actual mic, and then I forgot to mute this one.
That's okay. Sammy, don't ever apologize for sneezing. It's a normal thing, and it's awesome.
Thanks, man.
No problem.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Oh, Chris is cooking. I can hear that. Okay. Sammy, thought on this?
Hold on, I was finishing mine. Let me
Like the
see.
back?
Okay, wait, I love the back.
Yep.
What do you think about this? Wait, you lagged. What do you think about this?
You're just bending over to me. What do you? Oh yeah. No, I like
Wait,
that.
am I?
No,
Oh.
no. So you're like, what do you?
I'm standing straight for me.
You're like, what do you think about this? I'm like, all right. Let's.
What do you think about? What do you think about this?
Wow. Now that is nice.
No, the flag is cute. I'm rocking with that.
Thank you.
Yeah, the paint controls can be weird sometimes. Like, you just have to remember to hold Alt to like pan the cam.
All right, slay.
We've got this.
Oh, clicky clacky. Wait, Mickey, let me come. Coolish. I didn't have that over there. Yes, Kyle, and I hope you're okay as well. My Pookie.
It didn't load me into the map.
Same?
Chris,
Huh?
is the timer going off on your end or no? Is it frozen?
It's going right now.
Oh, Carla and I are not in the game. We're standing in the lobby.
Oh, my game froze. Oh, some people.
Yeah, they're saying timer's stuck.
Oh.
Is this a modded map?
No, it's real.
Oh, there it
there
is.
we
I'm
go.
in.
Oh
We're
my
in.
God.
We're in.
Okay.
Oh, they're in. Okay,
now.
okay.
That was so weird.
Yeah,
I've never had it lag like that before.
I was about to be sad because I had a good spot.
Leah, that was juicy. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. Like, it was really good, but I loaded in and just looked over there.
No, sometimes the spawn points are tricky because it's like you don't know that I'm gonna spawn right there.
And then you look to the right and someone whistles and you're like, oh, you're a pretzel. My
Yep.
bad.
You're a pretzel.
My bad, babe.
You're rocking pretzel. Ooh, nice 3G.
Giggle, girl, 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 girl.
Giggle, giggle,
Girl, girl, girl,
girls,
girl,
girls.
girl.
I like it. Camilla, that was good.
They're right in front of me, aren't they?
Not the gumdrop buttons.
Ooh. Oh, nice. Nice.
Oh my god, it's a massacre out here.
Gamers need to look up.
$30, $29.
Ooh. It's great looking around and getting ideas for spots.
Yep. Kaylee, nice.
True.
Noah, nice. Very good. Oh, they're only showing people who are alive again. They probably got
Nice.
feedback for it.
Oh, nice.
That's why I love
nice.
these devs so far. They're just so quick and responsive.
Yeah, they're really listening.
I know someone's gonna be
yeah.
on that. Someone's gonna be pink icing. I always miss the pink icing. Oh, I hear some whistles over here.
Someone's right over here.
Oh,
but
I
don't know
see
where they are.
them. Juicy. Nice, Kaylee.
Oh, nice, Carls.
All right, let me look up.
We've got 2 left. Oh, someone's still over here.
Yes.
Chris. Chris, I
Oh my
knew it.
Chris, I would have not found that. That's really good.
Chris.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
Oh,
I swear I looked
Noah.
at you. That's crazy.
Yeah. All right, hold on.
Wait,
What-
Xander, no way.
Nice.
Is it cool if I make a new lobby real quick so we can get a few more people in?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Wow.
W spots, guys. W spots.
Dubs.
Okay. I'm making a new lobby, guys.
Bye bye.
Okay. 14 or 12, do you think?
14.
Whatever works.
Wow.
Yeah. Is it gonna be the same stuff or diff?
A little diff. The hell is that? What up?
Hello?
Look who it is.
Oh, Ellie!
Uh
Hello.
oh.
Sammy and Carla, I invited myself. I'm live. I was going pee. I was sifting around Twitch and I invited myself to the lobby. Is that fine?
Yeah,
Hey,
that's fine, babe.
Why not, babe? Get in.
Do you care?
Of course
Ellie, you know what?
not.
Honestly, it's fair and fun and fun.
Is it though?
Yeah, it's fine. Now, would I do
Ooh.
that? Yes.
Would you?
No, you're just giving streamer. That's what we all do. We do the same. We all do
I'm
the
giving
same thing.
streamer. Okay. Did you guys hear that it's actually called Mecha Chameleon, not Mecha?
Yeah.
Metcha, because it's
Unfortunate.
Well, I
because
will not be
I met
calling
you
it
the
that.
other day. Wait, who's this?
Yeah.
I
Who's
showed the code. I thought we were just inviting people.
Oh
already.
no. Well, is it someone that you know? This looks like I can't
Yeah,
tell if this
yeah,
is someone that you know.
This is one of my chatters. What do you
Oh.
mean? I showed
Oh,
my Twitch
it's
chat.
giving keyboard slam. That's my bad.
Oh.
Oh, that's nice.
Wait, how are you guys? Happy
IG,
Tuesday
YouTube,
into
Instagram, YouTube?
Wednesday.
Wednesday,
Not
Tuesday.
the hate.
Well, Ellie, join
Nick,
real
it's okay,
fast.
man.
Oh my
It's okay.
God.
Chris just says stuff.
Join
man,
what?
Don't worry.
My bad.
What, bro? Join what, where, how, when, why?
It's in Squad Eyes.
Learning.
Straight.
What
learning.
noise?
Okay, let me type this bad boy in.
Oh, Jeffy, I'm scared.
Oh,
is
Idjit.
Jeffy gonna join?
Oh, W word.
W word, W word.
W word. Jeffy's in. Once Ellie gets in, then we're good.
Okay, I'm in.
LAB.
Bros
Yeah.
2, password dude1.
Nice.
LAB.
Nice.
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 Yeah.
Are you guys coffee drinkers?
Yes, I love coffee.
I'll say like a 3 out of 10. Like I enjoy, but I don't. I'm more of a Red Bull gal
Mmm.
or a hot chocolate
Okay,
Sammy,
freak.
Fonz.
I'm an energy drink girly. I'm not really a coffee girly. I used to drink a lot of coffee in college, and it made me shake. So I was like, I gotta stop that.
I drink coffee, Ellie.
Okay. Well,
Who's
at least
Allie?
Chris does.
I said
Allie.
Ellie.
New
Didn't
Jersey.
hear
Yeah.
that.
My bad. Okay, okay, Vag.
Bag.
Bagel.
Okay. Okay. That's not a name, but okay.
Okay. Oh, wait. There's merit to that.
Someone could have that name. You never know.
Bag.
Any,
Name one.
any
Name one.
Vags?
Road to 50, guys.
I think we're full. No.
Let's see.
Should we
1,
do
2,
sewer?
4, 5. Yeah. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Sewer.
Okay, here we go. Okay,
Guys,
2
I know
hunters,
it's gonna piss
180,
Chris off,
180.
but like,
Force
if you
honestly, every 30
have
seconds.
any
How about
spare likes, I'm trying to get
that? For
to
the
50.
taunt.
Sure, sure.
Thank you guys.
Okay.
I want Chris to be like, Carla, you don't need them.
Oh,
But then
Jeffy,
after
that's
that, you know, endorse Sammy.
Ellie, how's
Just think
Minecraft
about
going?
it. Just think about it.
Terrible. My portal just blew up in the nether.
Oops.
Yay!
Oh, it's really fun. It's going well.
Are you doing hardcore or what's the story?
No, it's softcore right now. I was hardcore for a while.
What's softcore? Is it the same or?
Just
Like-
survive mods.
Oh, okay,
Crazy.
gotcha. Of course.
It was going well. Past 20 minutes, not so well.
Hmm.
So I just need to find gravel in the nether, but I don't know. We'll see, man. Wait,
Okay.
Sammy, have you ever had a Minecraft arc?
Only in the SMPs.
Fair.
Well, and I did do a hardcore run for the sponsored.
Oh,
But
sick.
it was fun. I liked it.
Wait, that's fun.
Did you see the new poses?
Wait, who are you talking to? Me?
You, yeah.
No. Can you believe 7 million copies I think they sold?
Yeah, they're rich.
Loki goated.
Literally. Jeff Bezos of video games. Okay. What'd you do tonight, you guys? Wait, have you been mechaing all night?
No, we were
No.
DVDing,
Oh.
and then Steam went down, and we were sad
What?
for a bit.
Oh, evil.
I don't know what I want to do. We have some community members in here, Oath. It's just kind of like first in best dress until we do swapsies. But anyone's welcome to join. I want to do something different, but I can't seem to. This one doesn't let you do much. I couldn't figure out what I wanted. Sammy, nice. Ooh, nice. Beautiful.
Okay, Chris, getting
Stunning.
creative.
Nice.
Sammy, thank you.
No, I'm rocking with it.
Oh, nasty.
Ooh. Ooh, oh my god, a lot of goated spots right now.
Chris. I don't know, man.
Ellie. Not gonna help you, man.
Your spot is.
I don't know.
appreciate
I
the
kind of
hustle.
liked it.
I think it's good. It's definitely.
It's like different, you know what I mean?
It's
I
different.
feel, I feel like it could work, maybe.
Jeffy is out of control.
No, I would be interested to see if anybody gets Jeffy. Like, that was
Yeah.
actually insane.
Carla's not in the lobby. I can't even.
Girl,
Not in the lobby.
girl, I struggled. I was down to the wire. I had no idea what to
Ellie,
do.
okay, that's fun. Noah, nice.
Oh.
Sammy, NT, dude. Jeffy, that's really
Great
good.
though.
Wait, I like the jiggle physics right there. That was wild. Whoa, whoa.
I need to explore the new poses. That's for sure.
Yeah, there's
No,
so many
there's
good
so
ones.
many of them. One Chris texted me them earlier. I was like, I need a textbook and I need to memorize. Like, I can't even remember half of them.
I didn't even open the freaking wheel. I gotta do it.
Allie, some of them are bangers.
Really? Is it like a? Can you like flip through? Oh damn it! Nice. I got.
If anybody, hold on, wait, let me zoom around the map. Jeffy is getting my vote.
Hey, Mia.
Agreed.
Guys, road to 50
50 what?
likes.
Likes in game.
Oh, how do I like you?
Me in the mirror.
Oh,
Real.
Ah!
I think
That's
when
fair.
the round ends, you can pick who to like. It's.
yes.
I just
Okay.
want to get so many that when I go into a public lobby, they're like, "Whoa, who's this?"
Oh, you save them? Cool.
Yeah, you collect them.
Yeah.
Like
Mm,
infinity stones.
Infinity.
like a Fortnite
Infinity.
Sprite, one
There's
would say.
definitely somebody walking around with like 50,000 likes right now.
Nah,
in a
Sammy,
public
that's
lobby.
me. I.
Speak on that. Speak on that.
Nice, Chris. It worked out.
No, I died.
Wait, where's
Spare
Jeffy?
change.
Yeah. When we all die, we're weird. Oh, Sammy, you know what? Honestly, good try.
Mm,
So
Thanks,
fine.
man.
That's a
I've
shiny
never been
cactus.
a plant before.
Thanks,
I
guys.
decided to try it.
That's okay.
Jeffy's was. I don't want to say.
No,
the king
Jeffy's
of
was the best
castle,
in the
but
lobby, hands down.
Yeah, that one was pretty great.
I'm giving Noah a like because his is clever with the way it's bending.
W.
Okay.
Wait, I have 0 likes. Could anybody toss a girl just a penny or no downvoting if possible? Just one.
I'll
Downloading would
spare.
be crazy.
I'll spare a like.
Just spare me one.
Just give her one.
I want just
Still at
3
0,
more
just
until
like everybody know.
till my life is complete.
Still at 0.
I'll do it in game. You have to do it in game, otherwise I'd be liking you right now, babe.
Oh,
Wait, I need 69 or 67, like a freak.
okay, we go.
Okay, I gotta use one of the new. I want to use one of the new things.
Oh. Wait. Oh,
I'm hunting
my lord,
with
you can do a
Xander.
half bend in this, John. Okay. These poses.
How long are you going for? We're playing for another 5 hours, I think.
Oh, good.
Ooh, y'all have fun.
Sammy.
Sammy.
Sammy. Come on, Ellie
11.
just got here, dude.
Come on, man. I know I smell.
11. I've got Love Island tonight.
Oh,
What?
wait. Real and true.
Bro, Ellie
Oh.
Casa More has been
Oh.
crazy.
Dude, boy, I enjoyed that app.
I can't believe Kaylee lately.
No.
Sarah needs to get a joke and a grip.
No.
Sarah's not in it either.
Sarah's a huge piece of shit. Can I say that?
It's been really good.
It has been really good.
Do you want Trinity and Bryce to stay together or no?
Girl, I don't know, to be honest. Like, I
Mm.
like them, but I could also see Trinity happier with this new guy. But I'm interested to see tonight's episode.
Agree.
Me too.
Agree.
Trinity.
All I know is that Trinity's going home with that money. Like, if
Me
I've got
too.
anything to say about it, she's going home with the money.
Easily. She deserves it too.
Oh,
No,
oh,
she is the goat
oh,
of all
okay.
time.
So true.
I did think it was strange how they had her parents come back for an episode.
You joke, but I actually think you'd like Love Island.
Brandy.
You and Shan gotta
Thanks,
just park your
doll.
asses and watch
You
it.
jest, but dude, I just don't know, man.
No,
What do
it's
you know?
actually
I
I'm
appreciate
not like a
you.
reality TV girl. This is my first ever season of Love Island. I am obsessed.
It's so good. Sammy, once you start UK, it'll be like in Australia, it's a whole nother world.
Guys,
So
please.
true.
Guys, reality TV, please start the Traders UK and thank me later. It's like Among Us
I've
in
heard
real
you
life.
talk
Real.
about that before. You
So
you like
fun.
it a lot, right?
It's so fun. You gotta.
The only reality TV I need is watching you guys
Wow.
flourish at streaming.
yes, dude.
Perfect. Hmm.
They haven't perfected the new spots with the poses yet.
Yeah.
You like Ellie's name? Ellie the fairy. Thanks, dude.
Oh my god, twin. Hey, twin. I'm in the stupidest hiding spot of all time.
No.
No, yes. Seriously.
Yes. No. We'll find out right here.
I don't even have a spot yet. I don't like any of this.
Sammy, it's time.
I don't even like any of this.
Great.
Do it for Bryce.
Do it for Bryce,
That's
man.
crazy. Do it for Bryce.
Wait.
He was
Ooh, that-
sobbing at the end of last episode. Do it for Bryce.
Oh, I
As
think
he
game
should.
froze. Ooh,
That it.
Ooh.
my game's frozen as well.
Oops. Someone over here thinks they're cooking and they're blinking for me.
Can't move my cam.
Yeah, people were frozen.
Maybe it'll come back like it did for me and Carla.
Hmm.
I'm frozen
Oh,
at the moment.
Frozen? Hee hee. Woo.
I'm frozen too.
Or at
Let
least
me know
I-
if you
right.
find me, because I'm frozen on my spot.
I don't think the
Hmm.
killers are in.
I'm walking around, but it's not doing much.
Oh. I'm frozen to the superior film.
Ooh, Sammy.
Oof. I didn't think the killers were in. That's why I said I think the killers are frozen. Oh wait, yeah, I can't move around and see anybody. That kind of stinks.
Oh,
Wait, did
I'm
your
lost
timer
now.
just start?
Oh, mine
Who's
just
killing?
started.
It's me. No, I've been searching, but I haven't seen
This
shit.
game-
I don't think.
This game is not working right now.
Let me see. Jeffy's so good, babe. Nice. Nice.
Oh, they added a new room, bro. Yeah, right.
They did?
Axel's is
Maybe-
amazing too. Orla.
Yes.
No, it's so wonderful.
Thank you.
Jeffy. Oh. Wow, these are crazy.
Shock horror.
Dude, like even spectating Chris, like you're like lagging all over the screen. This is
Really?
wild. Yeah.
That's funny.
Wait, Ellie, I like your I like your spot.
I'm
If I just
learning
do
about the
a
new
smaller
poses.
map next. With this many people, it's tough to like even get to every room.
Real.
It's okay. This is probably LG for me. Somebody can take me spot.
Sammy!
No, not my go.
Mama's gotta go watch Love Island.
Oh, Bryce
Oh,
is
great.
waiting.
Oh,
Fuck.
Bryce is waiting is so funny.
I
Mama
don't have time to go in
happy.
here. Any spare likes, please?
I got Ellie with a like. But guys, look,
Yes.
don't stress. Thank you, Henry. Road to 50. Thank you so much, guys.
Ellie, I got you as well.
Thanks, guys.
Well, you're at 6 now. Jesus.
You have more than me.
Sammy, stay for another one. Get some likes.
No, I'm out of
What about
here.
the likes?
Now I'm definitely out of here.
Oh, great.
I'm joking. But I
She's
really
gone.
don't. Yeah. Guys, it was a pleasure as always.
Road to 60.
Have a wonderful evening.
I'm kidding. Sammy,
Sammy,
enjoy
take care, pal.
Dome.
Good to see
Have
you,
fun.
Ellie. Good to see you too, Ellie.
Later,
I
dude.
actually
Fun.
listen. I had fun on DBD. I won't lie to you.
Uh-oh.
Even though I was raging a little bit with Pig, I had fun.
Don't
on
call me
DBD.
that.
I
I'm
would never.
joking.
I
All right.
love it.
Enjoy Brycey.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, Sammy. Pricey.
Yippee.
All right. Let's do a smaller map.
Okay. Is Whiskers on tonight?
No.
I'm gonna message him.
All right.
I'm gonna FaceTime him.
He's definitely just doing stuff.
Yeah, he so wants to play. I feel it.
Wait, what is the pose that Crash and Homo Huddle are doing? It's like a horse
Yeah, it's a horse.
Thing. Cool. Mm.
I'm FaceTiming.
Yeah.
Chris, what Zelda game should I play?
What's your vibe?
Exciting, not boring.
Hey.
I think Ocarina is a good one for like a linear story, but if you
you
want one
should
that's more just
play
like
Mecha
open
with
world
us.
kind of vibes, like Breath of the Wild's a fun start.
Yeah, as an opening one, I'm trying to decide.
Oh, so you should move
Mhm.
to your PC.
What it would be.
You should walk to your PC. Don't break a leg.
How long are you guys gonna play for?
All night long, baby.
Okay, I mean, if it's all night long, I might be on later.
But what's later for you? Because sometimes later means like 2 business days.
Well, you said all night. Oh, okay, no, like 2 hours.
2 hours. Make that 10 minutes.
I don't know.
I need your artistic skills.
Yeah, I know. I've been watching. It's been rough.
Ew. Wait, this one pose, he keeps moving his arms.
How did you get that up so quick?
What do you mean?
Fuck.
I'm in here.
The chat just loaded. You're
Like, I had a
lying
post
like
set
a
up, and then
shit.
he stopped doing it.
Weird.
Hold on, I'm gonna share my resub.
Okay, thank you. Guys,
Ew,
tell
he keeps
Whiskers
moving
to
his
get in
arms.
here.
What pose is it?
Tell him to get in. We need him.
My computer's being used by a third party.
Who's that?
T pose.
Amy.
Prove it. Amy, yell out.
Yeah.
She has headphones.
Did you design your
That's a
Fortnite
lie.
sprite, Chris?
That's
Dude,
a
I did
t-shirt.
not.
You're lying. No one's there.
No. Look.
Did you?
No one's there.
Yep.
No.
How's
I
it
can't
look?
see it.
Can you look?
Good.
Can you look where the gap is on the
It's
shirt?
awesome.
Yeah.
It's the stupidest thing ever.
Look through the
I don't know what it's about.
Oh, you got
I
me.
mean, not
Pretty.
stupid, sorry.
Okay. Okay.
Come on, someone tried that. I'm not doing that.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Bye.
Is there an undo button yet?
Nope.
His girlfriend's using the PC. Damn it. Sammy, my god. How are you, my love? I was talking to Whiskey. I wanted him to get in. Love Island. Bryce. I love how
What
that's
is
the
going on with this
only
time?
name I remembered with Love Island. Guys, Samily Bus, welcome in. So stoked to be here. Obsessed with this game. Obsessed with Sammy. Hold on to your jaw. Whiskey, get in here. Ames, take the laptop. Oh, Trinity.
Tafabalas
Tafa,
just
thank you
resubbed
for
for 23
23
months. Hello all.
Tier
Carla,
3
you're
is
making
crazy.
me really want to play this game, but I have like 200 games on Steam.
Oh,
I need to
what's-
play Carl Zoop.
What's
Carl's
another
nice
one?
Carl's
What's another
Shrek
one,
fight.
babe? What's another one? Thank you, Sammy. Have a good night.
Put your ass away, child.
And Whiskey being my goat. God,
Whiskey
I want
just
him to play.
subscribed. Hold on to your jorts.
Jorts. They're right in front of me, aren't they? Thank you guys. My goat. My absolute goats. Wiki our goat. Thank you for the sub.
Look at mine.
Thank you for the
No,
No,
Put
Carla.
your
raid.
ass away, child.
Okay.
And thank you for the resub.
Princess Moose 05 just subscribed. Carl's hella Carl's gritty Carl's flowers.
You're next.
Oh my god, Princess, thank you.
Oh, oh. Ugh.
My god.
Were you a lamp? Were you?
I
Oh,
have
that's
to
fine.
encourage it
Huh?
because this game's worth it, I swear.
Who
What about my goat, Zach? Are you watching it too? What the hell? Thank you guys for
Ooh,
the
no, that's really
resubs.
good.
Yeah, this lobby is crazy work.
Nice.
You should make a run for it at
I'm
60
good,
seconds for
Ab.
a
How are
reason.
you?
All right.
Really? No, you won't.
No. This is my big one.
Oh.
Painting.
Duh. Oh, she's the art gallery one next.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot about that one. Oh,
True, true,
Carl's been muted
true.
for 10 minutes.
Sorry, I
Oh, there she is.
got raided.
Oh, by Sammy?
No, Ninja Blevins and Sammy at the same time. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Interesting.
Yeah. Hey, goats recognize goats, you know?
Actually, that's not true. I read watched a documentary about that.
That's crazy.
Yeah, there's
What?
like 300 different kinds of goats. Yeah.
Wow.
Did you hear about the things about the birds FaceTiming each other?
No, tell me more about this.
Pixie Mattel posted a short about how there's a study happening where they're letting birds FaceTime each other and they like will share tricks and they remember each other's owners and stuff like that.
That's
and they
cute.
give birds an iPad. It's so cute.
Huh.
They
I
remember
think
each other.
Noah gets away with this.
Really?
Yeah, genuinely,
Dude.
it's really good. Carla, you played very well though.
Thank you.
The squirrels are vaping. I did hear about this.
Aw.
Wait, so you tell me squirrels are cool as fuck now?
Oh, nice. I looked in there too.
Look at Noah's. I'm gonna give him a thumbs up. It's really
Noah.
good.
Crazy.
Oh, that's beautiful. Yep. That's nice. Yep. Stunning. Stunning work, guys.
Stolen.
Stunning work. Love it.
Stolen. Yes, Allie. Thanks, dude.
Love it.
You're
I'm gonna
welcome.
hide in the next one and then go pee.
I'm
but
gonna do
thank
this
you for all
art
the
gallery one.
resubs,
So people have to
guys.
download it.
I appreciate you.
Okay.
Today's been super fun. As per.
I pray for the hunters.
As per.
This one is insane with this lobby.
Ren.
Someone give it a shot.
Thank
Come
you
on.
for the sub.
Also, download this if you don't have it, guys. It's a
40.
fun
Put
map.
your ass away, child.
It'll prompt you. You have to download it, otherwise we can't play.
Ren just subscribed.
What the hell?
A.
Hey. Thank you so much. That's redonk. I really appreciate that. Oh my god. Hi, guys. Hello. So a TikTok the other day of a squirrel smoking a cigarette. Good for them. But what the hell? What the hell?
All right, Jeffy.
How are you, doll? Everyone that came in, I hope you're so well. Even when my pals go, even though I anticipate Chris staying on for a hot minute, but even when he goes, we'll definitely still be playing if people are up and wanting to. I'm down. As soon as I hide, I'm gonna do a quick speed pee.
You have to pick a painting within 60 seconds, guys.
Wait,
or
what
else it's
nails?
G-
What are they
Gs.
doing? Tell me everything.
Does it
What's
not
the,
let me
um,
move around? I feel like last time it let me move from painting to painting, but I might be crazy.
Maybe they fixed it.
I don't know.
What's the goss?
True.
Mm,
Is that a sleigh? This is very obvious, I think. No, I hate this. Fuck. Oh no, I hate it. Can I do this? I like how I was like, I'll go pee, and now I'm stuck. Fuck. The wrong map to need to go pee. It's alright, we can figure this out. The colors feel like they're not that dark. What's happened?
Oh, it looks like a.
Like, that's not...
Trust
What?
the process. Trust the process, guys. Fuck. Trust the process. Oh god.
oh God. What?
Oh god.
What?
Nothing.
Hmm.
How do
So
I do
stupid.
this?
Bro, that's so dumb.
Enjoy, Mickey. I don't love this. Black's not black enough. You know what I mean? Or am I crazy? A hot bath. Oh, yeah. That's my gut. I wish I had a bath. Oop. This is not good at all. And I can admit that. And I'm so sorry. Loving the feet. Thank you.
Fucking stupid, dude.
What?
Nothing. Wait, what are you in? What are you doing?
Who?
You.
Me? Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I'm painting. What are you doing?
Same.
No, I left the lobby actually.
Dude, no, you didn't.
I'm in the nether right now. Hunters are
get out of
stuck again. Yeah. Seemed like that.
Oh.
Oh.
Here's one shooting.
It is stuck again. I just realized.
That actually works.
Happening in this lobby?
Is it frozen for you too?
Oh.
No, I'm still painting. I mean, the timer is frozen, but
It's not for me. It's about to be match about to be over.
What?
Yeah. Maybe I can't host, or maybe the servers are just borked.
Maybe it's too many.
Wait, God, I wish you could see mine. Mine is so good right now.
No.
Maybe-
Oh shit.
Yeah, I like mine too.
Hmm.
Oh, there's too many people in the lobby apparently.
You can leave if you want me to leave.
Wait, don't leave yet.
No,
I gotta do my. No, no, not like that. Sorry, I thought you meant restart the
No,
lobby.
stay, man.
No, no, no.
No,
Sorry, that sounded so
please.
bad. I want to show you mine. So I'm
Oh,
not
That's
gonna
mine
a
is
good
so-
one too.
Looking good too. I can't even see my own guy.
Damn, I thought I was cooking. I just
I'm
realized.
about
no
to
one's
try that
there.
one again.
Yeah.
Maybe someone else has to host.
You want me to host?
Yeah, or you know
I'll
what? Maybe
only
I'll
do
do I could do another one, but make it like only 10 people, because I think 14 is just too many.
Yeah, I think you're right.
True.
Okay.
Gorge. how
Sorry guys.
tragic. I know, right?
Damn, I
Yeah.
liked that one.
Doing a new lob.
All right.
I
Wait,
thought
so
I
how
had
are
just
you
had
do- are you
so
putting
much
this, like,
time
in
for so
chat?
long. That's so funny.
Yeah, but I'm gonna send it to you first.
Okay.
I love how I honestly
So
thought we
keep,
had
um,
99
Screenshotted
seconds.
mine.
I thought I had 99
Carlos-
seconds for so long.
So was I. Ugh. Okay.
Okay. My password is in the squad eyes.
That's so funny.
All right, I'm in.
I'll just get in first. Hold. And then I gotta go pee.
Pee.
So maybe I'll hunt.
Hunt.
And then can I tell people about the lob? Let me know.
Yeah, 1 second.
Can I post it?
All right, you can post it now.
Okay, I'm gonna hunt and go pee.
Okay.
All right, I'll be back. We can cycle in and out as well. Yippee! But remember, there'll be a moment in time tonight, which I don't think will take long, where I'm going to be doing my own lobby because the pals will leave.
All right,
at some
Booty
point
Cheek
as well.
Bandit and Jebby, let me know.
Anyway, I'll be back.
Chris, are you doing like badges for stuff? Are you cooking on that?
What do you mean?
Like, isn't there a thing now where you can have like a little badge? Chatters can have a badge if you're.
I have, yeah, I've done that. Let's 69 and stuff, yeah. Why?
Just wondering. Seems fun.
It's smart. You could do it for your 100-hour thing.
That's true.
Jebby and Booty Cheek, you gotta choose one of the maps to download, or else I'm gonna force start it.
Click download.
You have to download it on Steam. Wait, Booty Cheek was doing the gritty.
Wait, that was lit.
Hope it doesn't glitch again. That'd be annoying.
Yep. It would.
Oh, Jebby, I'm sorry. No worries.
Ooh. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm excited to Scratch Creek, band name I know. Yes. I want art gallery so much. I'm excited to do a lob bob. That'll be fun. So I reckon there'll come a point where Chris is like, all right, I'm leaving, and I'll go, okay, bye. No, Henry, I feel left out. I want to play with you guys. No, I'm kidding. It's okay. We'll have plenty of time later. Beck, hello. How are you? Hello. I know. You enjoy, guys. I miss you. We'll do a good lob later. Because I'm assuming I'm going to be doing 6-7 hours today, more as a bonus. She crunched. I woke up to her crunching.
Carl, you back?
Yes.
Oh shit.
It was really exciting. And then she finished her treat, which was cool, which had meds in it too. Oh, it's doing... Oh, it's so fucky. It's doing that thing again. I'm not loaded in yet.
Bro.
Yeah, I'm stuck in the lob. Oh, there we go. I'm in.
Oh, you're in? Okay.
Okay. I know. I was so stoked that she crunched. Like, genuinely.
Chris.
What's up? What's up?
It looks great.
Thanks.
You really got that obelisk.
Yeah, the obelisk is pretty good. I'd say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is hard.
This one
Yeah,
is
you can say that.
so
You can
hard.
say that.
Girl, are you a penis? Are you a phallic member?
Yeah,
No,
penis.
bro. No, I'm not.
Okay.
This is crazy. Oh my god.
This is wild.
This is so wild.
Oh, is there someone right? What's phallic? What's Chris?
What?
I
Huh?
feel like you're a dong.
I'm not a dong, bro.
Oh,
Bro's
okay.
dong maxing.
Damn.
I'm not.
I'm not.
10 seconds. I'm staying right here. Oh, you're being a dong over here, huh?
Ah! 3G got me. Great.
This is so hard, but I love it.
Oh my god, Xander's is so good. You're never getting that one.
It's fantastic.
Holy shit.
Crashes
Ellie,
is great too.
Ellie, yours is really good too. God damn.
I'm cooking, man.
It's giving nip, but it's really good too.
Give it boob.
It's giving boy.
Billy!
Boing.
Happy
But it's good.
birthday!
It worked
Yeah.
out.
How's your day
Fine.
going? Hell yeah. Dong maxing. I am dong.
Wait, it's up to you to save it for us. Carla, can she find you? 20 seconds.
Can she find you?
Probably not.
Dude, Josh, no, definitely. I could have. Ideally, you're in a painting. Like,
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Oh, Ellie, where are you?
I'm in a boob. Just a big purple
B's
nip.
nice. Oh, yeah.
I gave you an updoot.
Updo.
Guys, someone give Xander an updoot also.
Yeah.
That one's crazy.
Billy, what are you doing tonight? Have you done anything?
Oh, so do
you
you, only
keeping
get
it
the updo
low?
option if you're still in at the end of the round?
No.
Or is this
Oh,
low, like cash,
Cool.
cash vibes?
I think you have it always.
got it.
All right, we're going back in.
Do I
Yup.
need that?
I need to lock in. Guys, hear me out.
Okay.
Hear me out. Like for a laugh, I think that's funny. I'm gonna fix it. But like, because here's the thing. Everyone's gonna be, I mean, like from only this angle it can work, but everyone's gonna be looking at the art and not this. You know what I mean? Just let it cook. Well, let me cook because this is awful, but once I... How do I fix this E? I got time. That's crazy bad, but just wait, just wait. How do I make that work? Okay, wait. I might just have to leave it, but I don't like it. How can I make that E better? Oh, the shadow was there. Okay. Nice. You grew your bush.
Oh, good.
Wow. Oh yeah, these are all fantastic.
Wow, Xander with another slapper. This is crazy. Ooh, Gay Ghost guys is good. Yes, man. Chris,
up?
you shaved your bush?
Guys.
Jeez.
Wow.
It's actually pretty crazy. Oh my god, Xander's is scary. Mix, nice. 3G, nice. Carla, clever. Ellie, okay.
Just zoom out, man. It looks good if you zoom out.
Same. But like
Yeah.
zoom out really far.
Yeah, far.
And even then, really bad.
And squint your eyes. And put on glasses.
Yeah.
Sunglasses, though. Not eyeglasses.
That's so bad. That's actually really terrible.
No way. No way that one. Yo. The Bush got away with it. Oh my god.
Girl.
Let's go.
E.
E.
Guys, any spare likes for me, Lord?
Guys,
Road
any
to-
likes for this one?
Road to
Please,
60.
let me know.
Thank you, Ellie. Road to 60.
Yes, yes.
Road to 30, guys. Wouldn't mind it.
Road to 0. I got this.
Bees.
Oh, Kaylee, wow.
Mix was really good too.
Wait.
This is art gallery. It's a fun one.
E.
Want to do the same one again, or what do you guys? What's your vibe?
E. I'm down.
Sure.
Okay.
Wait, what'd you say? I just said sure.
Oh, I said you want to gift me 50? That's so weird.
Oh,
That's
yay.
crazy.
Whoa, I can't believe that.
Oh, Ninja, thank you for
That's
the
so odd.
100 gifted, Ninja. Levens.
Oh my god, the goats.
Take care of your pregnant wife, though. I'm fine.
Brawless.
Brawless. Bot lane.
She is. This map's hard. It is tough.
God. See, why I like this is it's obvious, but it's still creative. And I'll either be found or I won't be found. Whiskey, Ames, babe. Switch to laptop, sweetie. I can't anymore. I'm stuck, Whiskey. I'm stuck. But I'm trying to bamboozle them. I'm trying to bamboozle them because most of the time they're like looking at the paintings. But I'm just going to go full hog and just be a light. Chris, all that?
We'll find out.
Damn it. Oh, yeah. Huge. Huge. Oh, yeah. Spread. Oh, slay. Phallic member. I personally think mine is really clever, but also not cheesy to the point where they can, you know, pop off Melbs. Oh, hello. This is my voice. Yep, just posing right now. Oh, that's my voice. Oh, oh, oh. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Oh, my eyes, my eyes. Ew. Ew.
What is bro talking to?
I'm being you.
Yeah, that was you.
Oh, you're being my
Put your
guy?
ass away, child.
Like one of
Hello.
one.
Jaren Stroke just subscribed.
Darren.
Hey, how y'all doing, flirt?
Do you want the house tour?
Wait, spoilers.
Thank you for 53. Oh, now I feel buzzed. I feel real good. Do you have a dream where we had the dream where you could do anything? Huge. Huge. Wow. Wow. Chris. That's bluff.
There's no way. There's no way this works, bro.
Hey. I love.
I can't. I don't even know where my body is on this.
Henry, have a good time. We'll do a lob soon. Darren, I hope you're well, doll. Thank you. Hello.
Yo, what up, Whiskey?
Whiskey. That's so funny, Chris. Investing in this.
Chris.
I'm definitely screwed.
Way. Make that into a
Oh, Georgie, yes. Woo, 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 woo.
Bro, that's so funny.
Oh, Carla, nice.
Thank you.
You still alive, Carla?
Yeah. Sure am.
Definitely. Sure am.
Oh, clever, Carla.
Thank you.
Oh my God, Ellie Shore.
I don't know, man. It's okay.
Now who's
I
that?
would get some more hand going on the other side. No?
Yeah, I know you're right. I got
Just a little
rushed.
bit.
I get
You can still
scared to
paint.
paint because I don't know who's in the room.
True. Ta-da. All right, so some people aren't in paintings, guys, for the hunters, because I think a lot of people are looking only in paintings.
You can be wherever you want to be.
True.
Hole. So many faces.
Oh.
It would be cool if we could
Nice.
put custom photos in the frames and it's just like of us.
Oh my god.
You probably could.
True. Like all our photos from all our trips.
Aw.
Clips. Oh.
Embarrassing photos, photos from a lost time.
My favorite photo of whiskey.
Ooh, that's a good one. That is a good one.
Road to 60, guys.
Oh.
Thank
Hey,
you so
how
much.
about a thumbs up for my silly one?
You got it, man.
Thank,
Where are you?
yo, thanks, brother. Yeah, thanks,
I
dude.
gotcha.
Yes. Just the silly faces are so funny.
Yeah.
It looks so good.
It makes me
Love a
laugh.
silly face.
Oh, there's the lobby.
Oh, darn us.
Yeah. Whiskey, thank you so much, my goat. I needed that. Tort, thanks for thanking. People were a little bit nice earlier. We had a treasure train. No, interfere with that bag. Save them from ads.
All right, good luck, have fun.
Whiskey, no, come on, press it. Oh shit. I fear it's just so casual in here. That would be good. How is that looking? Yeah, occasional freak, but mostly good.
Hey, Mia.
I do it for you.
I know. She's just happy to be here.
Yeah.
Oh, Mia. Jesus. Poor girl.
Girly. Guys, trust the process. Girl. Yeah, fuck it, let's do it.
Dude, and you go the other way or no? Do you see what I'm saying?
Okay, wait. Am I going?
Yes.
Wait, what color
But
am I
then
doing?
You do the opposite of me.
Okay.
I think this is actually my. This might be our best yet, dude.
Okay. Okay.
Mia.
Wait, we look so delicious.
We do. All right, I'm out of here.
All right. Ooh, these are all really good. Oh, yeah.
Kaylee, nice. Crash, nice. Bees, great. Booty
All
Cheek
really
Bandit,
good.
nice.
All really good.
3G,
Carla,
classic.
This is your big one,
Fuck!
bro. Oh, Carla's shaking butt.
Oh,
Oh no.
no, my whole ass was shaking.
Oh, that was Chris shaking butt.
I think it was fucking moving like no one's business. God damn. Okay, okay.
Any good?
Pretty good.
Put a
Carla,
little
you know what to
back
do.
hands for-
She screams. Whoa! Yo, you're moving your back like
Yeah,
it's no business.
girl. Sorry, Mimi. Everything's so good. I wanted to move, but it wouldn't move me.
That slow rise was kind of horrifying,
It was-
actually.
Put some horror music over that.
Yep. Oh, that just came out of an ad to that scream. You're welcome.
Thanks, guys.
Go follow Carla. Oh,
Oh, I moved.
Road to
My
60.
dumbass wasn't in free cam. Road to 60.
road to 60, guys.
I'm just trying
Is
to
this
get.
one too easy, or is this, or like, or
No,
what's
they're
up?
just
Or are these
cooking.
the goated hunters?
They're just cooking.
Okay.
It's up to Kaylee.
Wow. Okay, speed run. Now, what a match that was. Xander and Mixed smashed it. Up to me, then I died. No. I honestly want to run away. You know what would be funny? Wait, I'm gonna call Chris.
Oh, sorry, I'm back. You want to do that one again?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, Chris.
What's up?
Mute real quick.
Me mute?
Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean? Oh. Hold on. What?
So,
What?
Can you mute? Please.
Hold on.
No, I wanted you to mute Discord just in case they're hunter. Let's just, whoever's hunting, let's just stand behind them and like follow them and see how long we last for. God, it took you forever to mute. He's not gonna do it with me. All I wanted him to do was mute the Discord, so,
I'm so
just in case Ellie was hunting, so I could go, okay, let's just try and trail the hunters. And he's like, what? Like, I don't think he knows what we're doing. I tried it. I'm gonna be a shadow. Let's try this. It's not gonna work, but I want to try it. Unless I be a smaller one. So I need to hide somewhere where they won't see me when we load in. And then I'm just gonna trail them. And see. Oh, can I see what they look like? Oh, cool. Let's do pink. Or do I go grass? Chris, you know what I'm trying to do, or are you not? Are you not in it?
I'm doing it, but I'm doing something different.
All right, what are you doing?
You'll see me.
Okay.
Where are you at?
I'm just trying to. Oh, nice, nice. Do you reckon I have
You get
time?
it?
Do you reckon I have time?
No, I think you do yours, and we see which one makes more sense.
Obviously yours.
I don't know. No, because you can do the things on the ground vibes. You know what I mean?
True. I just gotta see where it begins. I'm gonna go over here. All right, lock in. Mia, are you locked in?
Oh, fuck! I drew. Girl.
Girl.
Whoa!
Chris, how did you do that?
Fuck! I don't know, man.
That's funny.
How the hell did that happen? And that's right. And that makes sense. Absolutely. Good. Put me out of my misery. Okay, Carl, I'm watching you.
All right. I can't.
Let's see Ellie's. Oh, Ellie's, yours is good.
Oh, I moved.
Oh. No, chill.
Oh, shit.
Oh my
Fine.
god.
It was so good. It was beautiful. Oh.
Carla's playing DVD out here, dude.
Use the poses. Dodge, somersault.
Oh yeah, use the poses.
back hamstring.
double
Not
kill.
the 2v8.
That's so good. Bro, the
Oh,
all green's actually the play.
that's funny. Looping! That was really fun. That's what I wanted to do. I was trying to call Chris and be like, because I don't know if Ellie was going to be the hunter. I was like, I FaceTimed him and I was like, mute. And he's like, what? I'm like, mute. I'm trying to explain what I want to do. That was nice.
That was fun.
All right, let me look at everyone's. Oh, nice.
I came in and drew the
Oh, Haley.
guy backwards.
That's so funny. Whoa.
These skins are really good too. Sexy Patrick and the woman from Monsters Inc.
Yes. Roz.
Roz, that's right.
What time is it for you, Chris? Let me guess.
Okay.
1 a.m.? 1:10?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yep. Yeah, I probably got one or two more than I have got to go because we're bringing the cats in early.
Cats.
Or the kittens, rather.
Yes. You heard him, folks.
Carla,
so-
this is Ellie, by the way. Ellie, Carla.
Chris, don't be weird.
Okay.
What'd you say?
Don't be weird.
I'm not being weird. I'm just introducing two people.
Yeah, and we've played together before. Ellie and I go way back.
Yeah, we do. We went
Oh,
to
you
high school
do?
together.
Yeah.
Ellie texted me and said, Carla followed me and was really excited.
Shut up!
What the fuck, Chris?
Don't say my wins.
To be fair,
My bad.
sometimes people raid me and then it has the love heart unblurred out and I'm like, that's so not true. I followed them. So I was like, fuck, I'm embarrassed. Like, that's so late.
Bro, no, I literally just followed her recently, and I was watching her streams for like a month. I was like,
I know.
huh?
I'm like, what the fuck? Hello? I was followed, but okay, Twitch. No worries. Make it weird.
Just taking my W's away. Make it weird.
Make it weird, man. So
That was
true.
a good round.
That was fun.
That was a good one.
That's not
What's
true,
that,
Henry.
Chris, do you have that like Disney Dreamlight Valley?
So we're gonna
lobby
do
or
customs soon then.
with the pumpkin?
Oh, the pumpkin one. Yeah, what's it called? Market?
Mia's
Or
on my
one a
lap.
lot.
And you so cute,
You have done that one a lot.
Yeah, market.
I like that one. I only did that one time. It was cool.
Who's giving it shit?
No one.
Oh.
What?
What?
Oh, I thought you were saying. I thought you were talking to
No,
someone
I was
about
shitting
it.
on Disney Dreamlight Valley, but that's unrelated.
Oh,
Oh no, that game's a game.
The game.
It was great for
Yeah.
when it was great.
Mm-hmm.
I was
a time.
obsessed. I was obsessed
It
with
was an era.
Mhm.
I think I played it when it was in beta, so I barely got any of the
Whoa.
content.
Okay, cool guy.
So what?
Yeah, I played in beta.
Guys, you're gonna want to see this. Guys, you're gonna want to see this.
Toy Story 5 goated.
You saw it,
Wait,
Yep.
Really?
So good.
bro? You didn't even text me
Oh.
about that.
I did. I told you yesterday. Whenever we played.
No, you didn't,
Yeah, I said Toy Story 5's goated, and you went.
bro. I did not go back.
Yeah, that was a new noise. Sorry, but I really do love it because Toy Story is my favorite.
Is it about iPad kids?
Yes, but it's
Appar-
done
no, it's
so
about-
well.
Oh,
I heard it's about
I
like
want to watch.
it's about how children are still
Children?
children, and they don't really have a say with like what they're given. So like them being iPad kids, it's not their fault. Vibes.
True as well.
Carla confirmed, didn't I? Is that what
Honestly,
it's about?
yeah, like you could say that as well. That's a good take. I didn't even think of
My
that,
bad.
but no, you're right though. Like I think sometimes it's so easy to be like, oh, yeah, their kids have iPads, so they can make friends if I get my kid an iPad. But it's like, no, imagination trumps an iPad, babe.
Real.
Not Trump's.
I know, I hate saying that word. Fuck. Anyway. Cancel.
Okay, well, 5 stars.
Yeah,
Out of
no,
5?
I rated it 5 on
A
Letterboxd.
5er. Wow.
I know.
You know what? I'm down.
When I was doing it, I was like, Chris is gonna laugh because he's always like, "That's not a 5," which is fair.
No, I'm. No, it could be a 5.
Can you leave comments on people's Letterboxd reviews?
Yeah.
You can.
So are you in people's comments being like, I don't agree? You're leaving hate comments on Letterboxd?
No,
I've
no, I'll
never
just
done
text them and
that.
tell them in real life.
Text them personally.
Yeah, Chris will text me like, "You,
Yeah.
you suck," and I'll be like, "Bro,
Take that
please."
down, man.
No, I was like, Beetlejuice 2, a 5. I don't know about that.
No, didn't I give it a 4?
I think you give it a 4B.
Did you say a Florby?
Yeah, my bad.
Did you see Disclosure Day?
No, how was it?
It really don't know if I'm gonna like it.
What?
I didn't see it. I just heard it's shit from a butt.
It's
No.
shit from a butt? Oh shit.
Yeah.
Every time I
Uh-huh.
see the trailer for that, I'm like, "What are we doing?" Yeah, I'm like, "Okay, that's been done. Like, that's me." Mouthwash. You know, like, why are we
Well,
doing
that's
this?
the worst movie ever. What?
I
It was
think I'd
terrible, bro.
I think I'd rather eat dirt than watch that movie.
Hmm.
I thought the CGI looked kind of bad in the thumbnail, but I thought or not the trailer rather.
Thumbnail.
But I thought it looked. I said
Disclosure
thumbnail,
Day?
guys.
Okay, Mr.
Kill
Beast.
me, Mr. Beast.
Did you like that?
We're gonna
that's
go to an abandoned island and give everyone an iPad, and the person who lasts 100 days on the island wins $100 and a private
Wait,
jet.
let's do that.
Okay.
I'm down.
Who would last the longest out of your streamer cohorts on an island with an iPad?
Chan.
Like, wait, like who would last the longest and like not die?
Yeah.
I'm not interested.
I don't know
Indie
actually.
Club
I'm trying to think
Disclosure
like. Cheebs. Next.
Oh yeah, good point.
Cheebs easily. Whiskey, no, he would die in a week. I think we would all die pretty fast.
Yeah.
Cheebs, I think, wins that. I think I would voluntarily just be like, yeah, that's fine. No worries. I'm out.
Yeah. I liked what was that one with Rachel McAdams on the island? I liked that. That was fun.
Mm.
I thought it was gonna be more horror, but it was fun.
What?
Did you see Obsession?
Yes, I did.
Is it really scary?
You know what? I thought it would be scarier than what everyone was saying, but it's just very uncomfortable and dark. So like it's still scary,
Okay.
but I thought it'd be worse than what it was. It's still fucked up, don't get me wrong. But
I haven't seen it, but I want to be a part of it so bad. And Backrooms. I feel like a loser, Chud.
You're
But I
not a
don't like
loser, Chad.
scary.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
gonna
like
shut it
scary
up.
either. I'm a pussy and I can watch both, so you're fine.
No, dude,
Okay,
you're not. Come on.
That's encouraging.
Like you will
Maybe.
still be uncomfortable in certain scenes, and my hands were in my eyes sometimes, but I still got through it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look, Backrooms, it wasn't what I was expecting, but
Oh.
I can see the vision.
In a good way? Or just a neutral way?
Neutral.
Oh fuck!
I didn't leave.
Okay.
I didn't leave. Like I can appreciate it a lot. I didn't leave the theater like I left Obsession, but again, 2 different movies. It's unfair for me to compare. But
Sure.
it didn't have a hold on me like others have personally.
Mm.
The set was cool though.
Cool.
Yes.
Everyone's creativity really shines in this one. I love it.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you
agree,
all are
exactly.
killing it, bro.
Exactly. Yeah, the first half
Dude, everyone's
was cool,
so good.
for
Fuck.
sure.
Mine
There
sucks.
was one part in the Rachel McAdams movie that I wasn't expecting. I paused it. to
Actually, mine was
unlock
mad
because
good. I
it
just got
sounded
luck.
bad,
I just got
vibe.
found.
Wait,
Wow,
what
Kaylee
part,
with
burrito?
the like detail, so good.
You have zombie apocalypse streams every once in a while, and you never have a weapon. Dude,
Tougher, yeah. There was also that
I'd be
as
screwed.
well.
Once my contacts go, I'm dead.
Yeah,
I just can't
Goobs.
see
I heard
anything.
it's not that good,
Yeah.
but I don't know. Sometimes you can't trust what people say. Is that spoiling? I've
I think
seen
Julia
it. Can
would-
you give
would
me a
survive
code
pretty
word?
long.
That's a good take.
Give me a code word so I know
I think
what it
Shan
is, but
would
no one
survive a
else
long
would
time.
know.
Not streamer, but adjacent.
Shan would, yeah, she would have like all of her. She had a headlamp and like a knife. She's good.
Mamma mia.
Yeah, agree.
Oh my god, not the sports goggles.
Oh, true. I am chameleon. You're right.
Damn, this one's hard. It's a hard map.
Yeah, this is tough.
So easy to be like a cute,
Bosses,
cute little object in
why?
this map, and there's just like a million little cute objects. Nice. GG.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Give Kaylee one.
Yep, I remember that.
You want to do that one again? Or you want to do a different one?
Your call. Bobby's call.
The shirt in the lobby?
Maybe a different one? I don't know.
Yeah, let's do one more. Maybe a smaller map.
Yeah.
Wait, do you want to do a double
Yeah.
on the Japan map? Because we have, like, it's small enough to do the double.
Oh, like, and everyone tries to find each other? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Paint time's not going to be super fast.
Have you
Come
played
on.
double, Ellie?
No, I don't. Is that this one? What is it?
Yeah, so we
So
all...
you shoot and find.
Yeah.
Or you paint and find.
So you all paint at the same time? Oh, not this map, Chris. Oh, no.
Oh, fuck. Wait.
All right, guys, do really
Oh.
easy ones. Do really easy ones.
Wait, there's...
What?
Oh,
Oh, my bad. I'm dumb. I thought there was 9 hunters, and I realized we're doing double. I didn't realize it did this one, bro. I clicked Osaka.
Okay, let's just do easy ones to get out of it. This quick. I'll be a pumpkin. In the
No
pumpkin
one's gonna
patch.
listen.
Oh, shit. Fuck.
Oh, shit.
Anyway, everyone draws, and then we all hunt. But it's the winner is the first to find everyone, including yourself. So you have to just kill everyone.
What if you can't find yourself?
Then I don't know, man.
Sorry. That's not bad.
I gave it a 0 on Letterboxd, Kyle.
Then you go to Bali. True.
What?
Have you ever been? Either of you guys?
no.
Oh.
No. Really?
Let me see.
Is it cool? Is it fun? I heard you can like shit your pants a little bit too hard there.
Yeah, Bali belly.
Holy belly,
Yeah.
yeah.
Because of the water. and
Australians
stuff?
love Bali.
Yeah, major.
They love barley too.
What is barley? Like hay?
Eh,
Okay.
yeah.
Let me
I don't know.
find it.
Yeah, I actually don't know. It's like a wheat. Right?
I think so.
I don't know.
My bad.
No, you're fine. I'm trying to find my Cinderella review.
Oh, he fucking blows.
Yeah. I gave it a
You should
0
watch it
and I
again
said
soon.
this movie made my
It's been too long.
psoriasis flare up. But like,
Barley's a type of grain.
it's the type of movie you watch with friends and laugh. Like, it's still enjoyable, but it's just ridiculous. Oh, we all rated it 1 star. Sammy rated it 1 star. Insanely bad, but equally hilarious. Shan rated it 1 star. And then she went, am I wrong? I think her voice breaks in one of those lines. And then Chris rated it 1 and said, suck shit. But it's like a good suck shit. You know what I mean? Anyway. Nah, it's just, I hadn't seen it, and I watched it with them in New Jersey, and it was a wild time.
Carla, mine's not super easy, I don't think.
Oh. Mine is.
Ah.
Ah! Great.
Hmm.
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 Hmm. Ah.
Huh?
Ugh.
Easy, you say? Hmm.
Mine's so
Haven't
easy
seen
you'll laugh.
one.
Okay.
Ha 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 ha. Found someone. Hello there. Who the fuck was that?
And watch
Merp.
Merp, merp.
She merp until I merp.
Hey, so haven't found one person except for myself, so
That's crazy. Mine is the easiest spot on this map, and you'll laugh when you find it. You'll be
I
like,
know.
oh,
Keep
okay,
saying
sorry.
we're gonna
Charles."
laugh, but I haven't seen
can
shit.
I have a hint?
Calm down.
Give us a fucking
Oh.
hint.
Mine's so
There's a
easy.
fucking hint.
Fucking.
Oh,
I'm literally out in the open, guys. Come on, lock in.
Wait, Ellie,
Snap
what
overwhelms me.
the fuck was your person up to?
I don't know, man. You guys said easy. I just said stood in the fucking road and gave myself eyebrows.
I just jumped so high. What the hell?
Your guy looks like a
Double
little
mouse.
gingerbread.
Yeah, I am. I
Gingerbread.
like the hand on the hip pose.
Gingerbread.
Yeah, same.
I'm
Gingerbread,
starting
ginger.
to stim.
Oh, you've been all night.
No, but I'm worse.
Oh shit, she's worse. No, but I'm worse.
No, but I'm doing bad things. Where are you, Chris? Come on.
I can't believe you did a stream today at like my morning.
I know, so funny. Full of
Just-
whimsy.
Just bored as hell. Just hey, what's up, guys?
I was like,
Hey.
guys, you know what? Where are you guys? I said easy, and people are gone crazy with it. Chris, come on.
What do you mean? Come on.
Where are you?
Chris, where's yours?
I'll give you a clue.
Okay. When is it?
Oh, Ellie's right.
Yep. Wood.
Wood. That's
Mm,
crazy.
Yep. Wood.
Okay, so
Queso. I know him. He streams.
Sandwich knows him.
Okay, Flex.
I think Sandwich would be funny with him. Like they'd be friends.
Me too.
All right,
I
let's
think
make
would
it
be a
happen.
great full circle to her bit that she's been doing forever with that.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, man.
Should I make it happen?
Chris.
Come on, guys.
Wood.
Chris,
What?
where are you?
Wood. Wood in the corner.
Yeah, so the
Wood
whole
in the
map's
corner.
wood.
I
in the
can't
corner.
get up.
Wood in the corner. Sure.
I can't stand up.
The fuck's everyone else at?
There we go. Chris.
Chris.
Ellie, see?
Yep, you were right.
Thank you.
Chris, on the other hand,
Oh, Chris is gonna be in
Over
some
here, guys, look.
fuck-ass spot. Where?
Hey, over here.
Ah. Yes.
That's not fuck ass.
Actually, it's really nice. Actually,
Thank
guys,
you.
road to 60
Where's yours?
near the fire.
hey Chris, where's yours?
Yeah, you shoot. Oh, dude, 3G, nice.
Thank you, Crash.
If you shoot yourself in this mode, you get
Wait.
you get a point for it.
Wait,
Yep.
Crash, how do you have a Oh, you won. That's cool. I haven't seen the
Chris.
little thing.
What?
That's hot.
Sorry.
All right.
I want one last one. Osaka.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
Let's
yeah,
do
yeah.
it.
And paint time 90 seconds. Good luck.
90
Is that long or
seconds.
short?
Short and sweet and to the point. And make sure to shoot yourself, guys, as well in the game for a point.
Mm,
Zombie, zombie.
All right,
feels
guys.
so good.
You won't even see me coming. And if you do, no, you didn't. I want to do something stupid. Oh, wait.
Oh God, that's it, I guess. Okay.
Oh God.
Today.
Oh fuck.
I'm in
Today.
trouble.
All right.
Uh-oh. Ha! Carla, how do you have so many already?
Go to with the sauce. I'm kidding.
This is her map. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Oh no.
Road to 60, guys. Da-na-na-na.
Ooh, that's good.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Herm. Do you think they worked really hard on making this music in the game?
Oh, 100%.
No.
They're in this.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. What? Yeah, no, they did it really good.
Okay.
Duh.
Did you guys like scale walls? Oh.
Yeah, you
Yes.
can.
Hmm.
Where are you? I know you're here.
Hmm.
What the hell?
Say, Geronimo. Where
Say-
is everybody?
Say, Geronimo. Say.
I knew it. I knew it was gonna get you both.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
At this time of night?
At this time of year?
Say, Geronimo.
No one was a horse cock. That's actually crazy.
I'm
I'm actually
changed.
very shocked by that.
Me too.
You've all changed for the worst.
Someone's here and I can't find them. The hell?
Where?
Like, they're the woohoo! And I can't find them.
That's not a person? Yeah, right, buddy. Yeah. Right, man.
What?
Hmm. Where?
Where are they? Oh my god. I shot at you, but I shot under. Oh, good one.
Let me
Oh,
see.
Crash, wow.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that one's very good.
Nice.
And who else was there that I
And some
missed?
sush up there as well. Nice.
I got all the sush, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, and Kaylee. Yeah, Kaylee's high
Nice.
up.
Nice.
Oh my god, Carla, yours was goaded.
Thank you.
you.
Guys, road to 60.
GG's.
GG's.
GG's. Thanks for letting me
Appreciate you
crash.
guys. Of
Sorry
course,
about
yeah.
yourself.
Fun games.
Games.
Yippee.
Ellie, Carla, appreciate you guys.
Bye,
Bye,
pals.
pals.
Jinx.
Oh,
Have
thanks.
fun.
Double
Enjoy the
jinx.
rest of your night.
Bye.
Later.
Bye.
All right, guys. Bros lob. Bros lob. Boot up retro rewind. I saw that, John. I saw. I got excited. I might do a cap of something. What's this? Um. Oh, my back. I am a fiend. I know. No sim cap? I don't know what I feel like doing for a cap because it's already 5.5 hours. What's the time? I'm actually so excited to have an early dinner tonight. Is that crazy? Is that crazy to be excited to have an early dinner? Is it 3:30 or 2:30? 3:30. Wow. But tomorrow, so tomorrow's exciting because I am just doing a full normal stream as per usual, and then I moved lunch with mum to the next day. So after Grand's collab, we'll play a little bit longer, and then I'm having lunch with mum. So that stream will be like 5 hours, 4 to 5 hours, a smaller stream. But that means tomorrow I can just go hard and play Sims and just chill with you guys, which is nice. Yeah, I'm actually really keen for an early dinner. An early dinner for me, I think. Early, yeah, true. Early dinners are okay. Over 30. Over 30. Guys, road to 60 likes. Early bird special, yep. I don't know what I want for dinner. What are you guys having for dinner? Oh my god, Henry, that pose is crazy. That pose nasty. What do I feel like? I would like to play not play something. I would like to eat something that makes me go, yum. I also have to pick up Mia's drugs. I think it's downstairs. And I'm going to hopefully get her to eat some of it. Whatever the girls don't eat real. Pizza. Maybe I should keep pizza for Pizza Friday tomorrow. Oh, a carbonara. Oh, yum. Tuna melt on rye. Wingstop, yum. I got something you can eat. No, how many people do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Do we have? Oh, sorry. Whee! Anyone else coming in, guys, or should we start? Should we start? Let me check this. What's the time? 3:30. Oh, cool. I guess I did a couple hours this morning too. I think the server is Bros. Server name Bros. Password lob LOB. Maybe I'll Bros lob. Wait, cut the music. Maybe I'll do. Oops, sorry, wrong. Maybe I'll do. Maybe we'll do double again. Paint time. Let's do like 150. Search time. Let's do 180. Answer check. Yep. 20. Okay. Name Bros. Password lob. I might do this for the. Cause it's like still low key for Gortz. Are you on North America, doll? Or are we full? We shouldn't be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Maybe I'll ask. No, it's okay. I'm actually thinking of doing like a handful more myself. Oh, try North America. All lowercase. Yeah, anything but hiding smart. True. Same result, Bros lob. Wait, have you updated your game chiller? Because we were having that problem too earlier. I'll give you North America. Yeah, I might do a little naughty, obviously longer than 6 hours because I still want to play a couple of games. But I'm thinking maybe I'll finish before 7 hours today. Because I was naughty yesterday. And then I want to get Mimi sorted as well. I got to get her meds. And then tomorrow is going to be exciting because I was going to see Mum in the morning, but then I was like, you know what's better? If I see her Friday for lunch, it means we can have like another pal day. But not pal day. We can have another like day where we game and yap. And then I can do a shorter one on Friday. Nope, nothing. Can you guys confirm that it is Bros Lob? And we're on North America? When you go to your title page, Chiller, what does the top right say? What number is it? Unless we're full, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I did more than 8. But I'm sick of... No, don't worry, doll. We have plenty of time. I totally get that. So am I a little bit. I was gonna maybe move my bod. And then, get Mimi situated. We're at 8. Okay, so we should have spots. That's so weird. That's really weird. Sound quality low. What? You got it? Yippee! Nice. Alright, let's start. So we'll do double first. Oh wait, not on this one. No. Oh no. Alright. Well. This is a huge ass map. My bad. My bad. You can go real simple if you want. Because it's a big ass map. Yeah, maybe main room only. Okay. We'll do this room only. God, I'm hungry. No. Oh. Oh. I don't like it. I want to use one of the new things. Yeah, I want a redo button so bad. Oh. They'll definitely add it. They've been listening to everyone. Ooh, a copy button. Oh, you know what would be good? Although maybe it would defeat the purpose. But it would be good if you had like saved designs. Oh, the new lean emote. I'm flashing, I think. A ladder leg. Feeding all the children in Roblox. God. So good. Well, that sounds bad. You know what I mean. With love and light. No balls? PD all the— yeah, I know. I'm like, that sounds so bad. They're right in front of me, aren't they? Girl. Where are you guys? Oh, stunning. Stunning work. Mimi, are you getting hungry? Because I think you are. I think you're getting real hungry. Stunning. I just know they're right in front. Oh, where are they here? There's someone here. I can't find them. I love how confused this game makes me feel. And I mean that with love and light. Alright, where were you? Oh, what? I was staring at that for so long. Oh my god. I looked at you. That's crazy. Thank you for all the follows today, guys, as well. Yippee. Oh, I appreciate you. All right, let's do normal. Axel, get in here. I'm pretty sure we have room. Get in, doll. Let's do...
I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
We're pussy tossing.
I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
Striker.
Striker
that's so
_
nice.
500 has gifted 5 subs.
Thank you, doll.
Naughty boy.
What the hell? What's the occasion? Oh, Mario Kart. Hell yeah. I wonder if this will load while I'm in the game. Maybe not. It's Wednesday, my dudes. Thank you so much. That's really kind. Thank you. And if you were gifted a sub, please say thank you as well. That's lovely. Thank you. It will? What is it called again? Is this live? Yum. Although, I honestly think I was going to do 8 hours today, but I might give myself a treat. Well, half treat. Because I could look after Mimi. I got to go get her liquid stuff. But I'm starting to get real hungry. So I might do a handful more and look after Mimi girl and go eat. We'll try next one. Why don't we do Let's do this one because I want you guys to have a go at this because it's so funny. Axel, did you get in? Sorry, I just realized. Hey, honey. Yep. Okay, cool. Thank you for today, guys. You give yourself a treat. I will, doll. I will. But the good news is tomorrow I don't have any lobbies planned, so we can do a whole lot of this as well, and I can do some other games, so we can run this back tomorrow. Yep. And then I actually might tell Gran, might talk to her later and be like, babe, we should do a bit of, because we want to do Burgle and Gnomes, but I also want to be like, hey, maybe we do Mecha for an hour, because she was enjoying it. Do I have my psoriasis here? Oh, jeez. Thank you again, Striker. And thank you everyone as well for this morning, for today. It's been an absolute blast. I've had a great time. And for that reason, I'm in. Memers. Throw in a tap dance number and I'll be there. Snappy. Enjoy your lurk, doll. Thank you for being here. Mimi hasn't been under a bed today. This is exciting. I'm excited to see what that compound smells like. I think I'm frozen. No! What does it say, Crash? Is like the full thing frozen? I know, I'll end soon and I'll get you some food. I'll put in some eye cream. Oh, yay. Alright, let's go. I gotta wash my hair tonight too. Hair wash day. No! Went to a black Steam screen. Is it working now? Alright, let's go. No, I left. Oh, Crash, sorry, doll. I know. I really hope this is the beginning of, like, I don't know, her coming back. Okay, that's not right. It's not right. Never mind. Oop. Oh, that's so obvious. But you know what? That's okay. That's alright. What's this? Beam. Right. Thanks, Snappy. I crashed. Hypo. Let me look at the spots. Oh, nice. Hello, mummy. Oh my god. How are you? Oh, that's nice. Ooh. Oh. Oh, interesting. Woo woo. Maybe I will survive. Mum's side eye is so funny. This map's fun, isn't it, Poem? Very cute. I did, Henry, and what the damn hell? What the damn hell, babe? Yeah. We've had some Microsoft Office cloud things. The laptop itself is really good. It's just oh Mimi, I'm gonna just adjust. There you go. But I know it can be sorted. I know what to do. But you know the feels where when you're getting situated into a new lappy? But honestly, I never realized they've overcomplicated Microsoft these days. Like with all the clouds and stuff. Oh. No! Don't crash, you're so sexy. Oh, I'm surprised. I missed Mr. Paperclip Man. I know, exactly. Thank you guys, Road to 60. I appreciate you. I like my spot too. Damn. Yeah, this map is interesting. We'll say that. Road to 15. Alright. Alright, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hunt and I'm gonna pee. Let's do... Oh, Mario Kart's here. Cool. I'm gonna hunt, guys. I'm gonna be the hunter. Honestly, probably. I'm gonna hunt, guys. I'm gonna go pee. And I haven't played this map yet, so it's gonna be new for everyone. Well, me especially. You've played it. I'm waiting to run into the middle. I can hear you, Mimi. Do not play with that tree. I can hear you. Okay, I'll go pee. Mimi. Oh my goodness. I can hear her. Oh my god. What the hell? Oh god. What is this? Oh, I'm screwed. Oh my god. I may have bitten off more than I could chew with this big ass map. Oh my god, this is actually crazy. Is this girl? Are these? Is this you or is this a part of the map? No. That's so good. That's so good. To be honest, I nearly didn't see that. Like, I truly thought that was a part of the map. Guys, that's so funny. That's really funny. Good job. I thought that was a part of the map. I'm like, oh, oh. Oh, I see. That's really good. Great commitment, guys. Great commitment. I'm noticing a trend. And I love the trend. Different poses at different speeds. Oh. Me when I'm seated? Oh, God. Oh, Chris would have a great time on this map. What the hell? What the hell? Memers. I think she's hungry. Nice. Oh, you were in there. Oh, nice. That wait, you was. Oh, wait, that's where you started. That's so funny, Noah. What the fuck? That's hilarious. That's so good. That's so good. Oh, that's where you were. Nice. Guys, you are goated. You are bloody goated. Guys, unexpected, but I am so hungry and I really want to give Mimi her compounded drugs that arrived today. So I'm thinking I'm gonna just be a bit naughty and do 6 hours today. Although technically I guess I did stream in the morning for 2 hours. So I guess it's technically 8, you know? We need to learn this map, yes. See you in bed tonight. See you guys. Guys, no, this was super fun. FaceTime me, Joel. Hi, Gimmick. No, I'll get more sleep this time. I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow, so if everyone's around and they're keen, we can definitely do more of this because screw it all to hell. Let's have some whimsy. Who cares? Who cares? Let's do it. But guys, I appreciate all the support today. Friend slot was super fun, even though obviously we had Steam issues. But it was so much fun with the pals, and then doing mecha. Ignore this was super fun. Ignore this. I gotta change my... I am so unprofessional. I have to change all my scenes. But anyway, I'll see you tomorrow, guys. I'm very, 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 very excited. I'm a hot mess. But yeah. Have a beautiful evening, guys. You are the best. And I'll see you tomorrow. Me and y'all. Bye, guys. Yippee! I'm excited for tomorrow. It's gonna be great. Bye, guys.
If I strike the match and I let it burn and I still feel numb, 'cause I tried my best just to work it